証文ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。証文ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。 消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
Welcome, friends and foes, survivors and killers, back to the Dead by Daylight Mobile Invitational Tournament. This time, it's the playoff stages, and I'm here, Pixel Bush, to be commentating alongside...
Coconut
Other way.
RTS. Yep, on the left. I'll also be a commentator for the tournament as well. We also have a gift code that you guys could redeem. If you guys want to check out DVD Mobile for yourself, you get 20,000 blood points if you like seeing the games. You want to try out one of the killers. It'll be pretty cool. So make sure to use the gift code down below for a free 20,000 blood points. And as this is the playoffs, it's going to be very exciting today. We got our 4 teams that will be competing for a $30,000 prize pool. It will be Team Kingdom, Froggy Frogs, Predrop, and Team Swing. The champion will be taking a whopping $12,000. Second place will be taking $8,000. Third place will be taking $6,000. And fourth place will be taking $4,000. A grand total $30,000 prize pool. So it's very exciting.
Oh, absolutely. But for those of us who weren't around last week, the scoring system is as follows. Each team will have 4 survivors, 1 killer, and in each of the rounds will be a best of 3, where one team survivor plays against one team's killer, and then they switch around. So the survivors score 1 point for every escape they make against the killer, with a bonus point totaling of 5 points if they are able to get a 4-man escape against the killer, and the killer gets 1 point for every survivor killed, with a bonus point taking a total of 5 if they get that magical 4K. And once that's over and done with, we had the leaderboards from last week, with Team Froggy Frog sitting pretty at the top, and then Predrop in second, Team Swing in third, and last but not least, Team Kingdom bringing up the rear.
And all 4 of these placements will be determining in the bracket. So for the first set of the matches today, we'll have Team Swing versus Team Kingdom. And as you can see, Team Predrop and Team Froggy Frogs are up a couple brackets due to the placements that they have gotten. Predrop was second place, so they're up 1 bracket. They have an advantage. And Team Froggy Frogs was in first place last week, so they have a double advantage. And everyone's going to be competing for a spot within the finale for a grand total prize pool of $12,000. And it's anybody's game, but for this week, there'll be a couple eliminations. So we'll have to see how the performances go. We're going to see how players adapt, and it'll be quite interesting to see how things will play out against each other going forth.
Oh, absolutely. The first match of tonight is going to be Team Swing versus Team Froggy Frogs, and then after that, it'll be the winner of those of the match. I think it's the winner at least, going up against Team Predrop for the second round of matches. Everyone spent all of last week getting used to the killers and survivors they're playing, getting used to the other teams, and we're seeing if the knowledge can be put to use during week 2. It's going to be a hell of a slugfest this week, as players know a bit more what to expect, a bit more how they're going to play, and a bit more how their bans are going to be informed. Any initial thoughts on the potential matches we could be seeing today?
I think it's possibly going to be an all-out brawl. I think it's going to be a little bit brutal because this is crazy. If the matches in the past, they mattered a lot, but now the matches right now, they matter a whole lot more as this is elimination week. There'll be placements of seeing, well, we're going to have to see how players will pan out in this match that we'll be having here against Team Swing and Team Kingdom on Blood Lodge. So, what do you think about the map pick?
Interesting, a nice big open map. We've seen Blood Lodge be the undoing of Team Kingdom's killer Lynxie before, unfortunately loading on a Wraith on that map. But otherwise, unless you're a stealth killer, it might be a pretty good map. And it looks like we've got our first set of survivors and killers ready to go. We've got Tone the Duff, Swirt, Just Be Quiet, and Swarm kicking about on Team Swing, playing Dwight, Laurie against a Billy. Let's see how Lynxie performs.
Billy. Wow. I thought this would happen last week, but it's very surprising. Lynxie might have been practicing how to play Billy. She's doing a little bit of curving around the map, and oh my god,
beautiful first down on
Swarm. Insta-saw. I mean, well, insta-down.
Yeah, she's got the double turn rate add-ons, which on a map like Blood Lodge going to give her unparalleled maneuverability. I believe this is Lynxie is the last killer player to pick Billy, because everyone else has picked Billy at some point. So this is Lynxie's the last. This is the first time she's picked Billy so far in the tournament, but everybody else has already done so plenty.
And it's quite interesting, as you'd imagine that Billy is banned from a lot of other teams. No one's probably have expected Lynxie to pick Billy at all, so they probably didn't even think about banning it against her. So this is actually a very smart pick from her as she goes out chasing Mr. Swarm here, getting a chainsaw off, going around the bus, and as he's going to be looping around, he doesn't seem to go to the window, and she might be able to get conversion off on the down here, just barely.
She gets there on the second one, and this is actually a lot of early pressure for barely any gen progress from the survivors. There's 2 gens at 30%, and Lynxie's about to get what looks like her second hook. This is an excellent start, enabled in part by the combo Corrupt and Lethal Pursuer to give her that early game punch that she's going to need. And there goes the Ruin, I believe. So with Corrupt Intervention and Ruin gone, that's her gen slowdown pretty much nuked the rest of the match.
But she still has a solid endgame with the good old-fashioned, reliable no-ed. She still has all bases covered, as the Corrupt Evasion did carry her in the early, the Ruin carried her in the mid, and now it's all about trying to convert, I think, these 2 hooks that she's gotten into a kill. Swarm is on death hook, so that is huge for her going forth in this match.
Absolutely. That's a survivor on death hook before the, I'm going to say, 80 seconds of Corrupt Intervention timed out, 'cause that's only tier 1 Corrupt. So that was a very, very, very quick staging of Swarm to second, and let's see how carefully he plays with 5 gens to go, 4 gens to go.
Well, that's still a lot of pressure, as all the gens are not even half completed yet. They're all under 50%, and as Swarm is getting closer to death hook, it seems like Lynxie could secure this kill if she wants to. She decides to go around the map, hunting for a survivor, and it seems like they might be terrified of her map presence.
That's an unhook onto Swarm, but at least come right on back to hook.
And what I'm assuming is that she's probably going to go for the kill here. Anything goes, and I imagine an all-out brawl, trying to get this advantage, this really early advantage, as soon as possible.
Yeah, she can get her first kill at 4 or even 3 gens if the other one gets completed. That is a level of that's a level of pressure on the remaining 3 survivors that's going to be hard for Team Swing to come back from.
Boots not quite doing the far off curve, but there's still a lot of pressure in play. She can definitely recover from this here.
Swarm slamming those pallets down like they're too hot to handle. Which, but it's not enough as he at least gets down with a chainsaw at almost 2 gens left.
Those 90-degree flicks with the double boots is absolutely brutal for this team to handle. Team Predrop, I think.
Swing.
Or Team Swing. My bad.
Absolutely. Seeing a double boots Billy begs the question: how many legs does a hillbilly actually have? This is a question for the age. Maybe we'll have to ask Lynxie after the match. How many boots can one Billy wear? I guess we'll get. Looks like 2 pairs is sufficient. She takes on the chase with Tony. Is that quite gets off the gen? Isn't not risking committing in Lynxie's face.
There's a lot of pressure that she has still on the board. They may be on 2 separate generators, but again, the generators are all under 50% complete. So there's a lot of time to get some pressure on the board. And they seem to be very scared of her. They probably weren't expecting this pick from her either. So it's caught them off guard, and that's allowed her to get that early kill on Swarm. She transitions over to Kawaii, who doesn't seem like they're going to make this window. She goes for an M1 here.
Notably, Lynxie playing without Bamboozle instead choosing to go for the combo Lethal Pursuer and no-ed. I wonder what she collided with there. I guess that portion of air was particularly durable tonight.
It's an anomaly. It's a peculiar.
Yeah, indeed, does not slow her down in the slightest though. She continues to plow into Quiet. Potentially an early swing, but that's a dead hard out of nowhere. And both sides getting flustered at the same time.
There's something. She has all 3 survivors that are injured as well. Now knowing that Meg has dead hard, she can get a nice snowball here if she could carry on to someone else that's working to pressure her here.
Speaking of somebody else, it looks like she wants to turn it off, but again, invisible air collision box, I suppose. But she's perhaps perturbed but undeterred in her pursuit of Tony. She forces him off the gen.
And a very good gen to kick off as well, as that's the one on 72%. She needed to go to this particular one that was being worked on. Yes,
it looks like she's doing okay. perhaps might be better to take a different path next time, Linksy. I think it's a little unfortunate for her that this tile seems to have some unusual collision. But
And
if a few people injured, she may still be able to just bludgeon them to death with the hammer old school. But I guess we'll see how it goes as she rocks up to Swit's Gen, the one that looks like now 56%.
now it seems like he's going to be looping around this LT wall. He's going to do a little bit of a mind game. He didn't see the red light, so she should be able to get this conversion here. Whoa, whoa, the fast
Oh.
volt, but that's not enough there.
That is a brutal hit onto Swit there. I did not expect that to hit, but I'm sure Linksy's thanking whatever bearded man in the sky gave her that swing through that window. That was an impressive hit. And that was caught Team Swing with her trousers down.
It looks like this Gen may pop right here, so she might have to try to go for. I wonder if she's going to go for a 2K here. Whoa, Deliverance.
Yeah,
so
she's going to have to play from Swit into an adrenaline from Kawaii as well.
Wow.
But with no active, how much good will that do?
And now she's decided to chase Tony around the bus, but she knows, she has a sense that there's two people at the door, and she would be correct at that. Hopefully the Noed will be able to help her get a conversion off on one of these downs. There we go.
What retakes the chainsaw? Does she pick and risk a decisive strike, or does she focus on trying to Noed Kawaii to death? I guess we shall see.
Play here. Not picking up low rate.
Oh, that was a turn of the century. No pun intended. That was incredible. And now she takes chase with Tony the Duff, but will an unbreakable potentially make her life a little more difficult than it otherwise would be? We'll have to see. Just like not even sure where Tony the Duff might be.
She's
checking the
like
door.
To be, very scared about the door situation, but she should see Tony here. He's the last one alive.
Yeah. Now here comes the question: will we see an unbreakable out of Kawaii? We do. We see an unbreakable out of Kawaii, and that's immediately got Linksy going back to the doors to make sure. Again, the unfortunate collision of Blood Lodge, making her life a little harder than it would need to be. It looks like Kawaii's actually sticking the door as opposed to getting the pickup on Swit.
Seems like they want to try to secure an out somewhere whenever possible. Just barely missing Kawaii here. I think she may be able to get the conversion off.
Yeah, as long as she doesn't
very
get
promising.
rambled with Dead Hard. Oh, looks like a failed Dead Hard there from Kawaii, and Tony the Duff's on his own, and he's running.
And
Let's see, can he make it to that door before Linksy's chainsaw embeds itself in his lower back? Let's find out.
Yeah. And the thing is, Unbreakable is no longer in play. Deliverance is no longer in play. She should have the 4K here if everything goes her way. She just needs to play around Decisive Strike, I think, with these last four.
Looks like it, and given the odds of Swit having it, I think the only person on hook recently was Swit.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems to be unlikely that there's going to be a DS in our near future. So let's see if Tony maybe Kobe's into DS. I guess. Oh, there's the Kobe. It's straight into a. Whoa, that. I think that Linksy just swung a little bit too early there, and it looked like he got hit when he didn't. But she's picking up now, just trying to force a DS if he's got one, and he does not have it. So or he missed it. Tony goes back onto his hook, and it looks like the last hope of Team Swing crumbles harder than Linksy's resolve when she hits the invisible wall for the 9th time. This is unfortunate, but it's testament to Linksy's skill with this killer that the vexatious collisions leave her undeterred.
Still, very solid performance. And I think this is almost 100%. This converts to a 4K, and that's a nice, sweet, good old-fashioned 5 points on the board for Team Kingdom on the first match of the day. So that would be quite huge. I think she's going to play around. Oh, there's no 4%. She's already on second hook. So I think with this pickup on the Swit, this should be a cleared 5 points on the board for that Team Kingdom here.
Absolutely, exactly what Kingdom needed from the unfortunate position at the bottom of the leaderboard. Linksy putting in a fantastic performance on Hillbilly, despite some minor collision quirks, I want to say, that kept keeping Team Kingdom thoroughly in the running for good results later on in this tournament. Really looking forward to seeing how Team Swing replies in kind.
Very, very solid performance. So, what do you think about the Billy pick and everything that inspired from that match there?
I'll say I wasn't expecting it, but it was certainly a fantastic performance from Linksy. It was again a killer I had no idea that she was willing or able to play, And I think not banning it was definitely a mistake those players may not make again anytime soon after seeing Lynx's performance with the killer. Some of those turns with double boots was chef's kiss. Absolutely superb. I was not expecting that of Lynxy.
From that match, I think we saw about 2 90-degree turns, and then we saw a complete 180 flick around a car.
Yeah, clearly, Lynxy is Tokyo drifting, it seems, and I can't say it doesn't make good television, because it absolutely does. So now that is every team having picked Hillbilly at some point. I have my doubts he's going to get through many more ban phases going forward. It's going to be interesting to see what the people who may be forced off Billy by some of these bans end up resorting to. We know Lynxy can play M1 killers, so there is certainly that going for her. But who knows? Maybe we'll see just Billy every game for the rest of the weekend. I don't know.
Yeah, the thing is this is a very smart pick by Lynxy, because they've always been seeing her play Bubba, they've been seeing her play Wraith, they've been seeing her play Doctor, and they probably really didn't expect this Billy pick. And if I was Team Swing, I'm like, we've never seen Lynxy play Billy. It's probably the last thing on their mind that she's going to play it. And going out forward, this is a big surprise pick, something that she had in her back pocket, and it helped her secure a solid 5 points right away. So I'd imagine, like you said, Billy is going to be probably banned within round 2, and I'd wonder going forward what other aces that Lynxy might have in her back pocket as well. Like, for instance, Alf played Nurse a while back, or maybe she possibly could have learned Spirit, or maybe she could have learned Sadako. There was a lot of killers have been performing very well within this tournament. So it'll be interesting to see going forward, as she's doing a little bit of a mix-up with this, going from what it looks like with it from the first match.
Absolutely. I think the Billy pick is in particular also very, very good given the map she ended up on. Because Blood Lodge clearly bit her in the backside a little bit last time it was run against her Wraith. And picking a killer who not only doesn't struggle with Blood Lodge, but actively thrives in all those open spaces and long avenues to run down with a chainsaw. Very much like compensating for her weaknesses with Wraith on the map as big as Blood Lodge, by picking a killer who really flourishes in the avenues where she can turn, where she can get those quick hits. It was, I think, the best killer that she could have picked to deal with the map she would otherwise struggle with. And I can't help but think I'm interested to see how Team Swing deals with that in future games, because now their bans could be anything, because Lynxy has clearly been going to the DPD mobile gym, so to speak, and getting swallowed on some whole new killers.
And it'll be quite interesting to see, as if Team Kingdom is able to get a single point on the board, they're going to have the advantage going forward. So even if Team Swing wins, like let's say Team Kingdom just needs to get one survivor out within the first match to get the round. Even if Team Swing takes round 2, Team Kingdom has this nice advantage that Lynxy has given them. Going forward, Kingdom is at least going to be pushing the game out to looks like round 3 if Swing takes 2.
Absolutely. They're in a position now where the survivors especially can be quite relaxed when it comes into game 1, because almost no matter what they do, as long as they can scrape somebody out, even through the hatch, it's going to put them in a really good position for the later rounds, and potentially have them clawing their way back up from the difficult position they ended last weekend in. We saw some pretty clutch hatch escapes last week from Team Kingdom. I think that's the only escapes they got for Survivor were through the hatch. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can pull off some of that wizardry again, or get people out through the gate, because either way, even a single person scraping out is going to put Team Kingdom in a great position for the rest of this round. And
when it came to like last week's matches, especially when it came to like when Lonely and Alf, killers have been getting a lot of 4Ks. So I'd be interested to see how Team Kingdom will adapt to these very, very strong killers, as our killers within the tournament have been performing very, very well, especially when with Lynxy seeing that first map, cross map, and then we see like players teleporting across the map with on roll and getting downs, like even a couple condemn kills. I want to see how the survivors adapt to this very like hostile environment that has been created, because it's been from what I can see from the matches I've been seeing, it's been very difficult to survive against these power plays. So I wonder what type of tactics teams will bring. It seems like Team Swing was bringing a very similar tactic to that they have been for the past 2 game days, as all the perks were fairly much the same. There's like the object obsession, the distortion, the decisive strike, deliverance. I'm wondering if there's something that we might be missing from the survivor POV, or
Perhaps. Well, the part that I'm interested in is to see which killer Swing is going to end up with, because Swing's playing on Blood Lodge as well. And of course we've seen Billy out of Swing, we've seen Billy at everybody. But I'll be interested to see what other killers potentially they could break out, because Blood Lodge was perhaps intended to maybe goozle Lynxie, with her reliance on Wraith as a popular pick. So for all we know, Swing could be the ones inconvenient by the map this time, or they could be playing into it for their advantage, just like Lynxie was. So Billy, obviously, far from an unlikely choice, but also if Huntress gets picked, I'm sure you'd be very happy to hear that. or Trickster, or even a Plague, perhaps a Plague. There are options that could really get to work on Blood Lodge, or they might have not planned for it and just be ruined by it, like Lynxie got ruined by it last week. So it really is the kind of map where anyone can be, like, it can be survivor side or killer side, depending entirely on the killer that you pick. And whether Team Swing is prepared for it, as evidently Team Kingdom was, we just don't know.
I think, in my mind, I imagine Team Kingdom will likely be banning Billy, as they obviously know Billy's great on Blood Lodge. So I'd imagine like a high mobility killer, like even if you ban Billy, you could have an own realm, or you could have like I think Spirits in this as well. So you have a lot of high mobility picks to make it work. I think it's very likely that we'll be seeing one of those two, but I'm not entirely sure. I'd be interested to see if this is, well, actually, they could. I was thinking about like the Meyer. We talked about this. There's like the Myers tombstone piece.
Yeah.
That could be something that comes out as like it's a nice open field, but a lot of players might have thought of that, and they may be scared that players will go into lockers and avoid a Instamori play. Because as the points are determined by how many kills a player gets. So it'd be interesting to see if someone whips that out as a tactic.
Well, let's take a look, because it looks like Kinetic Flowers is rolling back the Billy against King, Paulie, Running Man, and Candy on Adam, Ace, Yui, and Yoichi respectively, all rocking up against Kinetic Flowers' Billy. So it looks to be another Billy match on Blood Lodge. Looks like this is the name of the game in this tournament, and I'm not complaining. Always fun to see some Billy. That's a nice early chase and an early down.
He's looking very symmetric to the Lynxie's first match. A very first early chainsaw down, but it seems like the survivor setup seems to be a little bit different. Double boots, 2 commodity steel boxes, and 2 ranger med kits. So it seems like they're going for a double heal, double gen play, 2 support, 2 gen push.
Well, the part that interests me here is actually the 4th perk change between Lynxie's build and Flowers, because Lynxie in that 4th perk slot had Noad, but it looks like Flowers maybe gone for a slightly different endgame perk choice, and it's one that we as spectators I'm sure are going to love. It is Rancor. For anyone who doesn't know, during endgame, the assassin becomes exposed and can be morried from the dying state regardless of how many hooks they've got. So if the obsession, which is the case actually Polyester, unless it changes, is alive at the end of the match, there's a good chance they just won't be. It's a bit, if you're looking to try and scab a kill at the end, maybe an excellent way to ensure that you do so.
And right here, it seems like Flowers is doing a little bit of a camping play to make sure that he can get a kill early on as fast as possible. The Ruin was then traded for a kill. It seems like Flowers going to go away from Milk here. That's a very interesting choice, and gets the chainsaw follow down on the generator. My goodness.
Already taking chase with Candy, and this is a lot of pressure for this early in the match. Oh, that was a very sharp turn and a very back-breaking down from Flowers there. And that's three people incapacitated. Running Man goes to second. And even though Ruin and Corrupt is gone, looks like the pressure that Flowers is exerting could not be more back-breaking if they tried. With so many hooks before an unhook has happened, is Running Man dead?
I think so, probably. That's a bit
Running Man's
unfortunate.
died.
It's very early into the match.
Is that our first 5-gen sacrifice? I can't think of one's happened this early before. Because this has
I
been
think it might be.
our first 5-gen sacrifice. And it looks on the survivor count like Paul is hiding the edges of the map. Which might work. Although, importantly, he is the obsession. So, that the Mori is still on the table.
And also the hatch possibly too, as that needs to spawn as well.
Absolutely. The hatch could be... the hatch, again, even if one survivor gets up through the hatch here, Lynx's 4k in the previous round means that Team Kingdom wins round 1. And goes in with the advantage for the next match. And even Paulie's ability to sneak through hatch before, it would not surprise me if he was able to pull it off again.
And
Hatch.
both his teammates suicided on the hook so that the hatch would spawn as fast as possible. I don't think they need... Oh, there we go. There it spawned. Now, he needs to be able to find it. His teammates suicide on hook so it spawns as fast as possible.
Oh, the invisible wall that Lynxie hit in round 1 gets hit again by Flowers, and Hatch in the middle of the map. Let's see. Looks like Flowers is closer, but I don't think Flowers knows where it is.
Oh, they're just barely going to miss each other. I think Paulie might get pushed to the hatch as he sees Billy's heading in that direction.
Oh,
Oh
this
my
is
goodness.
tense. Does he get a hit on Paulie?
Oh, he gets the stun
Oh,
off.
an incredible stun from Paulie.
The overheat's coming into play as you can't pull out a chainsaw here. Otherwise, he's going to be forced to M1. So he's deciding to play a little bit safe. Get a little bit of a conversion here.
Unfortunate. Paulie unable to get to another useful resource before the back rev hits him. And they were so close to hatch too.
And he was running straight to it as well.
That was so brutal.
It was unfortunate. I wonder if he saw the hatch. When he did the pallet drop, he ran in the opposite direction. He possibly could have made it to the hatch if he did see it because of the Billy's overheat.
Potentially, so especially with the stun there, because the fact he got the stun was huge. Because the hatch was very, very close to him. Even if it was on the wrong side, he could have just vaulted the pallet and maybe could have gotten there in time. We don't know his exhaustion perk. For all we know, there could have been a light or a sprint burst or something in play that could have gotten him there. But wow, what a what a spectacular clapback for Team Swing. 5-gen 4K,
Yeah.
absolutely incredible resurgence. Look at those blood points. Oh, poor
That's
Team
insane.
Kingdom, absolutely massacred.
And even he didn't really even need the Rancor there. He just it's all stemmed from that early chainsaw down into 1, 2, getting Candy off, getting King, and then finally into Paulie. Even though and I think they did everything they could there, as Candy let go on hook really early, and then King let go on hook really early to try to get Paulie the most amount of time to find the hatch. And
I think it was wise of them to see the writing on the wall, to know that you weren't getting 5 gens there with 1 person dead and 2 more on hook. You're not getting out of that, at least through the gates. So their best bet, in fact their only bet, was to try to get Paulie the hatch as fast as possible, because the longer they're left alive in the match, the more chance Paulie has of running into the killer. Especially because, at the end, Paulie didn't actually have an exhaustion perk. There was one survivor that didn't. So
that's unfortunate.
So that means that the ability to cover the map to look for the hatch with sprint burst or bounce handling or whatever, just not a possibility.
It's an interesting pick to run more utility, as I'd imagine one survivor runs bounce landing, one survivor uses dead hard, one uses sprint burst, and then one uses alive, and that covers all 4 bases. That's what I'd imagine. But it's an interesting pick as they're going for more utility. Maybe I don't know what perks he was running. Was he running like gen pushing perks?
I think he was running Borrowed Time, Deliverance, Unbreakable, and Distortion. I think that was the build. I'm not certain, but I think that was it.
The survivalist. They have
Yes.
Each team typically has one survivalist where they go in for the saves and they're very hard to kill. So it's like an ace in the hole type of play.
Yeah. If Paulie ironically had been one of the ones that was slugged earlier, while running around was dying on that hook, maybe there could have been something done. But it's unfortunate that the one person who was left up happened to not have Unbreakable. It was very unfortunate for Team Kingdom. The Ruin got dealt with very, very quickly, but it turns out just that they can't do gens if they're dead. I like that's Flower's philosophy of this match. Is like, hey, we could do gen defense, we could like protect generators with corrupt and ruin, or we could just murder them.
Yeah.
And
That's been something.
I appreciate the more direct approach to the outcome of this match.
We've been seeing that a lot with Billies as they're getting like the early downs, but I saw something. There's a little bit of a setup. There was like an interesting play that Flower had going in. Going to the match, get an early kill, camp the first guy. Come, even if the Ruin Totem gets cleansed, use the Ruin Totem for pressure to convert an early kill as fast as possible, and then snowball for that. So it's a very effective tactic, and I wonder if that's something that we'll be seeing a lot more other teams be using, as well as Ruin is a passive regression. It's like a guaranteed time save. That on top with the Corrupted Dimension, you almost guarantee that the first gen does not pop within the first 1 to 2 minutes. And trading off 2 perks, Corrupted Dimension and Ruin, for a full kill at 5 gens might be the difference for these teams to pull off really quick wins such as that.
Absolutely. I think it helped Flowers a lot that during that first camping when Running Man was secured second, Candy wasn't on gens. Paulie was on a gen. I think King got on a gen eventually, but Candy was never on a gen at any point. It's not as far as I saw. Or was moving around the map a lot in any case. Maybe looking for the Ruin. And that amount of time that it bought by having only 2 people on gens rather than 3 meant that they weren't getting value out of the time that the killer had spent camping, especially because the down was so fast. And the second down, the one that came off of the back of leading Running Man's hook, was basically a snipe straight from the hook. Yeah. That was an incredibly good hit, and I think if that chase had gone on for any longer than the no time at all that it took to get that down, then the camping may have turned out to be time wasted. But because of Flower's absurd lethality and the unexpected snipe from the hook, I think that was a risk for sure, because if all 3 are on gens, if you don't get the down right off the back of your securing stages, then that puts you behind on tempo considerably throughout the match, especially with your Ruin also gone and your Corrupt gone. But between the early game delay and just Flowers being a very consistently strong Billy, that was a lot of early pressure that just kind of came out of nowhere. It didn't probably feel like the snowball was on top of Team Kingdom, rolling down the hill, getting bigger and bigger until it actually crashed into them.
So the thing is, I feel like the entire tournament has every single Billy gotten a 4K. Now we can count like a 3K with a hatch, but like have they always gotten like the kills? Like
I think Lonely got a 2K with Billy at one point. I think that was Lonely's only non-win was a 2K with Billy, I think. But most part Billy's done very, very well.
So it could be interesting to see how these teams will be countering Billy, because as right now the meta right now is Billy. So what are they going to do? Are they going to be like, okay, we're gonna ban him just so we don't need to worry about it, or are we going to develop a strategy to try to counter this onslaught of Billies that we've been seeing in every beginning match? Because Billy has been proving to be very, very insane. And the thing is if you don't ban Billy for round 1 and you find out a counter, you might have a leg up on the other team. You just got to find a way to do it. I thought a bit of a strategy. I don't know if any team will use it. There's a possibility to run like Ace in the Hole and like a Plunderer's build to try to get a key in a chest and then play for the hatch. Because if the thing is if you can't beat the Billy, you play for endgame. You see these people running No Ed, No Way Out, Rancor, this endgame stuff. So what if you try to beat them at their own game, play endgame, try to play for a hatch, a key from a chest, and maybe get, even if it's just a 1 survive, that could be the difference, like in this game, between taking the round or not.
I can 100% see it, especially if they're not going to risk banning Billy because they want to use Billy, because that's also the case is either no one gets Billy because he gets banned, or both sides will pick him. And especially now with Linksy also on the Billy train. So I'm interested to see whether we're going to see more Billy bans coming out, because maybe someone's very confident on a particular kill, like say Alf on Nurse or Linksy on Wraith perhaps, players who are confident on their killers might be like, I will get more value out of a Billy ban than my opponents will, because they might not be as confident on killers that aren't Billy, whereas people like Lynxie and Alpha have got these pocket picks. They're wraiths, they're nurses, bubbers, whatever. Other characters that they know well how to play, and think it's worth taking the Billy picker off the table completely, sacrificing their ability to play Billy just to force both sides to play on the back foot a little bit, knowing they have the advantage in that situation. But I don't know. I don't think, and it's too early to say, especially now that everyone's on the Billy train. Any particular maps you think are going to be prioritized now that Billy is like the flavor of the month?
Well, next round I feel like we might see a Billy ban for round 2, but when it comes to like choosing Billy, people are going to definitely want to go to Blood Lodge. Like, it's a nice open map, and I don't think we'll be seeing that much Rotten Fields just because of the scarcity of jungle gyms and loops. But yeah, nice big open maps. There we go. Cold Tower, Team Swing versus Team Kingdom. It's a nice 50-50 map. Something that both teams have proven to be very comfortable with. It'll be interesting to see how things play out.
Absolutely. Lynxie's been able to do 3 generator traps before on this map, where she'll find 3 generators and just stick to them like glue. Her Wraith match against, it might actually have been Team Swing prior. Oh, it's another chainsaw killer this time. It's a very different strategy with a very different map in mind. That's Bubba. Lynxie breaking out the Bubba pick, last seen on Cold Tower before.
And I think a lot of the momentum of this match is going to be determined how fast she can get the first down. By how fast she can get the first down, that determines the momentum. With Billy, you have a high mobility. You can go from across the map. And I'd imagine these survivors from Team Swing are going to be doing a lot of pre-drops to try to counter the pressure. So I'd be interested to see how Lynxie can convert early pressure early on with Bubba here.
Yeah, well, this is Cold Tower. The resources are somewhat limited due to the map's small size. But it does mean you can get the resources you need from basically anywhere. So we'll see. It could be a double-edged sword for Team Swing, potentially trying to handle the Bubba pick on this map. Do you reckon we're going to see much aggressive camping like you've seen before? Because Lynxie, when playing Bubba, I noticed didn't camp as much as maybe she could have done when she played Bubba before.
Well, from the Billy pick we know she's been experimenting and going to the Day1 mobile gym, so she's been practicing a little bit. I'd imagine we might see a little bit of camping, especially from the first match probably. Well, I like that because, to be honest, there was an issue with when it comes to playing Bubba, or I think you said she didn't camp, so I think she's going to adapt a little bit in the future when it comes to playing.
Okay,
and go for it a little bit more.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be interesting because Lynxie with Bubba before, it always went up on Suffocation Pit, which would have been a nightmare, but the big thing to worry about on Cold Tower is the main building, because there's obviously a window there, and potentially leading to more filler pallets and windows on either side, because there can be jungle gym on either side of the main building. So getting around there with your chainsaw may be a little challenging, because even if the main building had walls broken, pallets gone, make the looping difficult, there's a good chance that that window alone stops her momentum with the chainsaw. But we've also seen before Lynxie's been willing to use the basement. She did that, I think, with Wraith before. She got a basement hook at 5 gens and just won off the back of it because her 3 gens and room were in the middle of it. There's a very real chance that if Lynxie can get a basement hook, especially if it's in main building near a 3 gen, that's just curtains. That could very easily just spell the end of the game before it even starts, by just securing a basement hook and deciding, yeah, you're going to die in there. You're not making it out. Because we all know Bubba in the basement is kind of a consignment to the Shadow Realm, if you will.
We've been seeing Lynxie also play, well, speaking of 3 gens, we've also seen Lynxie do a 3 gen setup with a Ruin Totem at the house. She was able to hunker down a 3 gen, and she knows how Team Swing plays. If all the entire team's injured, they tend to run away and try to reset. So she knows how this particular matchup plays, and she had the element of surprise playing Wraith on the matchup previously, because this is the team that she had to face with a 3 gen setup. So she won't have that stealth surprise that Wraith had before. So it'd be interesting to see how she uses Bubba if she gets into a similar scenario.
I fear she may have a slightly harder time. All that time that Team Swing went just resetting its Wraith constantly over and over again, draining their medkits and still wasting time while one person died on the hook. That reset time, I don't think Lynx is going to get the privilege of that time, because he's playing not only an immobile killer, but one with a chainsaw, an insta-down. So I think Team Swing are going to prioritize healing and resetting much less aggressively than they were before. It was a lot more dangerous to risk resets against a bubble than it is a Wraith, because you get healthy, great, chainsaw still insta-downs you. So it seems more likely, I expect we're going to see some more gen warriors trying to force through gens to break a potential early 3-gen than we are going to see the slower, grindier 3-gen strategy that we saw with the Wraith. There is going to be a 3-gen. Team Swing are going to be a lot more aware of it, I think, because Bubba is so much more immobile. Might be patrolling a certain area, but also be more inclined to try and break it. So we're going to see toolboxes, maybe approve. We try and pick one of the gens that could be a risky 3-gen, gen, and just smash it immediately before a hook can be done near it.
Yeah, I think you may be right with that. So it might be a little bit difficult to try to get the first early pressure off, just due to the nature of Bubba's mobility. And I think a lot of this ultimately rides on how fast the first down comes into play. When it comes to the build, I think we're going to be seeing very likely a no-ed, very similar gen control-y style. We've been seeing that. That's been predominantly the meta that we've been seeing from our killer players here. So I don't think we'll be seeing that changing. It'd be a different story if we were going to be seeing like some Spirit Fury enduring Bubba full-on bum rush tailgating build. But I think it's very unlikely that we'll be seeing something like that. So in that respect, I think we'll be seeing try to get the first guy out early as possible, possibly play a 3-gen. The only other way that we might see something quite different is if we see something completely out of left field with a potential chaser build, or maybe even just full endgame with like a no way out, no ed, possibly Rancor type thing.
I could very well see it. Well, one thing she had in her side in the Wraith game on Cold Tower before was the Ruin Totem. Okay, that spawned right where she needed it. It spawned next to the basement entrance so she could patrol it in the middle of a 3-gen. Everything kind of fell into place where it should have done. There's no guarantee if she's running Ruin even, but she does run it a lot, so Ruin I think is probably to be expected, to be realistic. There's no guarantee that it'll spawn somewhere useful for her. It could spawn on the middle of a hill in the corner next to Shack near no gens at all. Or it could spawn exactly where it did before, or somewhere even better, like upstairs in main. There are a lot of ways that Ruin could spawn that may help or hinder her, and let's see if she can handle if she's trying 3-gen, let's say the Ruin's somewhere unfortunate and it goes early or outside of her 3-gen where she can't really contest it. How she adapts to that. Maybe we're going to see a pop goes the Weasel. If not, she's planning on 3-genning a lot, maybe getting some quick downs just Bubba's lethality. Maybe we would be inclined to. We've seen Ruin pop before, we've seen the combination of Ruin and pop used in this tournament before. Not a lot, but we have seen it. Maybe we'll see pop used again. But yeah, looks like we're still getting everything ready. Everyone getting themselves prepped for this match. It is going to be on Cold Tower, and we're getting started right now.
And it looks like she's very close to the 2 first survivors. This might look like a very nice start beginning. It seems like the mind game didn't come off here, as she was not able to get the conversion quite too early here. Going to be chasing over to Duff. Looks like he might be in a potential dead zone. Oh no, he has a jungle gym here. But it seems like she's moving quite fast. Oh, a little bit stuck, unfortunately.
Once again, Nixie leaving the bamboozle at home for Leatherface. Something didn't work out too well for her before, but we'll see how it plays out on this map. Same build as was on Billy, by the way. So Corrupt, Ruin, Noed, and Lethal Pursuer. The exact same build. With a very different Chainsaw Boy and a very different map. And there goes the Tantrum, unfortunately, on that log.
She's trying to get a conversion on the Tantrum for a pallet break, but unfortunately does not get the distance for it. Now she's going to be going over to Swarm and Swart over here. Hopefully she'll be able to try to get a conversion off with the chainsaw. I assume they're going to be doing some early pre-drops as Bubba has an insta down. Swarm decides to do a little bit of greeting, making it to the window on the side and going more central. So around this jungle gym chase is going to be something that not having Baboozle here is going to be a little bit hurtful. The double pallet comes out from Swarm and he gets the distance off to leave the jungle gym. That is his signal.
Absolutely. Well, importantly, that area of the map is now significantly diminished to pallets. The third pallet's gone. The jungle gym's been heavily stymied, meaning that Lynxie could potentially chase there again in the near future. That's the first gen completed in the LT wall in the corner. And that seems to be an unfortunate combination of windows for Lynxie, because that is an LT into the jungle gym at the back, into a further pallet on the other side, and it goes kind of close to the main building. So there's a whole lot of problems that Lynxie has to deal with, and I think that's going to be a lot of chainsawing pallets and try to force through M1s.
This map had a double pallet loop on the jungle gyms. That's very brutal to deal with. But she's removed at least like around 3 to 4 already. So she's going to be making this map almost pallet scarce with Bubba's ability. It seems like this seems to be her strategy going forward, trying to make sure that the survivors do not have any resources to try to go for safety, as she's absolutely munching down on all these pallets.
Yes, it looks. That's a cheeky M1 on Swit there, but importantly, Swit was in the tile with Lynxie's ruin totem. Doesn't appear to have called it out to the teammates. Maybe they didn't see it. Maybe the teammates would rather get the gen progress done and force a kind of 3-gen with the ruin somewhat exposed. But I guess we'll see, because it's another gen. Someone forced off another generator. The rest of the gens aren't incredibly highly progressed. They're halfway, but they're not exactly about to pop. And Lynx is getting to chase 2 people off at once. This could be a first down coming in very, very soon.
And that visual terror is proving to be very helpful to the survivors, as they're making sure to keep their distance away from her and be able to get to a very good spot to go for another chase. They seem to be able to convert every single chase into a pallet loop, as she's chasing Mr. Swirt over into the shack, who vaulted a window, who's going to go over to the pallet now. And it seems like she's going to be able to get this free shack pallet here, and that is about 6 to 7 pallets down already. They're running down
so
low on
many
resources.
We say that, but there seems to be another jungle gym there, and tapping Swit just as they go under the pallet. And looks like there's no survivors around, so but barring something that I'm not seeing, Lynxie gets that first hook. Looks like might lose another gen for it though, with looks like Swarm's gen popping there.
And she does convert to Tony really early. It seems like she's going to commit here. And there's still more pallets on these jungle gyms. That must be absolutely brutal. And it seems like she wants to control the gens. She does have a 3-gen setup. It'll be interesting to see if she uses it to her full advantage.
Well,
she will see Kuwait here.
Very fortunately, Kuwait has dealt with the ruin. Ruin is gone. So question is, will Lynxie be able to take a vengeance for her fallen totem? Or will this jungle gym, this LT into jungle gym setup prove to be her downfall? I guess we'll see. Looking pretty good for Kuwait so far, but Swarm's on main building gen. Will Lynxie drop the chase, or will she commit? So she's kind of committing to Kuwait right now.
And she's really trying to get some value out of these chainsaws here. She hasn't been going for very much M1s, and it looks like she's got to find a strategy. And she's going to do a 3-gen hold, possibly. She's going to hear them, and she needs to get a conversion so the last 2 generators do not pop off. Swarm likely has balanced landing. There she goes.
She's just cruising over to Tony the Duff. He's not making much distance.
Won't be getting that window.
Oh, the M1 just before he gets out of range there. So the remaining gens, while she does have a 3-gen, with no particular aggression to go with it, she has got a 3-gen, that is something. Especially in an area almost entirely deprived of resources at this point.
And a very similar situation that she was in with Wraith, but unfortunately she won't be able to get the stealth that she had previously. She's trying to bait out Swarm, as that's worked in plenty of previous times. Unfortunately gets a little bit of stagger on the ground. Unfortunately, a tantrum.
It's Dead by Daylight, the game where chainsaws are countered by trees, not the other way around. But nevertheless, Lynxie is undeterred. The gens are not terribly progressed, and is she going to checking to see whether she can deliver a kick or hop into her next chase? Guess we'll have to wait and see what she ends up doing next.
I'm very surprised she didn't go back into the main building here to try to start regressing the top gen, as that's the only one with progress. She should be able to hear that. And she knows that they're not on the generators. They're all very spread out. It seems like they want to probably play it safe and get a reset on their players first before going into the almighty one-shot down Bubba.
Yes, they getting anyone other than Swarm to do that generator in main building is going to be a chore for them, because if Bubba catches up to them and they're forced to stagger due to not having balanced landing, that's going to be a really hard escape. And is that the only pallet they have left? That little third at the side, is that the only one they've got left?
I think it's very likely, and it's proving to be like the pallets aren't really as safe as they are on other killers, as Bubba's able to just completely annihilate every single one by one. She's very scared of this balance landing here. It's probably going to come into play, and there it goes. Swarm decides to go right back in the building. Doesn't want to tantrum up, playing a little bit safe, and Swarm is trying to do a back-to-back play. She may get the conversion here, but Swarm may get the window vault.
Slides off the tank tracks and is going on to Swit, and Quiet's down in the corner. Sprint, they got Sprint bursting away from Swit there. Seems to be committing, but there are windows here, which will be a little challenging for Lacey to deal with. Does she get this connect? Oh,
very close.
A chainsaw gently brushing Swit's hair, but not quite getting the hit there. That was unfortunate for Linksy.
And it seems like the pressure's on, as the last 3 generators have at least 50% progress on the board, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to hold this down. She needs to get some early pressure here or rely on an end game play going forth.
So I forget she has got that NOED, so it really is anybody's game to see if she's able to crack back and get no value. Swarm picking her bounce landing up again? No, Swarm bounce landing. Oh, hello.
Does she get the conversion off on him though? She decides not to chase him, go for Tony instead. And what I assume is that each of these players are running a different exhaustion perk and trying to get to a position where they could utilize each perk to their max potential. You see Swarm with a balanced landing, as he's going to do it right here. Lori with a sprint burst, but he does not. He's apparently exhausted. Does she get the conversion off? Decides not to go for it. Chainsaw there. I wonder if that's a mistake.
I can see why she would though, just to make sure that she does get it, because revving up the chainsaw of course means she won't get the window. That's a quick down on Swit there out of nowhere. Last gen's at 90%. Slugging here is a risk due to the potential adrenaline play. It could go quite badly, but it looks like no one gets hit by adrenaline yet, as the last gates are powered. Into going back to the slug perhaps.
That was a very tricky situation for her, as all the generators had at least 70% of progress on her headset. She could probably be like, oh my god, this one's going to pop, this one's going to pop. Unfortunately, every single generator is almost about to pop. So she's going to have to try to get a conversion on this kill. Maybe 1, maybe 2. We're going to have to see if NOED is going to be coming into play when it comes to endgame here.
I was trying to see, where is that totem? I can't see where the NOED totem is. Can you? Looks like it might be giving her the 1k and not risking a save against a camping Bubba with NOED. Honestly, a play I can respect out of sheer desire to not feed yourself into the meat grinder that is Leatherface.
Very safe play going forth indeed too, because she wants to make sure she gets at least 1 point on the board, so they at least have a little bit of a chance to get the round. If her team gets at least a 4-man out, they can possibly take the round. So playing a little bit safe here, getting that 1 kill, and going forth, this is a lot of pressure for Team Kingdom survivors going into the next match.
Absolutely. I'm sure this is the last thing they wanted after her solid performance was Billy in the first round. But that was a very unfortunate round 2 for Team Kingdom there. Looks like Tony probably getting plenty of alert value for all the pallets that Linksy was breaking. Because when you break your pallet every 30 seconds, you're gonna be showing your aura to the teammates all the time. Apologies.
Interesting 2 perk choices. I think Swarm was running Wake Up. Do they think that extra gate opening time will come in play? And also I saw Kuwait running Plunderers. Maybe they're going to start doing, like, looking for keys. And that might come into play in one of these matches. And that could be the main difference between getting a point on the board or not.
I did briefly see Kuwait opening a chest almost in the middle of chase. Like, what I think it was while Swit was being chased at one of the young dims at the start. I saw Kuwait opening a chest and was like, is that Kuwait doing a totem? But no, it was a chest. And having Plunderers makes that make a lot more sense now.
I'd be genuinely curious how much value they're getting out of that plunderers there. I don't particularly remember if players have been running plunderers the entire tournament, but from what I can see, Kuwait's running it, so they might be trying something out different. Maybe the players probably could have heard it from the stream. We never know.
Well, I think I've seen it once or twice, but not as far from. It's been far from like a normal pick, let's put it that way. At least in my observations. That map, I have to say, Coal Tower, while it's an excellent map on paper, I think Lynxie did struggle with the windows. It felt like every time I tried to bring a chainsaw up, there's just another window for her to have to use. And the lack of bamboozle, something that I've seen again from, like, she used to play Bubble before, never with bamboozle as far as I've seen. Not having Bam Bam potentially puts her at a lot of risk of these kinds of setups, but making it possible to use a chainsaw. I think that's kind of what she ran into a little bit there with the LT wall into the jungle gym, into the fella pallet in the corner, into main building. That's a lot of stuff you have to try and get through. So as soon as the survivors were in any sort of danger, they go from the corner either into main or into the LT wall. Either way, there's windows there for days to make the chainsaw awkward to use. So I think that was pretty brutal for her, especially with the ruin disappearing after not too long.
I'd imagine a lot of her build is heavily reliant on getting the most value she can out of that ruin. As she's playing Bubba and she's going to be fighting fire with fire, basically this pallet breaking machine versus a group of survivors that are going to be pushing gens as hard as possible. So the fact of the matter is, I think that early ruin cleanse was very, very brutal for her situation. If the Ruin Totem stayed up for longer, I feel like we might have seen a little bit of a different match. But this going fire with fire play is a very risky pick, going forth with Bubba there, and especially against how this team was playing with their quad exhaustion. You see, she chases Lori, sprint burst away, chases Swarm, balance landing, and then the other two players, they have the dead hard, they have their lives, they're constantly being like, we have the visual terror radius, and they're moving early away from her to try to get max value out of live. Position themselves to be in a situation to get max value out of dead hard, max value out of live, and it proves to be very difficult, especially on a killer like Bubba. So it's quite hard.
Yeah, a lot of it was the risk of playing a killer without mobility or stealth, trying to hold a 3-gen with Ruin gone and everyone's alive. That is pretty much the worst case scenario Lynxie could be in. Having someone dead at that point, maybe their ability to pre-run while continuing to maintain gen pressure gets diminished significantly. But the fact that they had so many pallets to just guide them through the early game long enough that when it came to a 3-gen, they had the people to just power through it. Because that's what we were seeing. We were seeing lots of pre-running. As soon as one person chased off a generator, 3 more start swarming the other gens. Because that's why all the gens were about 80% progress by the time the match was over. Because it was a lot of no time was wasted by team Swing. So a lot of there was a lot of they weren't focusing on trying to focus on one gen. They were trying to get pressure on all of them at once. And just by nickel and diming her away, pre-running to her from actually getting her down, or otherwise making her super overcommit to the point that they get free gen pressure. That's kind of what happened with, I think it was Swarm, the Lorry with the sprint burst. Like, Lynxie wasted so much time there, committing to that chase she probably shouldn't have done. Once she knew the sprint burst was used, maybe going back to somebody else who used their exhaustion could have been a better play. But at that point, it's just a question of how much persistence you've got and how quickly Team Swing are going to make a mistake. And they didn't. Team Swing played very, very well for the most part, and it reflected in the score.
I think she had different opportunities when it came to chasing Swarm within the match as well. She pushed Swarm off that main building at least 4 or 5 different times, and Swarm, I think, only had bounce landing once. So I'm genuinely curious if there were 3 or 4 times that she chased Swarm, if there was a possibility she would have been able to get a down off somewhere in there, as she was trying to mind game a lot. I wonder if it would have played differently if she just kind of disrespected and pushed forward, because at one point she pushed Swarm off the building, but due to the fact of the position of the boxes on the top, he didn't drop. He couldn't see her. So I'm wondering if it would be if there was anything that she could have done a little bit differently when it came to that building in particular. Also, I'm wondering if she got an early down at 2 gens. I wonder if she should have camped that instead.
Maybe. I think I think what screwed her over at main building more than anything else was actually the tank tracks, because obviously there's the open door, the window next to it, and then the 2 tank tracks at the front. Every time she dropped, she landed on one of the tank tracks, meaning she had to drop twice because you fall to the tank tracks and then fall from the tank tracks to the ground. If she'd have been able to stick that landing, been able to go from the top window straight into the ground without having to hit the tank tracks on the way down, it requires a lot of control over your fall. But if you can do that, that means that Swarm just gains, without balanced landing, pretty much no distance. But the problem was, Swarm was landing on the ground, Lynx was landing on the tank tracks, meaning that she'd had to fall twice, wasting time, and that much time wasted allowed Swarm to get to a window that he probably shouldn't have been able to get to, just because Lynx spent time falling when she didn't need to. And that was that I think, just a little thing, a tiny little thing. But that was all it needed, I think, to make Swarm very hard to touch on that main building, even without balanced landing, because there was obviously the filler pallet next to the window. So if Swarm makes that window, either he can go back up the stairs and try it again, or he can go through the window into the filler pallet and go back around. So more or less just like the Benny Hill theme playing. It's like up and down main building like a Scooby-Doo chase. Every time Lynxie fell there, even with that balanced landing in place, there's a little bit of inefficiencies of time spent by falling in the wrong place or chainsawing in the wrong location.
When it came to like the different chases, it seems like she was dropping the chase a lot on Swarm. She was committing heavily on trying to get a chainsaw down. I'm wondering if maybe she could have, if it would have turned out to be a little bit different, she went for a little bit more M1s. As when she was playing Wraith, she was able to M1, everyone's injured, and they have to go to reset. So I'm wondering if not M1ing in certain scenarios were not beneficial. But it's a little bit harsh to say that, as for the 3 jungle gyms that were there were double pallets. So it's very difficult to not use your chainsaw on such a pallet-ridden jungle gym setup so close to the main building. And the main building itself had 2 very solid chasebreaker pallets in the front as well, along with that window in the back. So it's just a very difficult setup.
I can't think of a single moment in the matches there where the survivors found weren't close enough to a window that they could get away. Like even on Tony's gen in the corner, like the opposite corner to the double pallets, there was you go from the gen, then the 5 seconds you're fast vaulting a window, and that makes the punishing them for being off on their own on a corner generator very hard to do, because the only way you can go as the killer ends up leading Tony perfectly into a window vault. So again, it limits the effectiveness of the chainsaw even more. It was a very, I think, difficult map to do chainsawing on, which is a problem when your killer's entire power is using a chainsaw. Yeah, it's not the easiest thing in the world. But I think, given difficult circumstances, I think Lynxie did all right. I think Team Swing are breathing a massive sigh of relief after a performance in round 1. And I'm wondering what Team King's gonna make of this, because they're playing on Cold Tower now against an unknown killer. I guess we're gonna find out now. Oh, it's a nurse. Oh, it's a nurse.
I think, is this the first time that Connect Flowers has played nurse in the tournament?
I think so. I think this is our second nurse after Alf.
Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see. I'd imagine Connect Flowers has been practicing nurse, and you might see something crazy going on. Because it's interesting, as when you're up against a team, you're not going to ban a killer you've never seen them play before. That would not be smart unless you have some sort of like inside information on their team. So I wonder how insane Kinetic will do with the nurse here.
Oh, Flowers just trimming Running Man's hat there as through a very near lethal pursuer blink hit, and is now Trapper nursing poorly.
Now trying to catch up here, able to get a conversion on Paulie through the back. It seems like we'll be using the jungle gym. Unfortunately does not make the corner there, and that should be the first down.
Yeah, sadly, no pallet available for Paulie there at that one. The pallet's at the other end of the jungle gym. Pretty unfortunate turn of events, and a very quick first hook for Team Flowers.
A slight little bit check in the locker to see if someone's close by. And it seems like they're going to be pushing generators. It'd be interesting to see how Kinetic Flowers will be playing this. Will she try to get the conversion on Polly really early, or will she go jump around a little bit and try to make the most use out of Nurse's mobility with her add-ons as well?
I think it's something that Flowers realizes here, and the build indicates this to me as well.
Mhm.
But Flowers knows they don't need to do particularly well to win this round, because all they need to do is guarantee 2 kills to secure a win in this in second match. That's I think why Paulie's being camped right now, and why there is a no way out in this build, because to kill 1 kill at the start by camping, even if you lose every gen for it, Noed could just give you another one. That could be a fairly secure 2k without really needing to do anything.
I think
And this down being so early on Paulie indicates that might be the Nurse's plan.
Oh wow, the 4% coming out. That might be actually really huge for Team Kingdom here, as it'll give them more time to get the generators off. It's all, I think the main question here is how much pressure, I mean, how many gens can Team Kingdom do as the Nurse camps? Is she deciding not to camp here?
She's breaking away.
Wow,
But
that's bold.
but with 2 gens left to complete, that was a very bizarre looking hit on King there. But importantly, there is no progress on any other gens on the map. Which, while the Nurse doesn't have any regression per se, there's no ruin, no pop or anything like that. That's the dicey situation for King Kingdom to be in, with Paulie on death hook and King unable to get a save. So it's going right in with aggressive swing.
Flower is definitely going to be chasing Paula here. It'll be interesting. Oh, she doesn't have to chase. Oh, okay. I was about to say.
Yeah, for a second that was very confusing, especially because we know that Paulie does not have decisive strike because he Kobe in the Nurse's face. But it looks like Paulie's giving Flowers a bit of a run for the money in this situation, but unfortunately having to flare out into the corner of the map, and that may result in his death.
Paulie seems to be doing the best that he can right now, trying to stall out as much time as possible for his team. And even though this is him dead on hook, there's going to be the last 2 generators going to be pushed in the end here. There's going to be a lot of pressure going forth for Team Kingdom.
Absolutely, and once again, the Nurse having no regression to speak of, and perhaps more critically, only 1 no way out stack, at least so far. So if they can prevent the Nurse from getting many more downs, many more hooks, maybe they have a potential to turn this around.
It'll be a little bit of an uphill battle, as all that Team Swing needs is another kill to take the round. So they need to come out with all 3 alive, and they still have to face that Noed.
Yeah, Noed could be very, very threatening, especially if... For a second, I thought that was going to be a grab. For a second, that looked so close. I thought that I was going for a grab, but unfortunately, it didn't quite happen. Oh, the dead hard from outer space, keeping Running Man out of the Nurse's greasy grip. But she's not content to let that gen go.
Gets a connection right on Candy just barely as she turns the corner. And now it looks like Candy's going to be trying to loop around this building here. Might be a little bit difficult to get conversion off. Very close.
There's so many blinks here where it's been so incredibly close to getting the down there. I think Flower's plan here could be just to get the down, wait for the last gen to pop, and then camp with Noah till Candy dies. That might be the plan. But there is the concern that if that does happen, of No Way Out proccing, and the survivors deciding, right, we'll use this time to find and get rid of the Noah. That is something that I think Flower's need to worry about, especially if they now know Noah's in play.
And I don't think she saw the survivor running to the door there.
I think she should have that. Oh, she scratch marks now. But before, maybe Flowers would have wanted to slug if they were confident about that. Oh, but that is risky. And the Noed is there.
Ooh.
So the Nurse could just stand on top of the Noed with a blink held up to protect anyone going for the unhook and probably just secure a 2k and therefore a round win by just standing there.
I feel like Team Kingdom here, they almost have to go for this save or try to get Candy off. You gotta pray that she has like deliverance, possibly, or something, to get off. Maybe even a 4%. Because they really need this, at least 3 survives to make it around a tie. going
Yeah,
forth.
it looks like King is that opening a chest in the corner of the map? Because he's fairly close to the hook. But Flowers even doesn't do chance making sure the door isn't being done. Looks like Running Man's opened the other door, putting them on 2 timers now, the Death Hook timer and the EGC timer. So this is a dicey situation for Team Flowers to be in. But Kane's going for the unhook, it looks like. But does Flowers realise? Does Flowers know? Do they know? Flowers does know.
Oh, I don't think she saw him. I think that door open is making her really paranoid, and she might want to. Does she want to go for like a little bit of greedy play? She's doing this. Oh my god, this proximity play.
Now
Oh, this is going to be very risky.
Unfortunate from Running Man. The Noed coming in to do absolute God's work. Up in like 4 health states just torn through with Noed. It looks like snatching, unfortunately, defeat from the jaws of lesser defeat. Looks like that might be a end game 4K for Team Swing's Flowers.
Ooh. And I think that Team Kingdom did everything they could, as they need to kind of go all in if they really want this round. So they had to pray that the nurse didn't see them as they were going for the door open and as they went for the save. If everything went perfectly, they could have gone out there scot-free, but it wouldn't. Everything would have needed to fall into place, for a fortunate result.
I think Flowers are waiting out a potential deliverance from King there, but no, I think King's got it. I think poorly unhooking himself. You see the nurse playing with her food a little bit. You see that poorly 4%ing himself at the start. I think actually maybe robbed the team of a safe unhook. They needed to get a deliverance off, but they weren't getting a hook anyway because the nurse was camping. But you know what I mean. The deliverance in this match very unlikely to be able to proc, and on that. An unfortunate and brutal result for Team Kingdom after a pretty solid like early game.
And that's also with the Noed tournament play too. Noed has been proving to be very powerful in endgame here. I'm genuinely wonder if any teams will try to cleanse all 5 totems before it hits to endgame, but I don't think that the teams have been having enough time to do that. Noed's been proving to be a solid way to secure a kill, especially if someone's on a hook. And look at that, going straight from a 1K, converting into 2K, right into a 4K at the end there. Very solid.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, poorly the guy on hook ending up having first guy hooked. Obviously, is the one who has deliverance. That's Sod's law, you know. Like anyone who's played Survivor for more than 10 seconds with deliverance knows that you're the first one to get chased every single time. And even though he had distortion to counter the lethal pursuer, poorly turned out to be no exception to that rule, unfortunately. I think the game changer there was the Noed spawning within blink range of the hook. That was the big one.
I think they Team Kingdom did a very interesting play where they opened up the door, and it made Flowers a little bit paranoid that they were like, are they leaving? Are they going to do this? But Flowers had a very interesting tactic. I think she was running nurse range add-ons and just running away from the hill to wane them into a false sense of security, and then just be in blinking range with a Noed hit. So that totem, like you said, being right next to the hook, it was absolutely brutal. But I think if the Noed totem didn't spawn there, Flowers would likely have camped anyway to secure a 2K for the round win, regardless.
Yeah, the hook being on the hill makes it very hard to dive, especially because it's also near a door. Like that hook was in the worst possible place. It was on a hill, next to a door, and the Noed totem. Like that hook could not have been better positioned for Flowers' purposes. And it was very, very unfortunate for Team Kingdom that it ended up there.
Another thing I noticed is that at the start of the match, we noticed with Swing, they had like 3 double pallet loops. Paulie had hit the first jungle gem, just 1 pallet. It's a little bit unfortunate. If there were 2 pallets there, I think he would have been able to get a stun off during the chase. And I don't know, when at the start it looked like that kinetic was off to a little bit of a shaky start with Nurse, as missing a lot of M1s, able to get all the gens completed. So I wonder, well, if things could have played out a little bit differently there, as it was a very uphill battle for going forth for Kingdom, and I think they did like the best they could have with the resources they had. It was just a very difficult scenario to be in.
Oh, I absolutely agree. The map RNG favored Kingdom in neither game, which is unfortunate because Lynxie had to deal with a million windows, but then when Flowers has to deal with the same map, the relative lack of usable resources really proved their undoing at the start, because Pauli's chase had gone for a little bit longer, that could have meant that could have prevented having to worry about the no way out, because of the time saved could well have translated into more gens being done. It's very, very
Paulie was the
worrying.
man that just wouldn't die. He's on the hook, and then he just about to go to struggle hook, gets the 4%, and runs away from the nurse. She finds him, and then he gets unhooked, and he's like, oh, but he burned a lot of time for her at the start, which was the keystone play for them getting all the generators done to get a nice conversion off as a nice setup for the rest of the match. It's the unfortunate RNG with the end game there.
Yeah.
They did the best they could even in the end game, opening up the door, making the nurse paranoid, being slightly out of view, trying to make sure that she can try to do a mess up. But that NOED coming into play. I think what Team Kingdom was hoping was that Flowers was going to do a little bit of a mess up with the blink and maybe miss a lot like how they were doing at the start of the match.
I think they were put in an awkward position because Swing knew they only needed 2 kills to win the round. And if you bring the right perks for it, like obviously Flowers did, that's a very, very hard thing to stop a nurse of all killers from getting. Like, all she needs to do, get one down quickly, camp it, and then NOED an end game to secure a second. Like, that was all that Swing needed. It doesn't require a lot of effort to do, not to diminish Flowers' play at all, absolutely not. But it's not like you need to 4K at 5 gens or anything.
Yeah.
You need to just scrape 2 kills because of Lynxie's pretty rough round 2, and everything just fell into place exactly as Swing needed it. And that was something I think, given the circumstances that were pretty dire, I think Team Kingdom did the best they could, especially taking the risks to get the unhook there. Because yes, they could give Swing the 2 out, but that still means that Swing wins the round. So they have to take these risks, because otherwise they're just signing themselves to defeat. Like, you've got to play to your outs, and your only out situation, the only way you can prevent this being an outright loss for you is getting that unhook. And even with the odds against you, with so many things that just make your life difficult, you have to go for it, because that's the only other options you've got.
Yeah. Otherwise, the other team takes the round completely. So it's just they had to go all in, and even if they went down, they could have escaped and gotten a 2-man out, but they knew they're like, if we don't get this 3rd out here, they take the round regardless. The amount of kills here matter a lot, so it's good that they knew that call. It's just, honestly, they did the best they could.
They did, yes. Kingdom would never in for an easy task, and honestly, nor was Lynxie when she loaded in on that coal tower before, with Bubba of all killers. But maybe we'll see a turnaround of fortunes between Kingdom and round 3, because it's clear that Kingdom can perform well. We saw it in the Lynxie's round 1. We even saw it to some degree in Flowers round 2, where they got the gens done. And if Flowers had had any objective more difficult than getting 2 kills, they'd probably given Flowers a good run for his money. But unfortunately, they had such a difficult task to do against a killer and a build and a map that was not going to let them do that at all easily. It was not going to be. It was very much an uphill battle, but maybe on round 3 we'll see a more even playing field, and we'll see Kingdom be able to maybe regain some dignity after an unfortunate round 2 for them.
Speaking of round 3, what killer do you think that Lynxie will be bringing for round 3?
I maybe, given that the killer she's been shakiest with so far has been Bubba, I think there is a decent chance that Bubba gets picked again, or at least that they don't ban Bubba. because they've seen her Billy. I'm pretty sure Billy's off limits now. They've seen her Wraith, and Wraith is pretty scary too. I think they might be confident, especially if they can take into a map full of windows at Suffocation Pit, that they may let Bubba through and potentially give Lynxie a killer that she's not played particularly consistently on. Well, she's good at getting like 1Ks, maybe 2Ks, but they need to perform well in round 3. And putting a killer who Lynxie's been able to do well with, like Wraith available, I think is something they don't want to risk. They'd rather, I think, maybe hamstring themselves, so maybe they can, because Flowers has demonstrated they can play a fair few different killers. I guess we'll see, but it looks like Family Residence is the map that's been chosen. Pretty okay map, quite large. Unfortunately, too much terrain to really let it facilitate a Billy pick, most likely, but there are still options that could work here. I'd be interested to see how something like, for example, a Spirit would form this map, or maybe a Huntress.
There's a lot less of verticality, so we're going to have to be seeing what type of... I'm wondering what type of killer she'll choose here. I honestly think that there's a possibility that Wraith and Billy possibly have gotten banned already, and Lynxie will be playing Sadako. Wow, that's a very interesting choice. Sadako has a lot of map mobility, and I'm wondering, this is the first time that we're seeing Lynxie play Sadako. Let's see how she does. Starting off the chase with Kawaii.
That's the same add-on we've seen from her before, the tape editing deck. Make all sides spawn with tapes in their hands. With Lethal Pursuer, that creates a lot of early pressure very aggressively. Taking chase with Kawaii immediately, who pre-drops like her life depends on it. For all we know, it may well do.
And getting a little bit of struggle here, getting the first M1 off, and then injuring Kawaii. The tape editing deck has been proving to be very useful, as there's been a couple condemned kills within the previous matches, and now Lynxie will be able to get her first teleport at Shack to try to cut Kawaii off. Unfortunately, Kawaii sees it coming as they chase around the mini pagoda. And
interestingly, does not commit to Swear, who momentarily gained 4 stacks of condemned there with 3 from the tape plus 1 from the teleport. Although it looks like the ruin's actually in a fairly well concealed spot. It's in the middle of some foliage. Rather hard to notice, but let's see if
wow. She's doing a very interesting tech that Sadako mains typically do, which is the demanifestation tech to intermittently become invisible to throw off the survivor that you're chasing. Unfortunately, has not been able to get the conversion off yet, but it's very interesting that she's been doing it indeed. Trying to get Kawaii caught off guard. To get this early kill is very important to get the amount of pressure. She thinks that Meg is going to be doing the mind games, and this rock loop's proving to be very difficult to work around.
But it seems in particular that is a nice quick downfall corrupt is over. But importantly, it looks like the other 3 have all put their tapes away. They're all at 0 stacks of condemned again, or 1 in the case of Swit. So Lynxie's going to try and get their condemned up. She's going to have to start it all over again. Although, admittedly, with lots of TVs available, since they all had to put tapes in to get rid of them.
It'll be interesting how Lynxie goes playing this forward. If she's going to camp, oh no, she's going to be doing a map-wide play, thinking that the Shack generator is being worked on, which is a good strategy as Ruin is still up. She's pushing survivors off to make sure that she can control the map as much as possible, converting an M1 onto Swit, who drops the pallet and gets a little bit of distance off.
That's excellent resource tax from Lynxie, again, not just the hit, but also forcing the pallet out. And that wastes time as Swit drops it. It means the resource is no longer playable really for the survivors if she breaks it. So her options are plentiful to keep this going. Looks like maybe he's training the Duff trying to take a hit. Oh no, he's not taking that risk.
Getting a good conversion onto Lori here. This will be the second hook of the match. Lori still has, I think it looks like she has possibly a tape, I'm not sure. And looks like she's going to go for the second hook here. With 0 progress generators on the board, they were looking for the Ruin. So Ruin's done its job. It's all about converting this pressure that her perks have gained for her and turning them into a functional amount of kills.
Absolutely. Looks like Swarm has been caught in sort of a dead zone and is being corralled into a TV by Lynxie. Does she go for the teleport play? She does. trying to cut off Swarm in chase with a television, and Swarm's heading towards the area where the pallets have been depleted. So there's a good chance Linksy can get a nice quick down here if she plays the cards right.
Chasing a Swarm around these jungle gyms here as he's struggling a little bit, and that would be the 3rd down. Surprisingly, the generators are the most powered generator is on the 30%, so she'll be able to get some pressure off. She seems to be utilizing the teleports a lot, so it's very important here that she finds a survivor that has been hooked at least once. She wants to be able to try to get pressure on the board.
Indeed, so she
as
swear
trying
or
to rely on that Noah, it's gonna should be a last resort. Getting this pressure early is good.
Absolutely. The more time that gets wasted, the more stages, the more condemned that can be put up on the survivors, and the harder it'll be for them when the Noah does eventually proc. Nice quick tag on Swit, which is a good tag because Swit is the most condemned and has a drop to hook stage as well. That's a very, very quick down, which is useful because limited pallet resources and limited time for Linksy means that something like this is very, very critical.
We'll be able to get the second hook here. Linksy's going to have to start worrying about the last generator and play. And now it seems like they're very spread out. I'd be interested to see if she's going to try to camp this one here to try to get a conversion off, as Tony is very close by.
I think she knows it and is going to try to camping, especially because that 56% gen hasn't moved in a while. I haven't noticed it being done. There's a very real chance that Lynx is able to just secure this kill before the last gen pops.
It's a little bit risky here unless she's going to be playing it safe, as they are in comms, so he will be saying that Linksy will be camping him and be like, just work on the last generator, try to get powered. We need to try to get an escape, and we just need to avoid the Noah. That's all. That's the most of our worries now.
So is that 56% gen? Is actually the one right next to the hook, so they can't actually work on it. Linksy picking a great opportunity. Yeah, playing the grab game with Tony, but they don't have time to play this game forever. He goes for the hit. Unfortunate timing.
I'd imagine that Tony is probably the one with the borrowed time, as they did have a decision to choose who does go for the hook here. He gets a teleport on the shack. They should know that's where one of the TVs are, because that's where Kawhi was cut off in the beginning of the game. And now she's going to have to try to get a conversion off on Swirt, the only survivor that is on death hook.
Notably, that's a Lorry as well, so DS is far from out of the realm of possibility at the moment. That's a long range teleport from Linksy. Will Swirt realize what the game is and potentially head back? I think Linksy's going to return to the hook now that Tony Dust's been picked up. And yeah, it goes right past Swirt, doesn't even realize that Swirt's there. So going for Tony with the Noads. Let's see what she can do here.
It's proving to be a very difficult situation as all 4 survivors are alive. This Noah's probably going to have to carry this end game here, unless she's going to try to go play it very safe and try to get a 1, possibly 2 points on the board to make it so that her team can try to make it out.
Yeah, if she can get Quiet. Quiet is on death hook. It would be very beneficial to her to be able to catch Quiet out at some point. But we'll guess we'll have to see. It doesn't look like that. Looks like Tony might be trying to see if he can unhook himself. Risky thing to do right in front of the Sadako, but I think Linksy is trying to secure her 1k, which I can understand. But it does mean that, much like last time, Survivor teammates have really got a lot of like a hard job to do to pull it back in round 3, because they have to basically get a 4 out if they want to win round 3 and go to a tiebreaker.
And that's been proving. Oh, it seems like Team Swing won. Team Swing's the winner of this match, I think. Is that correct?
That seems to be the end result. Let's take a look at the scoreboards, because that very much caught me off guard. I should have been another round played out, but evidently not. So, what a strange final game with the Sadako pick finally letting down the players there with Linksy rocking her on Permanent Residence. What are your first thoughts on that match? Because it could have gone better, I feel, for Team Kingdom there.
I feel that it proved to be very difficult at the start with the mind games. That rock loop she was trying to do a lot of mind games, and it seemed like a lot of the fakes that Meg was pulling off was proving to be very, very difficult. When it came to the camp play there, I think that her best bet was probably to go for an M1 straight off as he was getting unhooked, to go for an insta kill. Because at the end there, she really was trying to get that survivor that was on death hook, and it was unfortunate that she had to hit the person that was unhooking. If she chose to not start M1ing until they got unhooked, I believe she almost 100% could get the down on the dead unhook player.
Absolutely, it was certainly not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but there's only a couple of seconds left on I think it was Kawhi's hook timer, and Tony the Duff was able to get that unhook because time was on Lynx's side there. They didn't have long to get Kawhi off that hook, and if Kawhi dies on that hook, takes Tony when Noed's active, because the last gen will probably get done for that. But even then, chasing Tony when Noed's active, that could have been a 2k or even more. But falling to that grab game and hitting Tony right as the hook timer was about to drop to death, very, very unlucky for Lynxy. I think. I don't know. I've never been great at grab games myself, so it's always been a little bit challenging to get it right. But that is the kind of situation where grab gaming and knowing how to do it right is so important, because that one fumble cost Lynxy at least one kill, possibly multiple kills.
And a big part would be if Team Swing was making mistakes. When she was cutting off Kawhi, they knew that the TV was in the shack. They were being very vocal about where the different teleports were. So very, very solid performance. Very few mistakes from Team Swing as they take it across the board, taking round 2 and taking round 3 here for what it seems.
Yes.
Wow, very solid performance. But I don't think Team Kingdom is out of the match yet, as this is the round robin. I think the matchup of Team Swing versus Team Predrop, the loser of that match will be facing Team Kingdom. So Team Kingdom has another chance to try to stay within the game.
Oh, absolutely. It'll certainly be interesting to see if Kingdom is able to regain some dignity in future matches. But for now, it looks like it's going to be Team Swing versus Team Predrop. That's going to be what's coming up next, and that's going to be very interesting.
Well, with all the matches that we had out, I think we're going to be going over into a highlight reel of all the different highlights for what the matches were like, and I hope you guys enjoy the highlights that we have here.
消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Dead by Daylight Mobile Invitational. We just had an amazing game against Team Kingdom versus Team Swing, and we're going to be going into a next match versus Team Predrop and I think Team Swing once again. So yeah.
Absolutely. But before we do, one quick reminder: there is a code down there. You can see it, and that will 20,000 blood points to spend on the mobile games. So whether you're a new player or someone who's been playing for a while, who wants to keep the blood point economy going and get those add-ons and offerings that you need, then use that to keep yourself going on the mobile app. I hope you get good use out of them. And I guess on that note, we'll be looking into what's coming next, because Team Swing versus Team Predrop. This is going to be an interesting lineup, because obviously Team Predrop has got the information as to what Team Swing is going to be playing. But because they just saw how Swing handled round one against Kingdom, but comparatively speaking, Team Swing are going in blind as to what could be in store for them in week 2. What do you reckon we're going to be seeing?
And that's the advantage of Predrop getting a lot of points, as they get to watch what their opponents did in the past. I'll be honest with you, they got to see that Team Swing was using the Nurse. There's a little bit of experimentations when it comes to the different killers, both coming from Team Kingdom, both coming from Team Swing. Now knowing what the Team Swing is capable of, Predrop can plan accordingly. I think that since we know that Lonely is like an absolute monster on certain killers like Bionro and Billy, I think we might be seeing it's almost like a mirror matchup in terms of like the killer plays. I know that Team Swing has a solid survival lineup. I know that Team Predrop has a solid survival lineup. I'm just very interested to see how Predrop will be adapting and changing up their styles to possibly maybe try something different or throw other teams off guard.
I think we're unlikely to see the Billy bans coming out, because both sides have a confident Billy who pretty much play Billy a lot. Like Lonely's done very well with Billy over last week, and Flowers is also at opportunities really whenever they presented themselves played Billy as well. So I think there's a very good chance we see both sides playing Billy. I think both of them are confident enough in their Billies to not bother with a ban and just hope their own Billy skill, their own skilly. No, I'm not saying that. Ignore that pun. Please forget that pun. Please, I didn't say that. Like, strike it from the record. That was the worst thing I've ever said in my life. We'll carry them through the day. Oh, I'm so embarrassed that I said that. That was a complete hack job.
As judging you now.
As someone who prides themselves on being funny, that's a disgrace. I had to resign my funny card. I apologize. I can only apologize enough for that. That was awful. But in any case, back on topic. Hopefully we'll see. Do you reckon this is going to be a round of 3 Billies? Because it's entirely possible, if both sides just don't ban him, that it'll end up with 6 Billy matches. But if assume a world where Billy doesn't exist, horrible world, I know. What do you think we'll be seeing?
It depends. We may see just Billy, the Billy apocalypse again. It all depends on how confident Lonely is with the boots, I feel, because the boots, we saw like the spiked boots, the dad boots. You could do a 180 flick. We saw that. I think it was Linksy that pulled a 180 flick out of nowhere and that made an insane insta down for a survivor. So I think when it comes to comfort and how much reach and potential that you have going in, it'll be all about confidence. So if Lonely's comfortable with the double boots, we know Team Swing's Flower is comfortable with the double boots. We might see just Billy.
Yeah, it's so possible. Well, I remember actually, I think a favorite of Lonely's Billy was actually old school Crack Billy. So that was Tuning Guide along with Doom Engravings. That was something I remember Lonely running on. I think it was Chapel and another map as well, maybe Records Yard before. Did pretty great effect. So I think even there is a possibility that we end up seeing Crack Billy again, which would be Yes. We would love to see some Crack Billy tonight. Because again, I know Alf always runs Dull Boots, so at least wearing Dull Boots, and we saw Flowers and Dull Boots. So I'm rooting not necessarily just specifically for Billy, but for Crack Billy. If we're gonna see Billy, I want to see a Crack Billy because that's something you don't see anymore. That's a relic of old days of DBD, and I miss it. I miss it not to play against, God no, but I do miss its existence. And
Yeah,
I
like
think seeing Lonely break out, like kicking it old school, break out the museum piece, the DBD equivalent of like an elephant gun from the Victorian era. I would love to see that. I would absolutely love to see some Crack Billy tonight.
That'd be pretty sweet because we know how much potential that Crack Billy has with the really fast movement speed, along just augmented with the mobile turning, just the speed, the superior turning, the superior charge up time is absolute. You could be an absolute monster if you know how to wield that properly. So I'll be honest with you, we've seen Lonely absolutely shred with Billy. I think you're right. We won't see a Billy ban at least for the first round because they just want to go head to head. It's like you know what? We're gonna gamble a little bit and let's see if we can get a 1-up at least, maybe like a 1-out on one of these matches.
Yeah, I suspect we're gonna see a Billy bloodbath, but otherwise I think we're gonna see nurse bans coming out of Team Predrop because they probably saw how Nurse did in the match against Kingdom, and while especially if things aren't going badly for them, nurses are something they do not want to let through because as we saw, it can be fairly easy for Nurse to just secure a couple of kills. And it could go very badly for them if they end up in a repeat of Kingdom situation where they're on the back foot. They need to make sure that the survivors have an immaculate performance. And letting a nurse through, very, very dangerous affair. You don't want to risk that if you can avoid it.
I actually think there's a possibility you won't see a nurse ban, but that's just because I know on pre-drop I have a little bit of notes. Zeno, he's a mobile main. He plays mobile, and Zeno is like he's the 46th win comp tournament winner. Yeah. And then we got Aaron, who's like holding killers like crazy. I feel like there'd be a little bit of arrogance in there. There's been a little confidence, to be honest.
Maybe, but it isn't like Lonely hasn't proven himself before, and it's not like Flowers is a slouch either. And they're going to have to ban something, and banning arguably the best killer in the game is probably not an awful place to start, you know.
Possibly.
I think a nurse ban. Because what other killers do you suspect we're going to see banned out of Team Pre-Drop after that first round performance? Because Billy, as we said, probably unlikely at least at the start to see Billy bans. Do you reckon we're going to see a a round 1 nurse ban, or are we going to see something else, like maybe an honorary ban or something?
I feel like there's a possibility that we could see like a spirit ban, because she goes like invisible and she like can move around and just catch people off guard. I don't see, like, you won't want to ban on roll because I feel like if you're Lonely, you're like, yeah, I'm good with on roll, we're chilling. Because otherwise I would say on roll, but I feel like Lonely would be like, yeah, this is my confidence pick. But maybe it's because I've watched a couple videos from like Aaron or something where he's like 360ing a nurse.
Yeah.
Or something. But I just feel like something about it that they probably would be a team that would be pretty decent against Swing's nurse.
Yeah, you just feel like a draw to the nurse. It's like it's a challenge, but it's a challenge that these guys might want to rise to.
Yeah.
I guess only time will tell. Again, I think we're going to see a bit of Billy mirrors in round 1, almost certainly. Maps are where it's going to be interesting because we've seen Billy mirrors before. Like we saw, I think it was the one who Froggy Frogs, and I think it might have been pre-drop, where they ended up on Haddonfield. So you had 2 Billy mirror on Haddonfield. Yeah, so that kind of became like face camping simulator because they didn't want to chase in the buildings. Do you reckon we're going to see that again, where both sides are going to try and kind of screw the other's pick, even though they're both just picking Billy? They're going to be like, okay, great, we're playing Billy and Suffocation Pit, the map with 1,000 windows. Good luck.
Yeah, that's possibly. Like if you're playing the map games, like, you know what? They It's like choosing a map. Like, what map are they worse on?
Yeah.
But like, and it doesn't become like a game about like who's better at which killer. It's like no. Like you're probably worse on this map, so we're gonna. It'd be interesting if they're just like, you know what, we're leaving Billy on the table. Haddonfield, we're better at Haddonfield. We're gonna push. We're gonna go. I think it'd be interesting, but
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure if that's how it's gonna pan out. It gets a little bit weird as this is the playoffs, and you want to play to your strengths. But if your strengths are also the enemy's strengths, it gets a little funky and weird.
Absolutely. Just imagining the survivors on call with their respective killers, like, hi, you know, I don't want using a phone. It's sort of 90s, but you know what I mean. Oh yeah, which map could you like survive? Which map could you endure? Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much would this map hurt you? like, will your soul survive a trip to Haddonfield? If so, we're picking it.
You know what? When we see something this is not going to happen. But out of left field, Rotten Fields, you know, open map, Hillbilly, just freaking all out. Billy's best map. We're going to go in.
I can 100% see it, especially confident in the fact that if they think that their Billy is better than like the other team's Billy, I can see Rotten Fields being picked or Blood Lodge. Maybe not off the collision issues that they had in the first round, but Rotten Fields especially would be a pretty sweet pick. But then I can imagine just going, not too confident on beating their Billy, so we're going to give them the worst map possible and hope they struggle as much as we do. I think that's a very vindictive way of looking at it. But I think in a tournament like this, where this much like cash and prestige is on the line, I think there's kind of you gotta kind of take their quarter a little bit. And if it means sending your own killer to Haddonfield, like you're taking a lamb to the slaughter, like that's what you got to do, right? And I guess we'll see
you gotta do what you
end up.
gotta do.
Blood Lodge.
Okay, well, it's looking like a Billy brawl.
Yep, I hear the revving of chainsaws in the distance. It's wonder if they've learned from the collision issues that both Kingdom and Swing had in round 1.
Oh.
Wow, who'd have thought it? Someone called the press. Guinness Book of Records, another bloody Billy.
It seems like they are going to fight fire with fire here.
Yeah.
Oh. The mobility's insane. Double boots as well.
Lonely on double boots, and notably for the first time tonight, no lethal pursuer on Billy. Looks like they've gone for instead a more endgame focused build with that beautiful perk we like to call Bamboozle. Love me some Bam Bam.
As the early hook, and what teams typically do is they try to convert their perks into kills. So depending on what Lonely does, he may try to secure this kill on Duff or try to go for a secondary. So we're gonna see the strategy going forward with Lonely's Billy here.
Absolutely.
I think you can see he's shaking a little bit. Maybe he's a little bit nervous.
I cannot blame him at all. The thing that actually interests me here is choice of Bamboozle. Great on a lot of maps. Not confident on Blood Lodge though, because that main building on Blood Lodge is not particularly good. Because map like Groaning Storehouse and map like even Ironworks, maps that have a good window, maybe audience sizes want to hug a lot. Obviously Bam Bam's excellent. Blood Lodge has probably the worst main building in the entire game, if I'm thinking correctly. Maybe like resting place might be better for Survivor, but otherwise it's a very good main building for Killer. So Bamboozle's going to be less valuable than it would be on a map with safer windows. But it's Billy. It'll be useful on any window because it gets to use a chainsaw pretty aggressively, and that is a hook trade for gens.
I think he'll be able to get the conversion on Tony here, but I believe Lori also has BT. So it depends on the timing here. Playing the bus very smart. These mind games seem to not be going in favor for the survivors because they seem to be just kind of like holding W per se. And the killers are just second guessing themselves, being paranoid about what's going to happen. As he's chasing Tony the Duff around this LT wall, Tony's just holding W. And it just seems to be working out when it comes to these loops.
I'm noticing resistance for Lonely to actually use Bamboozle. Like, I've not seen... Oh, whoa, that was a hit. I think that was a very, like... Maybe that was maybe a high ping hit, it looked like.
Yeah, very likely.
But either way, that was... I'm sure Lonely's not complaining about that down there. I've noticed a reluctance for Lonely to use Bamboozle because it seems to be at that LT wall, like doubling back all the time, or at the fun bus, faking double backs, whatever. It feels like maybe Lonely should just be bamboozling that window and just forcing the survivors to leave on the Billy's terms rather than letting them get distance. Maybe. Yeah, honestly, can't blame them for not doing it though, because the reason I don't remember is Long Killer is I forget that I have it, and maybe Lonely's forgotten as well. Guess we'll see how it goes, because that's Tony going to second.
Yeah, and it seems like he may go for the full kill here. And as the survivors will be very scared to go for the save, and this is gonna be a fight fire. It's just like I think it's gonna be the pattern. We're gonna be seeing fighting fire with fire, trying to pump all the generators, trading one person, and playing an end game play. It's like, we're gonna give him the kill. We're gonna have to eat this no way out. We're gonna have to eat this Noed, and we're just gonna have to pray that we'll all, or that some of us will escape in the end game here.
Now the question that I'm wondering is, will Lonely, securing this kill, be able to get the last a second down before the last generator is popped? Just have an excellent idea of where the last gen is. Oh, ooh, that was a big stunner from Quiet there. That was so damn close.
That down could have been very brutal and like game-changing for Lonely here. And that is the last. No, that's not the last generator power. There's one more left. Bamboozle going to be proving to be worthy to be helpful. Swarm is the one with balanced landing. So we're going to have to hope to get the curve here on Meg. And if they are on comms, they should be telling each other which generator is about to be popped. And there we go. That's the last one.
Yeah.
This is when Noed comes into play, and Swirt and Swarm are going to be trying to power the doors to try to get out as many survivors as possible.
Unlucky timing there, because Quiet got into that hook only seconds after the proccing of No Way Out, meaning that No Way Out only locked in one stack worth of time instead of two, which is not great for the Billy, because now the doors are already dirty. What looks like they never even had No Way Out. It was only a very brief. Oh!
That's a blind
The sniper, the
shot.
century. That was beautifully done. And the best part is, if Swirt had the Unbreakable, which is possible because they were the one who went for the unhook.
Oh, Guardians are going to get that too. Whoa.
It's the adrenaline from the unhook, but that's two on the ground, Quiet's on their own, and I don't think they have progress on the doors. Meaning, again, precluding Unbreakables.
This conversion in Kawhi, look at that turn. That turn's insane. Going around the trees and just needling it like crazy. Now chasing Kawhi around this pallet. There's a little bit of mind gaming going on. Kind of worried about what's going to happen. Wanted to be like, you're not going to vault this pallet. If you do, I'm going to just M1 you. Going to play it safe.
The Noed bludgeon, the clobber. Now let's see if any Unbreakables or Deliverances can potentially pull this team back from the brink, because they are well and truly on the brink at this point.
I wonder if Lonely should have picked up Kawhi for the Unbreakable, as Kawhi's the only one not being slugged. So, is he going to try to bleed everyone out? Yeah, there it is. Kawhi has the Unbreakable.
Potentially that was Lonely waiting out an Unbreakable from the lorry, or potentially even, not sure if Lonely keeping track of the hooks, but fearing Decisive Strike. Because obviously, an unhook just happened. It was on Kawhi. Maybe, yeah, waiting out DS from either Kawhi or from
those 90-degree turns are always been insane, and it seems like as long as no one gets the hatch here, they should be communicating to each other where the hatch is. It should be a 4K as long as no one gets a 4%. That's the two things that Lonely needs to play around: a 4%, a Deliverance play, and a hatch play. So you got to be very clinical. You got to be very smart with this end game to try to make sure that not a single point will slip out of his hands.
Now that the Unbreakable's been used, there's honestly not a particularly good reason to pick up either of these survivors other than saving time, because they're both fresh hooks. Either could have Deliverance, and if there's a deli into a DS, that could potentially result in a hatch escape. So I could even say, well, if Lonely's playing very, very safe, Lonely just bled them out because the Unbreakable's been used, and there's no Miller in the game. So there's honestly, I could see a world where they just bled out if Lonely really wanted to super secure these kills. But I think Lonely's feeling a little bit relaxed, a little bit confident, and is going for the hook on Swarm here. The question is, will he hook Swit, knowing that Swit was the one who unhooked? I think it was Kawhi, which would mean if anyone's put Deliverance up, it's Swit.
He's gonna risk the 4% here. That's a little bit bold.
Well, notably, Swarm hasn't tried to. Oh, there we are. That's happening now. Yeah. So Swarm has 4%. Is 24% unfair? I mean, the only option now is for Swit to 4% or to have Deliverance. Deliverance is an option. Will Lonely choose to play around it? Is the question. I don't think
I would go for the hatch kick here, as it seems like he's not crawling to it. It would just be a way to play very, very safe.
Yeah. I think Swit's gonna picking up now.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Lonely didn't, because Lonely went right past the hatch. I'm surprised Lonely didn't close the hatch before picking up, just to give some insurance against Deliverance. But I suppose Lonely's feeling confident that they can get to the hatch in time. Looks like Laurie doesn't even have the Deliverance in the first place. I was worrying about Deliverance didn't even exist. I guess I'm gaslighting myself, but that was
unless the Deliverance cannot proc off if they're the last survivor alive as well.
That's possible. I hadn't thought about that. That is a very good point. I don't think it can. So I think you've actually got the nail on the head there. Why Lonely didn't go for the hook until after the other player was dead. I think that's correct. That was a spectacular win from Lonely with some beautiful turns and a great turnaround with the Noad.
Because Swit here in the endgame board does have Deliverance, so she wouldn't be able to use it if Swarm was still alive. The reason why he was waiting Swarm's hook out was so that Swit wouldn't be able to get a Deliverance play off 100%.
That's an excellent point. I was so worried about the Deliverance I couldn't see the wood for the trees. That's a very good point. Thank you for that. Yeah. In any case, that was certainly, that game could really have gone either way. All it would have taken would have been a Deliverance at a bad time, or hitting a BT hit, getting hit with a DS. That game could have easily gone cascading out of Lonely's fingers. That could have gone very badly wrong. But good for, thanks for handling the end game masterfully. That was a 4K by Lonely.
And it quite almost did, because I think there were 3 survivors alive at the end of there. They procced the No Way Out. The No Way Out only had 1 stack. It was the most unfavorable situation I think Lonely could have been, but it's just that get the first kill, No Way Out proc, get a cross map chainsaw by doing a 90-degree turn into a blind hit behind the dumpster. And it's absolutely huge, a huge pop off. I'll be honest with you, if that cross map chainsaw didn't happen within the endgame there, it could have been quite different. So it's very fortunate for Lonely to be able to get that nice down.
Yeah, that cross map saw was, I think, what saved the game, because it meant there wasn't a chase with, I think it was Swarm at that point that went down to the chainsaw. Yeah, I think it was Swarm. Just got completely blindsided, and that put Swit in a very difficult position, because Swit either had to go for the unhook now, or get on the door, and one door was over where Swarm went down, and the other door was by the hook. Yeah. So the only option they had was to go for the unhook and just hope they could get it and get some distance before the Billy comes back. And given that Billy moves at about the speed of a very, very fast thing, then that's rather difficult on a map where you can navigate on, as he did, Blood Lodge with double boots as well. Like that you can get to wherever you need to go without brisking bumping. That's a very hard situation for them to come back from as soon as the non-chase with Swarm got hit across the map.
It's a crazy performance by Lonely. Lonely, it was very interesting how the match played out, because both teams were going like, you know what, I'm going to be just faster than you. Billy was like, I'm going to give you the last, like, however many gens you power. I'm going to make sure this guy dies on hook. And then survivors are like, okay, we're going to let you get his kill, and we're going to let you like camp him to death. And we're just going to pump these gens out. We know you have 1 No Way Out stack. And it's like a race to the finish in the end of there. So it was very interesting how both teams played out, as it could have gone very south for either. And it's interesting that to see they took a little bit of taking risks. I guess that's what they needed to do to try to secure points on the board. And I'm very surprised that Team Swing didn't pull out like at least 1 point there, just because of the scenario that was in play. Just I think it was predominantly because of how clean Lonely played, denying the deliverance, making sure, okay, someone has Unbreakable. I don't know who. Oh, it's Kawhi. Okay, so we're gonna go to Kawhi, get that down, and make sure that play it safe. Okay, it's like a systematic approach to trying to get as many points as possible on the scoreboard. So very solid play.
I think what we saw was largely just like Lonely just taking no risks, or at least not like taking no uncalculated risk. I think is a better way of putting it, because things like the camping at the end of that last hook, that gen was seconds of popping, that last gen, and if Lonely had gone to the right gen at the right time and gotten the down very, very quickly, which fortunately he did, that could easily have backfired monumentally. Like, imagine that last gen pops, some of the adrenaline goes off, they get on the gate, there's one stack of tier 1 No Way Out, which lasts about as long as like a tissue paper in a hurricane, and suddenly that's potentially 3 people out the gates, because all that could have happened if Lonely had gone to the wrong generator instead of the one that was being done. That was a split-second decision to go to the right gen and get and a very skilled chase to get that down that quickly. That if that hadn't worked out exactly the way it did, that could easily have resulted in a complete catastrophe for Lonely. Probably only maybe 1 or 2 kills by the end, but that perfect decision making, and even despite only having 1 stack of tier 1 No Way Out, that bought just enough time, given how quick the chasers were, to be able to actually end that match favorably. But until it actually happened, I was sure Lonely was going to lose maybe 2 people. I was sure of it. I was convinced Lonely wasn't going to get 4K there.
Because they had 3 alive, and even though Noed's in play, they're so spread out, and it's hard to try to get 3 kills when this guy's in the corner of the map, that guy's in that corner of the map, that guy's in that corner of the map. You got to try to string everything together, and I mean, with Billy with the double boots, you can definitely. Yeah. You know what? I think the next match definitely going to be another Billy pick as well.
Oh yeah.
I think that's a given.
Yeah, I'm spelling Billy a mile off. It's Blood Lodge. Billy got played with the team. Obviously, he's not banned, so Billy is very much on the cards here. I'd be surprised if it wasn't a Billy, frankly. But do you think after the performance that Team Swing is perhaps a little scared of Lonely's Billy and might ban him for the second round? Because that's very possible.
It depends. It depends on the performance of their Billy here. So if they drop this round and like if they, let's say someone escapes, okay, they're like we're going to ban Billy, because they were but the thing is they were able to get Lonely on a subtle uneven footing, just due to the fact that like he needed the cross map tonight, he needed to go to the right generator to pop. It was a perfect scenario where it's like 1 No Way Out stack they were able to deny as much as they possibly could, but still they got 4K'd. So I would sense that there is a hint that they can get out, they can do it. They just need the cards to fall in the right place.
I agree. Like, again, for most of that match, it looked like Lonely was gonna lose a couple there, and I think risking A, banning their own Billy away, and B, also risking Lonely going to another killer that he's just a proficient at, I think that's a risk they're not gonna want to take. Like, they'd rather, I think, just playing another Billy again, maybe hope the match goes similarly to the one that this went, but with a better handled endgame. Because again, all it really was 1 chainsaw snipe that decided the outcome of that match by a couple of kills. It was insane, and for all we know, there's more rounds to go tonight. He might not land that chainsaw every time, but I guess we're going to find out. Surprising nobody, it's Kinetic Flowers is on Billy.
I think this is going to be a battle of who can get 1 escape versus each other.
Yeah.
Just try to get 1 person. That's all that matters. Even if it's just a hatch play. I think that it's all about who can micromanage better.
Absolutely. Already in shape with Mika Pursuer. Oh, barely missing Placid. He seems to be determined to try and get the hit. He's not cancelling that saw anytime soon. Trying to get all the handling here. It's like I've handled worse playing Mario Kart. Like, this is incredible.
He's going crazy with all those turns. He's literally going in like a figure 8 up around every single loop.
Oh, the pallet and the down on Aaron. That is back-breaking. Very well played there by Flowers and very unlucky by Aaron there, getting that stun at the worst possible moment.
It's very
Notably,
solid. Yep,
what's
very
more,
solid play
Flowers...
indeed. He's going to have to be trying to see. I wonder if he's going to be doing it like a camp play, or if he's going to do like a cross map chainsaw play. As he is running Rancor, he's not really running No Way Out. He's playing a little bit more mid, early game with the Lethal Pursuer as well.
Don't say our competitors are mid. I think they're doing damn well for themselves.
What?
I'm just messing. Don't worry, I'm just messing. No, I always like to see Rancor in these games because an end game perk is almost guaranteed someone's running No Ed, often running No Way Out as well. But seeing Rancor, that sparks joy in my soul because I do love a good Mori. And it looks like Flowers well on the way to getting it. It looks like Razino is the obsession. So if anyone's getting a chainsaw to the lower bits, it's Razino. Classed absolutely no fear on looking in the Billy's face. This man is a legend.
He's doing a nosedive play. He's like, I gotta save Aaron. He cannot go to struggle. And it's a little bit of a hook trade here.
Yeah.
He knows where Aaron went. I'm curious if he's going to try to double dip. Does he know Zeno's here?
Does he know? Is he
So
a Noah?
close.
I think Flowers smells his deliverance because Classed going that hard to unhook literally up the Billy's nostrils indicates that wasn't a break. That's surprising. Indicates that, but it looks like Zeno went for the unhook instead. So deliverance is not necessarily true. Maybe it was just a false alarm.
Very surprised that Classed went for such a crazy nosedive bomb play, and yeah, he's going to be the Billy's going to be transferring back onto Classed here, who is indeed injured. All he needs to do is get an M1 as Classed hugs this pallet loop, and they seem to be pre-dropping. They're playing a little bit safe. They know how powerful Billy is. He is a menace. He's very scary to face. And they're going to be chasing Classed onto the corner. He's just trying to stall for as much time as possible as Classed goes down in front of a locker.
I think he's slighting Classed here because of the fear of death. Because if you look, Classed was going for a locker. That was a big hit on Zeno, though. I think Classed was going for the locker, potentially to force the Billy to eat a decisive strike. That may have been what Classed's plan was, because he was going straight for that locker. Makes me think as a locker DS was something that Classed is considering, which is why he slugged. But is he going to take the risk of a locker of a potential 59-second DS now, or is he simply not going to bother? I guess we'll find out. Because notably, worth remembering, the gen progress given to people who are incapacitated right now is not looking great for Team Predrop. They've got one gen halfway, but still 2 more to go after that. And with 2 people out of the way, I'm pretty sure Flowers can just camp here. It's pretty safe to do so.
With 2 people out of commission like this, what Klaus is trying to do is he's trying to split up the attention, trying to make it so Billy can't watch both players at the same time. So he's trying to be able to guarantee that he can convert his quote-unquote potential DS into a teammate pickup. So even if his teammate does go to struggle, it won't be for naught. They will be able to get 3-man up here. Yeah, speaking of which, Aaron unable to get a full conversion off. Oh my god, that's a terrifying sight to face when you're getting chased by Billy. They can literally just go in circles around you.
Well, notably, Zeno was unhooked before second stage, so while they did lose lots of power generators for that, it's not the worst thing in the world, because Zeno did not go second, which is the main thing. Like, if Zeno had gone second and they still went to pick up on Classic, that would have been a complete disaster. But looks like there's still 2 stages left in Zeno, which is pretty good.
I think the thing that's been doing a lot of work for Flower here is this Ruin Totem. Even though it's just level 1, it's making sure to keep the generator progress low, and they can't just have 3 generators on 50%. They need to work on them 1 at a time.
Yeah. That Rancor information potentially could be really useful here.
Yeah. 100%.
There's Aaron's on this generator, and he's going to pay him a little visit a la Chainsaw. I guess his drive-by didn't work, so he's heading back towards the 2 that he knows are together. Ranker being very piece of information. I wonder how endgame's going to function if, say, someone dies before endgame, and then suddenly Ranker's active and Razio needs to unhook or something. That could be very problematic,
Yeah.
as long as Flowers knows to kind of leave Razino to last.
I think that will be his strategy going forth. When it came to unable to find Aaron around the hook, it seems like Flower wants to guarantee this kill here, because he knows Aaron's working on that generator in the corner, and in order to get some pressure on the board, he's going to try to make the full use he can out of this ruin totem that's still up. Aaron really wants to go this save, but it's not looking like he'll be able to make it off, as there's a Bubba face camping Billy play going on.
Billy doing his best Bubba cosplay. But it's actually looking like that gamble paid off very well for Flowers, because no gens popped during that time, and there was one at 86, but the other two gens are not exactly like close to being done. So a quick chase with Aaron here could be very, very bad
Also,
for the Survivor team here.
Look at how well Aaron is playing against the Billy. Flower has chainsawed the Aaron 3 times and has been unable to get the down off because he's playing these very tight corridors. He knows Billy can't do a 30-degree flick just on a flip of a dime instantaneous. There needs to be a little bit of leeway. So it's very interesting to see how Aaron has actually adapted to Billy's turning speed.
Yeah, looks like he's forcing Razino off the 70% gen. But if anything, it would also be a risk here if they were to get the last gen done while Razino's in chase. Because if the last gen gets done and Razino's being the obsession is the one being chased, I'm pretty sure you can just kiss Razino's existence goodbye at that point.
Yeah.
Because he just zones and zones and zones until you can just clobber him to death with the mallet if he needs to. And that's the last gen done.
No Noah in play. But that's still a solid down on Claudette here. He's going to be getting the second hook off. Without No Way Out in play, they're definitely going to be at least able to get a one-man escape. And I think even if they get a one-man escape here, they take the round, I think.
They do.
Possibly. Do they?
Yeah, because the last round was a 4K.
Yeah, 100%. So I think it's almost guaranteed that Team Predrop will take this round unless Flower can pull out a miracle with Billy. They're all spread out on 2 different doors, so I think it's almost a guarantee Predrop taking this round.
Yeah, it wouldn't. The only thing that I think could go badly wrong here for Predrop is if they were to greed for the for like a save on Aaron, but they know that like Xeno's injured, Radio's exposed. That's not a risk they can really take, even against a regular killer, much less a Billy. So I think taking a 2 out and a round win for Team Predrop. Looking pretty good.
I saw something. I think this needs to be emphasized. This is the first time that I feel like a player on one of the survivors has found a way to try to counter Billy's saw and not get cross-mapped. There were 4 times individually where Aaron hugged the tires, did a very sharp turn, trying to make sure that a flick play can't get off. I'd be interested to see if any other Survivor players within this tournament will adapt and do a very similar tactic, because we've seen almost nobody finding a counter to Billy. We've been just seeing cross-map chainsaw, cross-map 180-degree flick, 90-degree flick, but this is the first time that we've seen like a very close hug, making sure that Billy can 100% guarantee not to get the cross map down. And with as much as Billy's being picked, if we're like, our survivors know how to counter Billy better, maybe a Billy ban might be in order for Team Swing here.
Oh, absolutely. I think, yeah, Lonely's demonstrated that Billy is terrifying. I think they've gotten, I think, 1-2 out. I think it was last week, but beyond that, Lonely, I think, has played the most Billy out of anybody in the tournament so far, and has done so very consistently, very effectively. Does not give a damn what map they end up on. Just an absolute beast of a Billy. And I don't think that's a risk that Swing might want to take. Lonely obviously is a competent killer, could play a number of other killers, but I think risking a Billy, especially with the survivors seem to be capable of handling Billy quite well. Say like Aaron, as you said, very very competent against that Billy, doing things that you haven't really seen those survivors do before, and only really going down to M1s, just being bonked to death. There is, I think, there is a serious risk in leaving Billy open again, especially if they get another map like Blood Lodge, like Rotten Fields, like Coal Tower, a map where Billy can just dominate if the RNG favors him. It did also, I noticed by the way that Lonely was running Bamboozle and Flower was not, which suggests to me that Lonely's more prepared for those rough maps, the suffocation pits, or the family residences, or even the disturbed wards of this world, more than Flowers is. So not only is Lonely perhaps going up against survivors who might not be so confident against a Billy, he's also more prepared for those survivors to be on a map that would not favor either killer. Because if Lonely ends up on a disturbed ward, Bamboozle might help him make do. If Flowers ends up on that map without Bamboozle, that could be a very dire spot. Very, very dire.
Going forward, if there's a Billy ban, what killer do you think that team who's the next team's going to be bringing in terms of like swing and pre-drop?
Yeah, I think I actually kind of want to see pre-drop try Clown again. This sounds really weird, but I remember the first match we saw of this whole tournament was Lonely playing Clown on Coal Tower. They played that very, very well. They played some fantastic Clown. And I kind of want to see that run back a bit, because I think that'd be a lot of fun to watch Clown see playing, because we're seeing a lot of the same killers over and over again. We're seeing a lot of Billy, decent amount of Nurse, decent amount of Sadako, but a lot of Billy. Going to something that's a bit more of the going back to an M1, I think would actually be pretty good fun to watch. See played out, especially because Lonely is a good Clown. Lonely played that very, very well when Lonely was playing Clown in round 1. Although a big part of me still wants to see some of the killers we haven't seen yet at all. So a Myers maybe, a Hag, a Freddy, something like that. I would absolutely not say no to any of that. What about you? Any hopes or recommendations?
I just hope that we see a Tombstone Piece Myers at some point in this tournament. I know it's a little risky, but as a last-ditch effort, when the chips are down, you know what? We gotta Mori somebody. We're trying to kill people as fast. And you know what? Maybe the one time that someone pulls it out, you know what? We got a first insta-kill, instantaneous, wins, we got a 4K. You know what? Maybe everyone else follows. But I don't know if you'd want to be taking that type of a risk in the elimination. That would be something you'd had to experiment with in the group stages, I feel like.
Well, the thing is that obviously Tombstone Mai is very, very scary.
Yeah.
If you don't know it, especially if you don't know it's coming. Like you see Myers, you're like, oh, it's a Michael. This is going to be a fun match because it's just a man with a knife, and then he just explodes you at 5 gens.
Yeah.
He just decides it's your time to go, and you go meet the big spider god in the sky. But there are in a competition like this, people are going to be prepared for the strong stuff. They're going to be prepared. When they see a Myers, they're going to go, that man has got Tombstone, because no one else is insane enough to play Michael as like man with knife in a tournament. No one's that mad. So they're going to be hopping lockers. They're going to be forcing lunges. Anything they can do to prevent a Tombstone being pulled off. Anything they can do, they will do it. And that may actually hinder the killer more than it helps.
Is Legion in this?
Legion is, yes. I think we've actually seen Legion. At one point,
So,
I've not seen Legion before.
If you were to do a Tombstone Myers, you could run like Iron Maiden and do something really weird.
Could do. That could be goofy. Well, the problem I found with Iron Maiden on Tombstone Myers is that you're in tier 3. They're insta-downable anyway. Like it's not that big a deal.
Infinite, right? That's the issue.
Well, it can't be infinite because killers not allowed to use iridescent add-ons. And to go for infinite tier 3, you need Fragrant Afterpower, which is a pink add-on. You can't run that. You'd have to run if you wanted to go Myers. Best build probably be something like Tombstone Piece, and then a green Stalk Ray add-on, which I believe is J Myers Memorial. Or potentially tier 3. No, we're not Duration because we're doing Tombstone Piece. But yeah, you probably would run J Myers Memorial plus Tombstone Piece, or play with or something like Judas General, play with the foot maybe. The obsession add-on that gives you the
like,
Stalks.
you want to have some room for like slowdown, like a ruin.
Yeah.
And then you definitely probably want like a corrupted vengeance. The gens don't pop as much as possible. And then maybe like you'd have to be doing for like a oh, you know what? Don't leave the match. I need to like put my knife inside your butt and more you.
Hey,
So-
hey, hold this.
But
No.
the thing is, I think it's very unlikely that we'll be seeing Michael Myers' Tombstone piece, because it's very likely these teams haven't put blood points into Myers. Because I think if you run Tombstone piece, you'll need like a plate your food, so you can move at like you have 15% extra movement speed, and then you'll need like the Iron Maiden from like Legion, so you need to have like one of the Legion. It's like, oh my goodness. So I'm very doubtful that we'll see a glass cannon Michael Myers pick here.
I mean, I think I'd say you've seen weirder, but you probably haven't actually. Although I think one thing that might be in my favour is all you need to make that build work is play with your food, because you can play with the food along with the add-on that gives you increased stalk speed against the obsession, the Judith's Journal, I think.
Yeah.
And then you just annoy the obsession for a bit, get your tier 3 really quickly because you got Judith's Journal, and then you just pick someone to explode. And if they happen to get a map that's light on lockers, like say Rotten Fields, that could just be them done.
Like,
And I think from that point, that's a very good point to be in, especially because you're playing an M1 character. You've got access to things like Jolt. You've got access to things like Bamboozle for chases if you wanted something like that. You've got options, but I don't think it's likely still. I agree, it's not likely at all. But I think there is a way to do it. There may be some sort of divine convergence of this is how we tombstone Myers. And maybe people have even been banning it because we don't know what the bans are. So for all we know, Myers has been like first banned every time because they're afraid of the tombstone.
because the thing that's interesting is that when we've been seeing these billies, it's like get the first down, camp. But what if we could just stalk and just kill them? You know, it's like, you know, you're dead. We don't need to camp.
Who needs to camp when their life has left their body?
Yeah.
It is kind of skipping the faff a little bit.
The only issue is this is complete unexplored territory.
Absolutely.
So if you're the first one going in, this is going to be the first time that all these teams will be facing something like this. So I honestly think someone can make it work, and there's a possibility to make it consistent. But the only issue is it requires a lot of blood point commitment early on going forth.
Yeah, because the other kids we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen Trapper because he's Trapper, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, he is Trapper. No Hag. I don't think it's because Hag's weak. I think it's because people don't want to play her. Which, as a Hag appreciator, I don't. I'd play her. Let's think. What else we've not seen? We've not seen Trickster. We've not. Maybe for the aim reasons on mobile. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Michael. We haven't seen Fredwood, and we haven't seen Pig. I think those are the only kids we haven't seen so far. That are on the platform at least, because obviously there's like twins or whatnot that are on the platform. But
The only way
of the ones that aren't there.
I think the only way we'd see something like a Trickster is if someone knew how to use like ricochet knives. Because they're turning corners so much. You know what? If someone's really comfortable with ricochet, I'd imagine, since it's on mobile, the amount of recoil is probably way lower than PC just because it's mobile. Yeah, I don't know. So it looks like we're going to a map with Predrop Swing on Cold Tower. It seems like a very popular pick, and it's a very tight map, so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, as this is a fire with kinetic flowers on the nurse.
Yeah, back on the Sally. Let's go. And it sounds like everything's already kicking off with the tier 3 Lethal Pursuer this time, and that is the same build as was running in the game against Kingdom. So that's Corrupt, Lethal Pursuer, No Way Out. Let's see how Aaron and co fare against the strong Sally on Cold Tower.
And it's very interesting to see how Team Predrop decide to not ban Nurse, I think. And they let it go through. They wanted to go all in and try to like risk it. So this is a bit of a risky play to see how it pans out. As the first chase is going to start off with on Class. Fortunately able to get the connections off.
Flowers striking that rocket knows what it did.
Yeah.
Unfortunate Classic taking Flowers for a ride here, and it looks like maybe Flowers is thinking twice about committing to that chase in the first place, rather go and pester Aaron off the gen. This actually reminds me a lot. Sorry, of the match that happened with Kingdom,
Yeah.
where Flowers had a bit of a difficult time getting into the swing of things, pun very much intended. And then from there, playing very quote unquote dirty, obviously tournaments, it doesn't matter, but like camping a lot, playing around
Dirty
playing around Noed existing, things like that, to try and just scrape kills without taking too much risks. And I think that worked very well with Kingdom because of the situation the Kingdom was in. Maybe that won't be so secure in this situation where it looks like Flowers on the back foot a little bit.
Ooh. It seems like they're working the nurse very comfortably, and as these players, it seems like they have a little bit of confidence when it comes to trying to outplay in the situation. Literally going for a hook dive, and being like, you know what, I'm gonna hook right in front of your face, and that's fine. We're gonna try to get as many people that won't get to struggle as fast as possible.
Absolutely. What do you think the odds are that Xeno? I was about to say what the odds that Xeno had deliverance, then he just deliverances. Thanks for ruining my bit, Xeno. I really appreciate that. Well, in any case, I guess, yeah, the Giga Farm on Aaron right in front of the nurse's face does telegraph a deliverance, as does playing Adam. So who can really be too surprised about that?
And now trying to get the double hook off. Unfortunately, teleporting right through the jungle gym and unable to see where Adam is. And going to have to keep running around these logs. And it looks like the pressure is on, as you're going to have to get, as one of the gens is on 60%. All the gens are about to seem like they're just being powered like crazy.
Oh, that is not what Flowers needed right now. That was very much not what Flowers needed. It was a sudden DS. So all the time wasted in that chase is going to get even longer.
Getting a conversion on Adam very late after the eat of the DS and the double chase. It has been a very brutal. And you're going to have to get a conversion on Adam as or as someone who has a kill here. That's Adam's second hook.
Fortunately, at least for Flowers, the gen progress on the last generator is not terribly high, so they can spend some time chasing. They might even maybe attempt to camp to secure a kill and then go for a no way out plays later. But it genuinely might be in the interest of Flowers right now to just play for no way out stacks and hope that time, because that's tier 3 no way out, you're going to get more value out of the stacks than you are any other time. Maybe the play here for Flowers could be to commit chases to going at no way out stacks, but it looks like at this stage Flowers are satisfied with just trying to secure the kill on Xeno and then using the no to maybe get more later, because 2 stacks no way out still nothing to sniff at.
Yeah, I think almost 100% end game is the play. You have no way out. You need to get pressured. You gotta hope that Rezino has borrowed time, because you know for a fact she's gonna go after Xeno again. Oh, did he miss the hit here? Oh no!
No, they hit Xeno, but they hit Xeno, but Rezino got up with looks like either adrenaline or unbreakable. Given the time, more likely adrenaline. But it makes sense as to why Rezino was so aggressive with the unhook, then knowing that they had the safety of adrenaline to be able to get them out of the situation if Flower chooses to commit to getting the kill. But now no way out's triggered, no ed's active. This game is far from over, and they are well and truly locked in with this Rorschach with a bag on her head until no way out's over.
And you could tell how cautious they are. Whoa, that's a huge turn by Classa there.
Classa's chases here have been absolutely first rate, like some truly excellent chasing by Classa, like wasting the nurse's time, even with no active, very effectively. And let's actually go for the basement hook here, meaning that the nurse, I think, is likely to just be sitting here with the 2k. Because good luck unhooking you from that basement.
Rezino and Aaron are definitely, I feel like they definitely should go for the escape here, just because killers have been getting 4Ks for days, and it's very likely you'll be able to take the next round going forth.
Yeah, it really wouldn't surprise. Like it puts a little bit of pressure on Lonely, but given how I don't think Lonely's gotten less than a 2k in any match so far, and I think almost every time gotten a 4k. I think it puts Lonely in a really good position to seize the day from Flowers here. The 2k, I think, with a build like that is kind of to be expected, similar to what happened in the game with Kingdom. And you can tell, looking at the perks, they had the Daily DS as perspective on the same person. It was adrenaline, not unbreakable on the ace, which is pretty important. I can see why they were so keen to get the unhook with the ace in the event of having an adrenaline active.
It's a very interesting match how it played out. I feel like it was very similar to how it played out with Team Kingdom. Why do you think that Nurse didn't get banned going into that match?
Well, I think we actually it's slightly similar to what we were talking about at the end of the Kingdom round, was that the Nurse only really got 2 kills in the Kingdom game. Like obviously they ended up actually killing everybody, but that was only because they had no choice but to go for a save. We saw that situation play out exactly the same way again in this round, but this time the pressure was not on Predrop to get saved. They could just leave, meaning maybe they believe that a 2K against a decent team is all that Flowers is capable of on Nurse. Maybe that's what Predrop believes, and that was a gamble they took. Like we will risk potentially getting rolled by a Nurse, because what we've seen of their Nurse gameplay, they're only really going to get 2 people, even with no Ed, no way out. And it seems to me that was a calculation that perhaps paid off for them, and puts them, quite importantly, on a very decent map for killer, while potentially also banning a problem. Killer actually would have been a problem if they had let it through.
Yeah.
Do you think Billy made it through? Is the question I want to ask. Do you think Billy made it through the ban phases?
Yeah, no way. I think teams. I think like they were like, we gotta ban Billy going forward. Because I think if Billy wasn't banned, we'd be seeing Billy right now, 100%. We'd be seeing 4 matches of Billy, almost 100%, I believe.
Have to contact the organizer, being like, "Hi, can you change the name for tomorrow's event to the to Dead by Hillbilly sweepstakes, please?" No, I think Billy's hard to ban rounds either. But does he the question? What do you think Lonely's going to be playing on Coal Tower? Because
I think Sadako.
I think Sadako. I was going to say Sadako as well, but again, Lonely's played all sorts of stuff in the tournament so far, and Sadako has been very explosively effective with tape editing deck, like really, really powerful. And that was also on maps that are weaker than Coal Tower too. There was one on Suffocation Pit and one on Chapel, I think. It was Chapel, wasn't it? The Chapel game.
Yeah, Chapel, 100%.
Yeah. And in both those cases, those are still pretty decent maps for killer, but not the best, not by any stretch of imagination. Coal Tower, on the other hand, very workable, small map, so getting that condemned up, probably not difficult to do. Especially if I'm picturing the scenario, because they ran lethal with editing deck. You see auras, you corral one person into another one, stop both of them from putting their tapes in. I think if Sadako does get picked, I think Lonely's going to do that, and that could be very effective on a very small map.
I think when Lonely played both their Sadako matches, they got a condemned kill on every single one. Both matches, one in Candy, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but like I think like maybe like an Ace or an Atom in the Chapel one, somewhere there.
No, they've only got one condemned kill so far, and that was on Reality Candy in the Suffocation match. We've had 2 Moris this time, because they only killed someone with Rancor on the same night as the condemned kill happened, but only had 1 condemned kill so far. I remember, but I lost my mind when it happened. I'm pretty sure everybody else did in chat as well. That was a big moment. I think I've tweeted it like 4 times now. It was insane. But I'm looking forward to potentially seeing what Lonely's capable of with Sadako, if Sadako does get picked. Of course, there's no guarantee that Sadako will get picked, but in the event of that happening, I think we're in for a really exciting match if Lonely does end up picking the well girl.
I think we may see if he chooses Sadako, I predict like an end game like Rancor play, because like he's from what we can see, he's been playing very explosive when it comes to his killers. He's like, I got the early game down. I think he's gonna put all his eggs in one basket and go like no way out, no ed, Rancor. I think that's what he's gonna go in.
I could
and then like
a
corrupt adventure in Ruin.
And given our habit, it seems, of like manifesting things into existence, like we did in the first week, where it's just like, I'd like to see a plague, and let's see a hunter, let's see a Sadako, and then we just got them, mostly from Lonely, actually. Maybe we just made it happen. We've made endgame Sadako a thing that we're gonna see later on in the week.
Yeah. When Lonely's like, okay, what's the play, boss? It's like, okay, plague, okay, I got you. 4K, you know what? Okay, you want Sadako? All right. Boom,
Yeah.
4K. It's like, oh wow, these guys. You know what? It's working.
It's
This is the
someone,
play.
someone in Twitch chat that's like getting it down. Like, need to send this on immediately. We've only got a few minutes because of the stream delay.
I think the stream today is like only 5 minutes though, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's not very long. So
Yes.
it's pretty good, but nevertheless,
I
you
think
got to be.
like if I was playing on the team, I'd be like, you know what, this is like free analysis on what we should do. They're telling us what they're doing. They're telling us what we should do better. You know what? This is perfect. Going into the rounds, it helps out a little bit.
Indeed, we're informational vulnerability.
Yeah.
You have to, but I guess that's what we call a necessary evil.
Mhm.
Because how would you see our charming faces if we weren't here? You see, it's a sacrifice that we need to make. No. I'm really interested to see what. Imagine if we don't get a Billy ban. I think if Swing is confident in their own Billy, which honestly they didn't do badly. They did not do bad, especially they've done badly with Billy with Flowers. I think a Billy ban, on second thoughts, might not actually happen, or at least because I think if we assume Flowers isn't going to run Nurse back, if we assume Billy's off the table, what else does Flowers play?
What else does Flowers play?
Yeah, assuming Nurse doesn't get picked, the Nurse left on the shelf because like you don't need 2 Ks right now. You want to be able to get a K that you can get a 4K.
Let's say in round 3.
Yeah, round 3.
Yeah.
Assume Billy. Assume Billy's banned. Assume Nurse is off the table. What does Flowers play in round 3?
I'd imagine, like, you gotta say Spirit. I feel like.
Yeah, I could 100% see it. I'm not really sure what else Flowers has been like playing much. We've mostly seen Flowers playing a lot of Billy. Really, it's what we've really been seeing. Has been Billy for days.
It's those double boots, especially with how strong those flicks can be. As long as you have a confidence in the mobility, I think the thing to be fearful is that Team Predrop, they know how to counter a Billy, and they're just like, wow,
The clues in their
don't
name.
want to play Billy against them. Yeah.
Yeah, you just got to pre-drop easy. They simply do it. I think that's why they called themselves pre-drop, because they knew there was a Billy meta ahead of time and was like, you know what? We'll remind ourselves this is what we do. It'd be like if as a plague match, I was like, okay, we're entering team don't bring medkits into the tournament today. I guess pre-drop adds a better ring to it though.
I'd be interested to see if any of the teams are like, okay, Billy's not getting banned. Let's just bring like 4 toolboxes. We're just not going to heal. We're just going to push gens. We know he's going to down the first guy. He's going to camp, but we're going to bring 4 toolboxes. You do that one. You do that one. You do that one. Explosion. And just try to outplay.
Well, looks like Lonely is giving Nurse a go. Have we seen Lonely play Nurse so far? I don't think we have. I think we've just seen, until today, it was just Alpha, I think, who's played Nurse.
I don't think we've seen Lonely play Nurse. I think it was the only nurses that we've seen so far. I think are Flowers, and I think it's been Alf. Yeah. Because
Alf did it first game of the first week, which I think everyone against the enemy team realized that may have been a mistake to let him have Nurse. Yeah. And then we haven't seen Nurse again until today when we saw Flowers doing it. So this is our 3rd player giving Nurse a crack in this tournament, and I want to see how this does on Coal Tower again. Pretty good map for her, but turns out, if Flowers struggle, I wonder how Lonely's going to do.
And just being this as the first time they played Nurse, they've been you can tell this is the killer they've been practicing. Like, she's the strongest killer in the game. You know what? We should learn her because her explosive potential is really out there. If we get good with her, we can probably almost guarantee a win off.
Also, can I just say that looks to me, because Nurse add-ons all look the same to me because they're all just bottoms. That double range.
Sure.
I think it's double range. Because purple range and green, or it's either that or it's purple range green recharge.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Either way, I think we're in for some very aggressive blinks with at least purple range on this Nurse. This is going to be obscenely good, or at least not obscenely good, just interesting to see the long range mobile blinks. Tony is avoiding the hits, but it's kind of being zoned out by the Nurse, unfortunately. So it's just a matter of time, I think, before Lonely manages to get Tony on the ground. But I guess it's time well spent for Team Swing here.
The main thing about the Nurse on mobile and PC especially is getting the predict plays off. You need to predict what the survivor's going to do. Otherwise, one misstep and that's a missed blink. And that could be the difference between losing like 20% on a generator. So these Lonely really needs to get this prediction off on Tony, as Tony's burning up a lot of time, just literally going back and forth, blinking right on top of him, and gets the hit off.
For a second, I thought that swing was going to miss, but that was, I think, just right at the end of the second blink window. But that's unfortunately 2 gens lost for it. However, Lonely's going for the basement hook. And let's take a quick second here to look at Lonely's build. That's Lethal Pursuer, No Way Out, Call of Brine, and I believe that's Eruption. Is the 4th perk on that list. I think it's Eruption. Obviously, Resident Evil chapter is not on mobile, so it doesn't have the Resident Evil icons.
Oh, I see.
But I think, yeah, Cob Eruption. I'm sure that's a bit of a boogeyman to a lot of players. It obviously is. I don't think it's the buffed eruption with 25 seconds being fast. It's only 15 seconds, but still, that's going to be a lot of value combined with Call of Brine, especially because it looks like the nurse may have a 3-gen.
Full utilization out of it. Yeah.
So the nurse may have a 3-gen on top of that, which is pretty bad. Coal Tower 3-gen over like Cob Eruption. That could be very bad news for the survivors if they're not very careful with the gens they do, when they do them, when they're going to go down. Like, communicating downs on PC is hard enough. Imagine doing it on mobile without, like, where you know what I mean.
And this should be a down there, yeah, 100% on Kawhi. I've noticed when people have been going for the saves, it's not been the person that has borrowed time. I wonder if that's not being communicated by the team, or maybe, hopefully, Meg doesn't. I mean, Meg has the borrowed time here.
Major dead hard from Tony there. Perhaps indicating not having decisive strike. Because if you're dead harding that aggressively, maybe you don't have another way to protect yourself.
Just barely getting caught on the hook there, trying to get Tony off guard. And it seems like they have quite the optimal setup. 2 people on generators and 2 people just going for the saves. That's usually the perfect scenario to try to pressure the killer. So
they're very industrious. And one thing that's also worth noting here is that unlike Lonely's build, unlike Flower's build, Lonely does not have NOED. Meaning that kind of security of the insta-downs in the end game, something that Lonely almost took for, like, Flowers almost took for granted. Lonely does not have that luxury. So I think Lonely will have to play more proactively during the gen stage of the game, something that unfortunately hasn't really come to pass with the lack of a solid 3-gen to protect.
I was about to say, I was like, Lonely's best bet is playing a 3-gen here, but they're so spread out, and it doesn't seem like that Lonely will be able to get like full utilization out of that Cob and Eruption, as they just need to pick out the outlier, it seems.
That's the last gen completed with 2 stacks of No Way Out and Deliverance from the Meg. I'd say Deliverance on top of what is a good... Oh, that is an unfortunate attempt to escape the basement from Lonely there. That's very, very, very sad.
Going around the front, we're going to need to get a conversion. Hope maybe that this blink distance is going to help out, as Kawhi is going straight to a jungle gym. The No Way Out just about to run out. You need to get this M1 here. If not the first blink, at least the second. And now, just because you couldn't get the conversion off, maybe it's important to go to the doors to at least try to pull it back and make sure that a 3-man escape does not happen.
Well, there's also the risk that, remember, unlike on core game, Decisive Strike does not turn off in the end game. So chasing Kawhi, only to have to slug Kawhi because of the risk of DS, I think may have put Lonely off of committing that chase completely. But just because that's not something you want to risk happening at this stage of the game. You want to make sure that any time you spend chasing is spent well. That back door looks to have been opened. It's the value of those range add-ons that are getting the distance on Kawhi, but sadly it's too little too late.
Yeah, being just barely out of reach, this has been brutal. This area, just going back and forth here, oh my goodness, that's a huge hitbox hit. It's been a little bit brutal for the nurse when it comes to trying to get the connections off. It seems like they're getting the blinks on point, and there we go. There's a down on Kawhi, but it's all about trying to get the conversion off when it comes to downing the survivor.
Yes. So it looks like it's going to be a 1k for Lonely on Nurse. Looks like Nurse having a pretty rough time of it in tonight's tournament. People struggling to get more than 2 kills. And that means going into round 3, that's one round win aside for teams of Predrop and Swing. It really is all to play for in third round of this section.
It's been interesting to see all these players doing like experimenting with playing killers they've never played before, and going all out in the playoffs. So it's just quite interesting to see how they are adapting. And yeah, I think this is the recharge and blink distance, it seems.
Yeah, range recharge. That makes a lot of sense. So it's
Yeah.
hard to tell with nurse add-ons because they're all just bottles.
Mhm.
Like, label them, please. Like, hey, just put a big like R on the range one. But that'd also be recharged as well. This is why I'm not an add-on designer, because I make decisions like that. But yeah, either way. What an absolute tour de force and a good kind of return to form for Survivor play, because you've noticed so many, as you said, so many 4Ks today, and recently so many killers just ripping through teams. Seeing the best killer in the game playing out on a map that many have considered to be like favorable for her, and still having some difficulty getting the survivors on the ground is testament to the fact that she is very hard to play, and the survivors in this tournament give no quarter. They absolutely do not.
I'd imagine. I wonder. During their practice sessions, it's likely that to practice, they're playing their killer against their own team members. So, I wonder if they're like, wow, we're really good at nurse, like against our own team. But when they go against like a different, like a completely different set of faces, it's like, oh my goodness, this is completely different. So I'm wondering, because like when they're blinking, there's been a lot of not getting a lot of connections off, both on Team Swing and Predrop, both Lonely and Flower. They were having a lot of trouble getting those connections off when it comes to the swings. So I'd be interested if their practice sections were have not covered a lot of what they're facing right now. Like this is being thrown in the deep end, like practically.
Oh, absolutely. Like, especially with a kill like Nurse, where the ability to read the people you're playing against is so important. Playing against people who are total unknowns to you, well, not unknowns, because like half of them are major content creators, they're not exactly unknown, but people who you might not play against much ever before, on a whole new platform with a killer you might not even have played that much, with controls that might be a bit arcane to you compared to the thousands of hours you spent on PC or console DVD. That's a lot to do, a lot to get right, a lot of room to make mistakes.
Yeah.
And I think unfortunately happened to both Flowers and Lonely, just sort of struggling to get both get the reads and make the mechanical moves to cash in on the reads they did make. It was a very, very challenging battle of both of them, and it demonstrates that these survivors are very, very good and very, very capable of handling even the game's strongest killer when they can maybe force some errors or prove themselves difficult to read.
I think almost like 100%. But that going forward, I feel like if that's the case, we won't be seeing that many nurse bans when it comes to these going against these two teams. But I think it's very likely we'll be the one scenario we'll see nurse bans is probably against Froggy Frogs. Yeah. But when it comes to Team Swing and Team Predrop, it seems very difficult to be getting that even footing when it comes to getting the hits off. So I'm kind of interested to see what killer got banned in round 2, and I almost feel like possibly round one was not Billy banned. Round 2 was probably the Billy ban, and I think going into round 3, they're not going to ban the nurse. I think they want the other team to play nurse.
I think they do. Yeah, it's gonna be like I think Nurse is gonna get banned because she isn't gonna get played.
Mhm.
I think if they're gonna ban a top tier, they're gonna ban Spirit. Because Spirit, I think, is the other like refuge of we need to win, and Billy's gone, and we haven't been doing well with Nurse, so we need something to just pull out to be able to secure some kills, potentially make some big plays, and handle any map they throw at them. And I think Spirit is probably the pick for that, and therefore the one they'll want to ban. Lonely has had the ability to flex killers. I don't think Flowers done that quite so much because Billy's usually been available in Flowers matches. So it'll be interesting to see what killers they're forced onto now that Nurse probably isn't getting picked because of the recent performance of Nurse in both the matches. And Billy's almost certainly been thrown into the meat grinder of the bandbox today.
Haunted Ground is in this as well, right?
Yes, it's
and
a spirit
and
perk, and that's good.
make your choice as well. Do you know?
Yes, it is. I think it.
So-
Yeah, because that's a pig perk, so it should be. Because Amanda is in the game, if I remember correctly.
I'm genuinely curious if players are going to be I'm surprised we haven't seen a tactic like run, make your choice, hold a blink, wait for the unhook, and then get an insta down on whoever you hit.
I think there's one big issue with that, and that's the fact that requires them to be far enough from the hook for it to matter. Like,
Mhm.
why do that when you can just run no-ed and camp? You know, like
Yeah.
that's the thing. Like with when basically everyone and their mum and their mum's dog and the dog's tennis partner and the tennis partner's vet is running no-ed these days. Like, the value in other insta-down perks aside from potentially haunted is not terribly high. So I don't see. Again, maybe if there was a Sadako that was doing that, I could see, because you could leave the hook, you could hook near a TV, leave the hook with a TV, come back to it, and then get the insta down that way. I could see it on something like Sadako, a killer who doesn't have the lethality to camp and would probably rather be hitting and running, and pressuring gens and getting ruin value, and then coming back to get make your choice value. The nurse, I think, is either going to be committing to chases or is going to be camping. There isn't going to be really the in between that someone like Sadako, or if Dredge on the platform, Dredge could do it too. But I don't think
When
that's
it
what
comes
they're doing.
to a lot of the builds, we've been seeing a lot of like it's either like gen control or like super end game. So that's why I just point out the fact is like the we're not seeing a lot of like kill faster stuff, which is probably a little bit riskier. That goes in the same bracket of like the Michael Myers Tombstone stuff. It's very likely that we're not seeing a lot of I want to murder as fast as possible builds, because it's probably a big time commitment and a big blood point commitment. And to killers that you may not play, like Pig. Like, it's like, are we going to play Pig in the tournament? Not really. Well, are we going to play Legion in the tournament? Probably not really. Like,
Yeah, whereas I think it helps that the killers that have been picked the most, Nurse, Billy. I'm sure there are other ones, but I'm mostly thinking Nurse and Billy right now. Those are killers with high innate lethality. Like, they don't need chase perks apart from maybe Bamboozle on Hillbilly. Like, they don't need Sabiffle, they don't need Devour, because they're not killers. Because they have all the lethality they need in their power, and they'd rather have the slowdown or the end game or occasionally the information. They don't need to bring the kill you faster perks, although maybe if we saw a Huntress or something, or an Oni, I could see Brutal Strength being run, or maybe a Trickster with Bamboozle, because I see Bamboozle use a lot on Trickster. But I think for the most part, we're just limited, I think, to slowdowns, to endgame, and on certain killers, maybe some information perks. But yeah, I don't think many of the killers that we'll be are seeing play have low enough lethality to run chase perks. Just because, why would you run them over a killer who has lethality built into their kit?
I feel like after the first match that we saw with Huntress, people are very scared to play her.
Yes, I think so.
But she's a killer that's really good at camping if you run Oak Haft. So here's the thing, as a Huntress main, you down somebody, you hook them, and then you just hold a hatchet and you stare at the person on the hook. Someone goes for the unhook save, you run an Oak Haft, you throw it at them, they get injured. Even if they try to go for the save, you have enough time to grab them or hit them again so that they can't get the save off. So when it comes to Huntress, she's kind of a killer camper, but
yeah, she really
the
is.
issue being you need to get that first down so that you can activate a play like that.
Yeah. Because I've noticed this also, that people are coming out of their shells a little bit more on mechanical killers. Like, we've seen way more Billies, like an absolute inundation of Billies. Like, by the way, I know chat right now is actually in chat mode, not exclusive mode right now. So if you guys can come up with a collective noun for Billies, like a murder of crows, a flock of sheep, an infestation of fengmens, what is the name for a group of Billies? Let us know in the chat. Tell us what you think, because I don't know what you call a group of Billies. But yeah, what would you? We're seeing more mechanical killers. We're seeing more Billies. We're seeing more nurses as well. I think there may be a potential chance to see Huntress, a resurgence of Huntress. Maybe because, again, as I say, good camper, good at securing kills. Maybe a little map dependent.
Yeah,
that might be it. That might be the other big issue, that she's map dependent.
The thing is like you need like a blood lodge probably.
Yeah, you do.
So and the thing is, she's also like going to be like the only viable 110 killers. So when all your other killers that you've been playing have been 115, you're gonna be like, wow, Huntress is really slow. I can't get this hit off.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to.
Hag, pick Hag. It'd be funny if you picked Hag. Probably even like playing Hag. Picking Hag would be funny. So I think you should definitely do it. This is me trying to ruin your match or anything. I promise.
All good.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think Huntress is a big risk because 110, map dependent to hell, mechanically demanding, therefore hard to do on mobile. Like everything is going to stack against the fact that she's actually a good killer. Like that is the one save grace, is that she's actually good, and is good at camping specifically. So I think Huntress would be a risk for sure. There's by no means a guarantee that we're going to see Huntress, but I think we're maybe more likely to see her than you think. I don't think we're going to get any killers that we haven't seen at all yet. So like we haven't seen again Hag or Myers or Freddy or whatever. We're not going to see those, I don't think. But seeing a Huntress again, not out the question. Although I do think if they're going to pick a map-dependent killer with high lethality and camping ability, it's going to pick Billy, I think.
I think we could probably see if Eruption's in here and someone's actually committed to it, there's a possibility to do like a Forever Freddy. I'm not sure if someone's going to try that though. But there's a possibility to see Myers if someone wants to bring something out of left field. And I mean, like Trickster, why play Trickster when you can play Huntress, right? They're both 110.
Yeah.
Unless you've been experimenting with Trickster and you found some crazy tech that no one knows about, and it's like, wow, there's no recoil, and the aim assist allows us to just lock onto the survivor every single time. I just hold down the shooting key, and I'm woo, easy down.
I actually haven't thought about Trickster. I bought one of his add-ons, but it's not the Ricochet one, actually. It's one that I think would be pretty handy, given, like, to make aiming on mobile a bit more forgiving, and that's the, I think it's not cut, it's the one that makes the knives explode. Cut Through You, I think it's called, Cut Through You. Because then, you don't have to hit the survivors, you have to hit the general area, and you're going to get the laceration on them. Like, it means you can, because what was it they used to call it, where you aim at their feet, you just spray at their feet, and that will do it very safely, and it's very hard to miss that way. So I could maybe see, because you're on a purple add-on, I could maybe see if a Trickster wanted to kind of play quote-unquote easy mode Huntress, not saying Trickster is easy, he's not, but easy mode Huntress, you could go Cut Through You and do it that way. At that point, if you're going to be background people with like that, just play Plague. Like, she's 115, she'll do it better, and she's got access to better add-ons, and like better perks and stuff.
It depends what rendition we have for Trickster, because at one point there was with the Cut Through You album, like the explosion and the penetrating ones, you could get like a double knife hit. So in the past, when it came with Trickster, you threw a knife at a survivor, you throw it at the ground, they get a full like 100 first knife hit and the explosion, and every single knife would do 150. And then, and in my opinion, that was stronger than Nurse. I don't know what rendition we have in mobile.
Yeah, I guess we'll see.
But that was the reason why Trickster got nerfed at one point. If you guys don't know why.
Yeah, but DVD history for the old, it was where where you just threw the 9 knives at their feet until they got melted and about 4 knife hits. It was insane. But I think if they're gonna go Trickster, I think the exploding knives add-on, I think is Cut Through You. I can't remember. I'm not certain. Cut Through You might be different.
I think you're right.
I think it's that one.
Yeah.
Is what you would want to see. I'm actually, I think I still think it's likely to happen. Like, I think we've seen all the killer pick diversity that we're going to see, except maybe Myers out of left field with Tombstone Piece. But I think Huntress is a possibility. Are there any killers that you think? Because obviously everyone's got a little pocket pick. So Alf's got Nurse and Spirit. Lixie's got Wraith. Would you think Lonely's also got Sadako? Any killers do you think the others are going to be picking up? Obviously, we've seen people try to pick up Nurse and has difficulty with that. But do you think we're suddenly going to see Lonely on Wraith or Lixie on Spirit or something? Well, actually, has seen Lixie on Spirit. That's a bad example.
I think
Flowers
see Wraith if someone wants to play a 3-gen setup, like Eruption and Call of Brine. Wraith is really fast. He's got add-ons out. I think he has Shadow Dance. So he can really fast kick gens, really fast kick pallets, play a 3-gen setup, hunker down, and just go all in on this kick, break. Because we haven't seen something really powerful out of Wraith. I think it's like the Serpent and Shadow Dance, where it makes it so that you like kind of insta kick pallets and like breakable walls, and you uncloak instantaneously when you kick things. That's like a combo that I'm surprised we haven't seen as well.
Indeed. Oh, I just checked, by the way. The add-on I'm talking about, the exploding knives one, is not cut through you. It's Edge of Revival. It's another album add-on. I just forgot what they were called because I'm not a G-Wound stan. But you know, yeah. Either way, it's the exploding knives add-on is what I was talking about. But you know, you guys know what I mean. Yeah. If there's one thing that Twitch chat's always good at, it's being on the same page as the person talking, right? Like, all jokes aside, I'm looking forward to seeing what's coming next because have we had any maps today other than Blood Lodge and Cold Tower? What else have we had?
We saw Chapel, we got Yamaoka.
Oh, you think about today, yeah, for sure. I mean today. We haven't seen Sappho today, have we?
No, not today.
I thought we'd just seen Cold Tower, Blood Lodge, and Yamaoka today.
I wonder if we're ever going to see the corn, like Rotten Fields or something.
Yeah, or Abattoir. Ooh, yeah. Suffocation Pit. So, I'm gonna guess probably not getting above this match. Let's put it that way. So this is a 3-gen map though, so there is a lot of options. Ooh, sorry, that's quite loud for chat perhaps, but Oni.
Very peculiar pick because you gotta get the blood. I think he has played it in the past, so you know what? It's a very interesting pick from Lonely here.
Yeah, actually, he had played it before because he got the Mori with Ranker. I remember that match, right? It was on the Yamaoka Estate, I think. So, Corrupt, Bamboozle, No Way Out, Nowhere. Very standard build. And is that Lion Fang and Kanayan Zen Amulet, which I believe is double duration for Blood Fury? Or maybe duration, purple duration, green speed?
That's a very interesting setup. So he's banking on being able to get an early kill here, or an early hit here. But the thing is about Shuffle Pit, there's a lot of jungle gems in the center, so it might prove to be very difficult, especially when it comes to winning the chase. But luckily able to get a first hit on Meg.
Absolutely. And I think here's where this map Bamboozle could be very powerful because all it needs to do is disable one window in the right place, and suddenly the whole game turns on its head. Because that gets a hit, which leads to power, which leads to survivors turning into a bloody paste on the floor. But notably, without any hard regression, holding a 3-gen on this map that really incentivizes you to have a 3-gen may be challenging. There's no corruption, there's no pop, there's no ruin. Just relying on corrupt, no way out to get you there. So I'm interested to see how this turns out for our good man Lonely here.
And it's very fortunate though, because he's playing like an endgame setup. So it's luckily he's not running like a Call of Brine Eruption play, so he can make full utilization. It's just that you gotta get this down here. You gotta get this down here, Lonely. You got this.
I have faith.
Oh,
and
there we go.
the bloodlust soldier gets there down. and also, given how long Kuwait was kicking around, I suspect that there's a good chance Lonely gets power off of this. Because there's blood back at the other LT wall in the corner, there's more blood here. That's a lot of blood. Yeah. Even without them doing like the wooden only master increase the drop rate, that's a lot of blood.
And now, we're gonna have to get like the hook off here. He's going to probably go for the ability and go on a whim. You gotta find a survivor. Oh, is he not? So that usually what people do is they activate the ability right off hook, but it seems like he wants to guarantee that he'll be able to get it off. Maybe he assumes if he activates the ability, they're just gonna hide and just wait out his ability so you can't get any value.
Well, a lot of them even barbecue initially to help mitigate that, but obviously in a tournament like this, you can't be that, I want to be generous with your perk slots. So if you're waiting for actual line of sight before popping power, just make sure that he gets most value out of it, I think. And that's wise. It's a very disciplined way of playing Oni. Does he get the hit on Tony? Tony does not commit to the vault. But the turn rate is pretty great. It's not, I don't think it's quite as good as Billy, at least not comparatively. Because Oni's normally got a pretty great turn rate. But let's say slugging and going for split, using that Lion Fang duration to the best of his ability. Very wise choice, in my opinion, with somebody on hook. Like slugging like that. Very, very wise.
He knows someone's at Shack here. It's Swirt. I'm surprised he's not going to go for the pallet break. He wants to try to get as many downs as humanly possible. And it seems like
Oh, good
He's
break.
going to be able to get enough pressure. I don't know if he'll have enough time to get Sword here.
Ooh,
Maybe just
Kawhi drops the
barely.
stage.
Oh, wow.
So it wasn't quite. It was Tony just drops the stage. So that's actually really bad. No, it is Kawhi. I'm insane. Yeah, Tony just drops the stage. Almost a
Oh, and he
grab.
gets-
This is actually all gone quite badly wrong for Team Swing here, and Kawhi's in the wind on Death Hook.
And the thing that's very interesting though is that there are 2 more gens left to be prepared. So it's literally anybody's game with 2 on the ground, 2 up. They could get a pull up. They could. It can be another turnaround. The only issue is that Kawhi was the one that typically has Unbreakable. So Swarm probably won't be able to pick himself up, and Swirt won't be able to pick himself up. And he doesn't. I don't. He's probably playing around
Lonely
the
fears
DS
DS, I
here.
think.
Yeah.
Because if Kawhi gets up, if Kawhi DS's Lonely and then legs it, suddenly that's goes to the other side of the map. Very safe corner. Don't even know. Might even be a gen there to do. I'm not sure. But unfortunately, the fear of DS on Kawhi has possibly cost the Oni a lot of pressure. But no one's picking Kawhi up, which does suggest DS is far from impossible. But I think he's just going to hoover the blood up, get power before picking up.
Yeah, because Kawhi is basically a guaranteed kill at this point. And just wait out the DS, look at the timer for the bleed out to count down when the DS runs out. And then now he's playing a 3v1 where everyone's injured. It's a massive amount of blood all over the map. This is like an Oni's paradise. I can't imagine that he'll be able to pop off really hard off of this.
Everyone's having to stay injured because they don't have time to heal. They have to get the gens done. But this is a very, very difficult situation for them to come back from now, especially with no way out added to the equation. Like, this is not something. This is not. I don't envy these survivors whatsoever, especially with Swear, who's now in the Oni's line of fire.
Ooh, just barely making it away as he hits the fireball here. Oh, and that's the very tight turning. This is a good way to counter the Hillbilly and the Oni. Will he do something similar again? Unfortunately, unable to pull it off. This is the next down on Sword.
So let's see which gen's about to go. This might be a case of being able to Tony up to break the 3 gen. No, Tony does not get to break the 3 gen. There's 3 gens now around Shaq at most 40% progress. Someone's a hook in the middle, and the Oni has enough blood to like make a really bad salad, like a really, really bad salad. But in any case,
Yeah, he can go absolutely crazy with the amount of blood that's all around within the area, and it almost it feels like he can probably get like 2 abilities from everything that's around the map alone.
I very much doubt that I think this game is absolutely Lonely's to throw right now. Like there's so much to survive. They have to reset properly. They have to get the unhook. They have to fight through No Way Out. And they had the last gen done all as 3 people with one of them already on the hook. This is a very difficult situation to be in, and I do not envy these people. One thing worth being aware of is adrenaline. If you're injured and suddenly you just get the gen done, you suddenly decide to not be injured.
That was a really good read by Lonely there. He knows that if he chases Swarm's gonna be like, he's chasing me. You gotta go for the save. And now Lonely uses that to advantage to abuse the communication of a Swift so that he can get the second down and set himself up for a solid 4K here.
Absolutely, since he already knows what Swarm is.
That turning rate proving to be very useful as Swarm is turning around the LT wall. And
first use of Bamboozle in the game.
there we go. And he's going to be pushing him away from this LT wall right here just because of the BAM. His ability runs out, and he should be able to catch up to Swarm as long as he doesn't get out mind game. And Swarm's going to be connecting the 2 jungle gyms together here.
I believe with the power of Bloodlust and LT walls, that Lonely has got this, at least in some capacity.
And it seems like Lonely is playing this perfectly. It's just Swarm's doing an absolute stellar job connecting the triple LT walls together.
Yeah,
it almost feels like the Bloodlust 3 is about to kick in. There we go. Swarm goes down.
Yeah,
And this...
Lonely unfortunately tasting the Windows 95 That is that is Suffocation Pit. But turns out it's too little, too late after the early and brutal death of Kawhi.
I think so. At this point, at this stage, what's there to be worried about? Deliverance play a 4% because these guys both haven't been hooked, and I think it was it Lonely that played it super safe last round.
Yeah, it was Lonely. Yeah, Lonely left nothing to chance with Deliverance. There's nothing at all.
So if he plays super clinically, and this should be a 5-pointer for them.
Well, I'd say so, especially because at this point Hatch has spawned. Was he trying to? No, he wasn't trying to Mori there. As I say, he's not got Ranker. But in any case, there is, I think, unless Lonely, for some reason, fumbles here, which is something that's very not exactly on brand for Lonely. Lonely's very thorough with this sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be surprised if this game is able to be recovered. He's waiting there in case of an Unbreakable.
And the 4%.
Yeah. Because letting Tony try and get off the hook, because he gets off the hook. But Unbreakable is what you got to worry about. Because say if Lonely was back at that hook and Tony just stays there, Tony death perfectly. All Storm had to do is get up and run to the hatch with Unbreakable if you had it. So I think this is Lonely leaving nothing to chance, standing on top of the one guy who can Unbreakable.
And the Deliverance here because if there's two
true.
people alive, he just pulls himself off the hook, and then possibly just goes straight to the hatch.
Yeah.
And that'd be disastrous, especially if Storm has like Alive or Sprint Burst or Dead Hard.
Yes. So yeah, an explosive 4K after looked like a kind of rough start, but I guess that's only for you. It always looks rough until they put it through, and with that is Predrop taking it in round 2 with some spectacular Oni gameplay from Lonely, closing it out. That was spectacular.
It's really solid matches from both killers. It felt like it was like a constant tug of war, pulling one way, pulling the other way, and then we had the mid nurse where it was like it was a little bit on shaky ground, but they still pulled through. Very, very crazy match.
Absolutely. I'll be honest with you, my faith in the Oni wasn't terribly high.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's just because Oni can be quite risky because you're so reliant on getting those early hits in. And as soon as the Suffocation Pit, I was like, oh no! If they hug the middle, the Oni's never getting a hit. If they hug main building and it's stacked around that, the Oni's never getting a hit. That's a really rough situation to be in, especially because Lonely seemed not to use his Bamboozle.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as we saw the early hit go out, and I think it was Swart, not certain, might have been Swart though. The early hit.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Swart and Tony were kind of together, and they just got a bit of blood out of Swart there. It was like, okay, this is where the fun begins.
Oni's a very risky pick because you were like, okay, he was also struggling trying to get that first hit off, and there's like the jungle gym vault. You gotta get that hit off, and you gotta get the connection, and then the pallet vault, back and forth mind games. I think he lost about 3 gens to that, but he was so fortunate that he was almost gifted a 3-gen setup on Shaq's side, and he was able to get a capitalization play to get for another set of downs. So it was pretty solid.
Because you got the injure pretty quickly, but it was the first down that took a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is kind of what you don't mind with Oni, because they're leaving blood just everywhere.
Yeah.
Which is not a bad thing at all. Like leaving blood all over the place, not the worst thing in the world. I guess that paid dividends later on when he had enough blood to feed a whole family of leeches. Yeah. But I guess that puts Predrop up against Froggy Frogs for round 3 later, which is going to be very exciting.
Oh, actually, I'm not entirely sure. It might be Team Kingdom versus Team Swing. Is it?
I thought that's happening
group
tomorrow.
2, group 3. Is it?
I'll check the schedule.
Okay. I imagine so, because I think it was like to be determined versus to be determined.
Yes, it is. Yeah, so it is. Yeah. Today is going to be last game of the day is going to be Kingdom versus.
Yeah. It'll be quite scary because I think is that also the elimination match as well.
I'm having a quick look. Okay. Well, we'll I guess we'll leave you on that suspenseful note with tonight's highlights. So, see you after the brief break.
消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。消耗ばかりしていると暴君が来るぞ。
And welcome back, friends and foes, survivors and killers, to the DVD Mobile Invitational Tournament. We're moving into the exciting round 3 of the playoffs, featuring teams Kingdom and Swing.
And if you guys like the matches, you guys want to check out mobile, you want to do some crazy Billy flicks, you guys can check out the game and redeem this in-game code here for a free 20,000 blood points. If you guys do want to check it out to get a little bit of a head start on unlocking killers or possibly trying to prestige certain characters for certain perks and everything. With that being said, the next match is going to be quite exciting. I'm not 100% sure if it's eliminations. I think it might be.
I think it is too.
Yeah. So
the trepidation's killing me.
So what do you think? What are your thoughts going forward when it comes to this next match?
Oh, I'm very interested because Kingdom, we know, have not having the greatest time in this tournament, unfortunately, and I love a good underdog story. I'm sure many of us do. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they can pull it back, especially because the killers that Lynxie plays are kind of non-standard. Like, we've seen Little Billy, Little Nurse, maybe not the Lost Spirit either. The kind of killers that maybe would be high priority balancing as other teams and not high priority balancing for Lynxie. So that's going to be interesting.
I think it's quite interesting that like we might be seeing like very different bands going on to Team Kingdom, because you've very rarely been seeing like Wraith and like Bubba. I imagine other teams are going to be being high priority ban Wraith, because she's very confident on the Wraith, and if she gets a ball rolling, she's proven that she can get a 4K even against a great team. So going in for the first start, I think what we'll see from Lynxie, Team Kingdom, for the underdog story is either a Billy or a Wraith for the first match. And let's say Billy and Wraith both get banned. What do you think is going to be Lynxie's fallback on for
I think it's Bubba.
Bubba?
Because the thing with Bubba is that he can secure kills. So even assuming it all goes to hell, assuming hell and high water, and they get a map from Mordor, and the survivors have been blessed by the power of Jesus Christ and Naruto, she can still get a couple of kills. Camp somebody out halfway through the game, get a kill at the end game with no edge, job done. So yeah, Team Swing Kingdom loading into Blood Lodge once more. This is our third game on Blood Lodge tonight. People really like going to Blood Lodge.
And I think we're gonna get like a Billy Battle Royale round 1. It's like it's been almost like a customary. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. It's like a tradition, the traditional first Billy Blood Lodge mirror matchup, I'd imagine.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a complete slogfest. I think he's already getting into that first chase with Lethal Pursuer. Tony has been isolated and detected and instantly downed. Lethal was still active when she downed him. That's how fast that down was. That was insanely quick. And is that a basement hook too?
Yeah, I think I should imagine she's going to go for a basement hook here, as that would be very beneficial, especially when with Ruin up. I'd be wondering if she's going to try to do a secure kill here, or she's going to go for an all-out. I got the kill, the down really fast. Let's go for another. Let's go for a double dip.
That is a basement hook in like 25 seconds with a Ruin totem right next to it.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
There's no way. This is the freest kill, I feel like, for her.
Yeah, absolutely. This is not a good situation for Tony to be in Billy's basement within like breathing distance of that Ruin. That is a dangerous spot to be in.
Oh my! I don't think you could ask for nothing more perfect in a situation like this when it comes to hunkering down and making sure that you secure a solid kill. This, like you said, with the Ruin Totem, it's like she doesn't need to leave. Everything that she needs is right here. You just need to stand still.
Very convenient. It's almost like someone planned it. It's insane. But it reminds me of the Alf game where he played Billy to demonstrate the power of Billy. Exactly the situation too. Someone in basement and Blood Lodge, totem next to it, and kind of I'm not sure if she actually has a 3 gen. There's one in Shack. There's one in that corner there. And then is there a third gen? Because she's got second stage now. Is there a third gen she can protect, or is there not one? I think there is a third gen to protect.
I assume it's not. And the thing is, the reason why you guys don't see people going down for the save in the basement is because it's the basement. It's a long corridor that gives the Billy a lot of time to get a secondary instant down. It's almost like gifting a free 2K on a silver platter to the killer. And the thing is with Ruin on top, she can probably guarantee that the last generators will not be complete. Just due to the fact that her Ruin will be able to regress the gens to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah. She's found. You've got 2 people off of that gen there. They forced the pallet out from. Oh! Maybe a slightly late drop there from Switch. Swarm not even trying to get the save, rather just sit on the generator in the distance. But unfortunately, this is Billy. Distance is a myth. So whether she can go and pressure Swarm off that generator, even still, we'll have to see. But this is a very solid start from Lynxie. Someone already dead, Ruin well protected. Quiet, almost getting clipped there.
She was so close to Kawhi. Literally,
she's coming back around for another go. He's playing Ring Around the Roses with Kawhi over here. Looks like 2 gens at 60, but which one will Lynxie commit to? Probably the one she knows about, the one with Swirt on it.
I think that's a good
Swirt's
call
injured
here.
too.
Yeah, she might be able to get the double conversion here. This is almost certainly an M1 down, and I believe that with this down, she gets a hook off here, and then she finds a second person to set up for a 3K. Almost certainly.
I can 100% see it, especially if she hooks near the regressing generator. It's also near the Ruin. That could be massive to get all those things at once, because Ruin, by some miracle, is still active. It's really... And one thing noting, that is an Adam, so the odds on deliverance are actually very high on this person if Tony had gotten off that hook, but he didn't. So this may have just burned through a whole team's deliverance without really any effort whatsoever, which is really good for Lynxie. Swarm going for the unhook, but Lynx takes straight with Quiet.
She's in a very favorable situation right here. That's a pre-drop.
Whoa! Whoa, hello!
Look!
Flick of the century! That was incredible from Lynxie. The unhooked sort of on the other side of the map. Ruin is still up there, they have time to get rid of it.
And overheat
already coming
into
back.
play here. Look at this 180 flick coming into play. She doesn't want to let this go. She gets
that's amazing. Lynxie's on fire. Not the chainsaw like overheating, but it's also just playing really damn well. Like, this is relentlessly impressive gameplay from Lynxie over here. Swarm's on a runner, and for all we know, Swarm's on with Unbreakable. So this game might just be a complete wash for them. Right here, right now, with 1 gen to go.
And there we go. That's the M1 on Swarm on the side. It looks like he's going to be trying to look for his teammate, but that's the Unbreakable.
Swarm's camping the pallet.
Unbreakable from Swirt coming into play. There's 2 people standing, but the Ruin has made sure that all gens are on 0. Lynxie has nothing to worry about, and hopefully she will get a conversion on Swarm here to make sure that things don't get too out of hand. Going to go for a flick play.
Oh, barely caressing Swarm's head there with the business end of the chainsaw. Only a single pallet gem though, so maybe Lynxie can make something happen here. And for she's using chainsaw to mobility rather than for
like my
her old
girlfriend.
nemesis, the invisible wall. Unfortunate. But again, Ruin's still up. She's got a good location on Swit. I think Swit failed a skill check, I think. Oh, no, he dropped pallet. So Swit's kind of zoned here, quite badly in fact. And with the team's Unbreakable used up, she can slug as much as she wants. Quite on the Ruin, I think? Oh, that was beautifully done!
That's insane.
That was just poetry.
Yeah, she's very worried about this Ruin totem. This totem is very much so keeping her in the match, and there's a really good thing that the survivors don't see it.
Yeah, or just to have time, perhaps.
Yeah, and she's also it looks like she intentionally overheated, so it cools down faster here.
This is an excellent choice. Gets to pull on Quiet, who has not been hooked, so no chance for decisive strike. Maybe Quiet's going for a head-on play. It's possible. I've seen head-on having a resurgence in comp, so maybe it was something Quiet had in mind. Swirt and Swarm are up, and they looks like they're trying to two-man the gen. But fortunately, Lynxie is well and truly on her way. That's a big old map, but that's a big old chainsaw spread. Looks like Swirt's
Stay
hiding
home.
around the invisible wall, maybe trying to maybe protect themselves. But it's
Going to be able to get a conversion play off here on Swarm. Oh, didn't see him pass by. And now it looks like he's doing a vault on the window. And I'd be genuinely curious if another generator comes into play here, but now Swirt wants to go for the save. They really want to try to make sure to maximize the amount of people that survive, but Lynxie is making sure that she's able to shut down the survivor gameplay here.
oh. She doesn't want to
Let it
risk
see.
the unhook, given the unbreakable has been used. I think she's just making sure the unhook doesn't happen.
Yep. And this is the way to try to score as many points on the board. You want to try to play a little bit safe. And does she have a theory about where Swirt is?
Oh, yeah,
She's
quite
very
a second.
close
I think
to him.
she's seen the scratch marks. Oh, yeah. Did she just miss
Oh,
it?
what?
Holy, that was so nearly a beautiful hit. That was so nearly exceptional. And if Swirt had been just a little bit slower, that would have been an amazing last hit of the match as Kawhi dies on that hook. Fortunately, the back window does let Swirt out, but there's only so much value Swirt can get, especially with the pallet out jungle gym has been used up. All they can do is break it, and then Swirt's almost completely zoned out.
And it looks like this should be a conversion for a possible 4K. She's wanting to close it out on Swirt here. He has to look like getting a little bit dead zoned. He has nowhere to go. As long as she's able to get the M1 off. The one thing that we'll have to see from her when it comes to downing Adam here is to make sure that, I guess, a deliverance play doesn't come off, or 4%. Something out of the ordinary, like a hatch. You try to play as smart as you possibly can, very clinical, to make sure that you can close it out very cleanly.
Well, Swirt at least is on second, so... sorry, it has already been hooked once, so deliverance is out of the question from Swarm. From Swirt. Swarm is up there, possibly. But Swarm was right on top of the hatch. I think Lynxie knows that. She's playing around the hatch, making sure Swarm cannot scab a quick escape.
Nice, clean play to
Very
make
up.
sure you can deny.
She's giving us the nopas there.
Not
Lynxie.
today.
She denied. And if she's smart, which I assume she is, she'll make sure that there isn't a deliverance of 4% in our near future, because that's the only way that someone gets out at this point.
Yeah, I had to play very smart here. This is the best play, 100%.
Just waiting in front of Swarm, waiting for him to use his deliverance. That's all she needs to do.
You will die.
So we're gonna sit here for a minute or so while Swarm considers his life choices.
And this is a very good setup for Team Kingdom. Very much so, like their previous matchup. And I think what it will be coming down to, if we're looking at an underdog story, is how well the survivors are able to play. Lynxie's been doing like a bang-up job in making sure that she's taking a little bit of a risk leading Storm's Hook here. He doesn't get 4%, but I think a lot of the determining factor for Team Kingdom here will definitely be surrounding. Oh.
Well, I guess one was not like on the hook, but is near enough to the hook for it to count, I suppose. I can imagine the entity being like, yeah, he's done a good enough job, it'll do. It's like, you put him near the hook, that's close enough. But no,
And now I'm going to take him and murder him. Done enough for
that's
me.
Swarm going second, which is exactly what we want to see.
And yeah, I'm as a little bit of pep talk. It's Team Kingdom survivors. You're going to have to pull out at least one survival, one escape, whether that's through the hatch or through the door. Almost certainly, they're going to be dealing with a know it. And yeah,
This is going to be. We've seen this story before. We've seen Lynxie set up a really nice situation for her team, and then her team kind of fumble it at times. Maybe they have a difficult match themselves. They get a very powerful killer, someone who's very confident with the killer that they're playing, and gives them a pretty rough time. But if any game is the game to break that streak, this is the time. now is when this has to happen. But I have faith in Team Kingdom and their ability to pull this back. I think they might do all right. Let's have a little look at the Bills.
from all your experience that you've had from your previous matches, you gotta collectivize everything, find out what works, and try to pull out an escape, Team Kingdom.
Indeed.
And
Also, did I miss something, or did no one bring Deliverance that match?
I didn't check.
I didn't see a Deliverance. If anyone in chat can tell whether there was a Deliverance in play, I don't think there was. But if there wasn't, that is a bold choice. The first time I actually categorically noticed no Deliverance in a match. So I was looking for it and couldn't find it. First time I couldn't find it. Which that's certainly an interesting choice. But again, I think what got Lacey there was the basement hook with the ruin. Didn't have an easy 3-gen, admittedly, but with a killer as mobile as Hillbilly on a map you could navigate as easily as Blood Lodge, at least Billy can navigate as easily as Blood Lodge, that was a pretty ideal situation for her. Getting it down on Tony so early that Lethal Pursuer was still active when he hit the ground. That was absurd.
That's crazy. But her beginning setup was literally everything that she could ever have asked for. You got that ruin, you got the basement, you got just everything's perfect. And the thing is the reason why that setup was so good is, okay, you can do those gens all the way across the map. It doesn't really matter, because as long as they keep kicking guys off these gens, they'll keep regressing back down to 0, and that could slowly but surely kill you one by one. So now,
sorry.
Yep, go for it.
Sorry, my apologies.
Oh, okay. So when it comes to the next round, Team Kingdom has got to get a couple, at least one survive. So how do you think they're going to go forth, like when it comes to trying to execute that? What's the game plan?
Well, against a Billy, because let's be honest, we know it's going to be Billy. We just do. Like, the writing's on the wall. Billy wasn't banned. It's on Blood Lodge.
Yeah.
We're going to get a Billy. It's Flowers is going to be playing Billy. There's no way Flowers is playing Billy here. I think best thing they can do is keep roads open for Ruin, obviously. Basement's a bad place to be. You've learned this twice now. But again, there is a lot of room that Kingdom has here to play very ruthlessly for Survivor. Like, not go for unhooks if it's too dangerous, don't you? Because all you need to do is get one person out, even if it means leaving your team to die on hook because the killer's camping them. But you just get a gen done and get out, or even like play for hatch if you know where it is and the killer doesn't. Yeah. That could be that's all they need. They have a lot of freedom as to how they choose to play. The killer does not. So things like camping, things like risking DSs or unbreakables, these are things that Flowers is going to have to be very, very careful of, that Kingdom just don't. It gives them a lot of freedom and means that things can go wrong in Kingdom's game and they can probably recover well enough to win. The same is not true for Swing. Swing is really an uphill battle here. And Billy on Blood Lodge, I think Lixie also had a pretty favourable setup most of the time. She had lots of places you could charge. Relatively few windows survivors could hug. The same may not necessarily be true for Swing. So for all we know, Swing is the mercy of what could be much worse than Power RNG.
So I think I'm surprised that we haven't been seeing this that much in a lot of teams. Almost every single killer has been running Corrupted Dimension. I'm surprised that these survivors haven't been hiding and waiting out Corrupted Dimension.
That's true, actually.
Once Corrupted Dimension is gone, even if that's just going into lockers, all 4 survivors just going into lockers, maybe someone, if need be, even so, wait in the basement. Okay, Corrupted Dimension's gone. Now that Corrupted Dimension's out of the way, they need to worry about 3 extra generators.
Without a doubt.
And this is a very compy strategy. This is something that you see a lot in Dead by Daylight comp, because it's a way to completely negate one perk. The thing is it might be very difficult to execute, just because Billy's going to be on a chainsaw and he's going to be going in a circle non-stop forever, and you gotta make sure you don't get crows, right? So I've just been surprised that we haven't been seeing just very, very safe play of let's try to negate Corrupted Dimension now that we're in the end game. I think a way to pull it through is to try to get a key on somebody, like a Plunderer's, and I don't know, like a perk that gives luck, and have someone search the chests and do just barely enough gens to spawn the hatch and use that key to get one escape. That's what I think the play is.
That's honestly a really excellent idea. I hadn't even really considered that, especially when you got it on personnel. I think on corrupt intervention and topic of waiting out corrupt, I think the problem with that, at least for Billy, is lethal pursuer.
Yeah.
Because everyone in their mum brings lethal these days. I'm seeing loads of lethal in Billy games, especially lethal pursuer. So what will happen is, especially because one person typically has distortion, what you'll see is match starts, the killer sees 3 auras, the person whose aura is hidden goes to the team, hi, yeah, the killer has lethal.
Yeah.
And so the team just doesn't hide because there's no point. I think waiting out corrupt doesn't really work when both you've got lethal and your team knows the killer has lethal. To the surprise of nobody, Flowers is rocking the Billy.
Yeah. All right, team. What's the strategy that we have here? It'd be interesting. They only need one escape to take the round.
Already in trade for Lethal Pursuer. That is a Merciless Storm pick on Flowers. That's good. Oh, that's unlucky for Running Man. Gets completely bulldozed by the Billy. And where's he gonna go? Candy is not moved yet? That's a really good first hook, and that is at 0% progress on almost every gen. So this is a really, really, really good start for Team Swing here.
Yeah. So when you have somebody hooked, you should it's in the best interest to try to get some generated progress done. I think Candy's probably trying to lurk around the hook and try to be out of sight, out of mind, completely leave no trail to try to go for the save here. But unfortunately, Flower smells blood in the water and is able to get the cross map chainsaw on the side by the tires here.
Yeah, especially on this fairly open map, it can be difficult to hide. It's looking like Paulie's in danger. Oh, that's unfortunate from Paulie. Meaning only the king is left, and I don't think Flowers is willing to give them any room to recover this match. He is going to find king if he can. And Ruin is active, so even assuming the miracle of recovering this after Running Man goes to second, there's still no guarantee. Like there'll be no way to get gens done. I think this is just a hatch game.
I'm surprised Flower picked up Paulie here, because the best play for Team Kingdom is for everyone to suicide on hook, and then the king goes for hatch. And if the king gets the hatch, Team Kingdom takes the round.
I think this is so quick too. This is 2 people dead 2 minutes into the match. If they had if Flowers here had tier 3 crop intervention, it would still be up. It would have just ended now. It is insanely fast. I can't believe how quickly Flowers has just wiped the floor with this slot. It's absolutely beyond belief.
I wonder if they actually went into this match going with the strategies like, we're going to play for the hatch. You guys are just going to go all down really quickly, and then the king is going to get the hatch on the side. I know this is really risky, but I mean, this is our best bet. We got this.
Come on. If there's any time to report left behind, now is the time.
Ooh.
Hits him as well. Oh, King's closer to the hatch.
He's
than
running
Billy
straight
is,
to it, it seems.
But Billy is known to be quite a fast boy, so King's options are rather limited. Does he get it? Does King make it in
the same
time?
direction of the hatch. Does he hear it?
Oh, King makes it. King makes it out the hatch, and Team Kingdom takes round 1. Holy! That was heart in the chest there. That was dangerous. That King could easily have just gotten completely steamrolled there. But I think whether King's pathing was just like too correct, or whether Flowers went the wrong way towards the hatch, I'm not sure it really matters at this point, because King sneaking it out manages to get out through hatch and thereby secure the first round win for Team Kingdom. Look at those blood point gains though. That's a hollow victory for people who like blood points. 136 points on Running Man.
I wonder if that was their strategy going into the match, because the king was also the one with plunderers, so maybe he was like looking for a key, and then like, was that really their strategy? He's like, you guys are all gonna die. Paulie, you gotta go down. Candy, you gotta go down. Running Man, you gotta go down as fast as possible. Suicide on hook. It won't find me. I'm gonna get the hatch, and then we're gonna take the round.
If that was their plan, I love it. And if it wasn't their plan, I love it anyway, because that's even better. I'm actually amazed by how quickly Flowers just ripped through them, especially if their plan wasn't to die, which is an odd thing to say. Yeah, their plan wasn't to die in this tournament setting then. But no, that was bizarre and strange, and it feels odd. Like, yeah, Team Kingdom won that, but they did. Team Kingdom won that first round. That actually puts Swing on kind of a back foot that maybe they weren't expecting after seeing like Lonely's insane performance on Billy.
Yeah, that is. It's a very unorthodox way to win it, but I mean, whatever works, you know. Even the kitchen sink, it's crazy.
Oh, it's you know what they say: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I guess it's working pretty well for Team Kingdom.
Now, even okay, if Lynxie here she has a setup for round 2 and round 3. I think if Lynxie gets like a tie, just Kingdom take it, right?
So yeah, I think so.
So if Lynxie gets a 4K and another 4K, I mean, there's a setup. You just now Lynxie can do a single-handed play, but it's all about consistency.
Yeah. If she gets it, if she plays perfectly in the next 2 matches, she could single-handedly carry her team out of elimination, which would be an incredible feat. Like, I would love to see it. Like, it would be a hell of a comeback kid story, given how much Kingdom have struggled. But I guess we'll see, because odds are, do you think they're going to ban Billy again? Because the thing is, both those teams played really, really good Billy. If anything, I'd argue with Flowers' explosive win, maybe he could even argue that he played better. So the question is, do you think either team is confident enough in not getting murked by the enemy team's Hillbilly that they're going to let him through again?
I'd imagine that what I think it's the survivors that start off that can ban the killer. So Team Swing probably, I feel like, banned Wraith for the first round. Yeah. And then it's Kingdom's turn to ban, I think, right?
Yeah.
So if I was Team Kingdom and I had the choice to ban, we don't ban Billy.
I think that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Almost 100%, because then that sets us up to get a tie for round 2, and then we go to round 3, and then Team Swing bans Billy, and then it's an all-out brawl.
Yeah.
At that point.
Because there is also a possibility of attempting to potentially force banning Billy and attempt to force Swing onto Nurse, given how much Swing has struggled with Nurse. Mm-hmm. But it also depends on Lynxie potentially losing a killer she's very good with, because especially if Wraith's also getting banned, which is I think quite likely, that would force her onto maybe Bubba, assuming again the killer pools don't change and people put pocket pickers than what I'm expecting. And that would be very interesting. Not sure how I'd feel about it. But I think if either team's going to ban Billy, I think it's going to be Kingdom, because I think, again, Flowers is a very confident Billy, and I think forcing Flowers onto a pick he's not so sure on, might be more reliable than like Lynx, especially if they're not banning Wraith, which they might be banning Wraith. Lynxie might be more comfortable on her off picks than Flowers might be, because Lynxie's played a lot of different killers throughout this tournament and has done pretty well on most of them. Like, she's played Doctor, Spirit, Plague, Legion, Bubba. She's played all sorts this tournament, so there's a good chance that any of them could come back.
I feel like if she, it's a little bit scary, because I feel like Team Swing has had a lot of confidence against M1 killers. So that would be my issue with like it being like very terrifying. I almost like if Lynxie's really comfortable on like Wraith, I'd wonder if like a Ghostface could come out as well, because it's like you right click and you have Insidious, right? So it's like a surprise attack, and she likes Wraith. They keep banning Wraith, which is the stealth killer. Ghostface is like what, the predecessor, or like the follow-up?
He's the successor, so to speak.
The successor, yeah. So that would be like it would be a bit of an off pick, so that is like you can't keep banning my stealth killer that gets free hits. So I wonder if we'll have another one. Yeah.
Because you've actually tried that with Sadako for a bit. She tried the Sadako match and that didn't go too well for her, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. So maybe she's not so comfortable with that anymore, unless it's specifically Wraith, because Wraith's got the ability and stuff that like even Sadako doesn't really have. Mm-hmm. But I could certainly see her and her team maybe banning Billy just to put Flowers off balance,
Mm.
and then potentially relying on one of Lynx's backup picks, because Lynx seems to be very comfortable with the idea of flexing to different killers, not sure how Flowers copes with it, especially given how we saw Flowers nurse having difficulties during round 2. Because that seems to be Flowers' backup pick, and it seems to be very good at getting 2Ks, which is not what you need when you're behind.
I think, I'll be honest with you. I think when it comes to Flower, I have a feeling we're gonna probably see like a Sadako out of Flowers. Very likely.
Because we've seen Lonely play Sadako, we've seen Lynx play Sadako. Have we seen Flowers Sadako at all, we've had a lot of games, so I apologize if I.
Maybe not actually. but yeah, I'm not sure if Flowers played Sadako, but I feel like it's just the thing with Sadako is that she could teleport really fast. It's just that you need to get those fast downs, like the M1s, and getting full utilization out of the tape hitting tact. That's the hard bit.
It's also worth remembering actually that both of the times Sadako's done really well, it was against Kingdom. Like first the chapel match that we remember so fondly, and then the condemned kill on Suffocation Pit. Both of those matches were against Kingdom. Maybe they in particular struggle a lot against Sadako. So I could actually maybe see a world, even if Sadako isn't like Flower's favorite killer, just them picking them just because Sadako seems to be an Achilles heel to that particular team. That might be what we end up with. Although, I guess we'll see. Coal Tower doesn't really inform particular killer pits because it is a pretty well-rounded map. Basically, anybody can do well on it. So, really, the killers that get picked here, it could be anyone's guess. It could be anyone's game, and I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah. I think. Oh, Wraith. Wraith wasn't banned. I'm very surprised.
But Philip has been unchained.
I could see if Lynxie gets like the perfect ruin spawn in a 3-gen setup, it could be something crazy coming out here. She has won against this particular team once before with Wraith.
On this map too.
Yes.
Looks like lethal as usual. A very early pallet drop from Sweat there. I thought she's running purple Windstorm Recharge Dance and
I think she has the same setup that she had when she beat them.
Yes, she does. She has the ruin in the same place.
Oh my goodness. So I wonder if we're going to be seeing a repeat.
I'm sure Lynxie wouldn't mind that, given the outcome of that match had.
Yeah. So we'll have to see how it plays out here, as she has like a solid 3-gen setup. She knows no one's nearby to the totem, and she wants to try to get like a little bit of an early down.
Tony's on the ribbon.
Oh, the intuition is
Instantly
going
there,
off.
instantly right there. But Tony does not commit to it. Maybe.
That was a very good read, but that's a good information to know that all the survivors now know where your totem is. So
Swarms powers off with balanced landing. Does Lynxie commit, or does she try and defend that totem? She knows Tony's going for it. You can smell his survivory breath. Smells of bones.
She's going to be trying to get like these conversions off. She knows how they play against her Wraith as well. Every single time there's a lot of people injured, they run to the other side of the map and try to do a full reset.
Well, looks like she's not going to commit to this. Is she going to go for the totem again? This is happening again. I'm having flashbacks of her just finding the right target. It's tag on Sweat most likely. Yep. Is that Tony? Is that Tony already going for the... He's already there. He's already waiting on the totem.
And does she hear him doing the totem? Yeah,
these guys are absolutely on it like a car, bonnet with that ruin. They know it has to go, but Lynxie is playing just as defensively as they are. Oh, that was a really sad whiff, coming so close. But the thing is, them getting off the totem, getting off to do the totem and get off it again, doing that all over again, that's causing the ruin to paradoxically do better than it was, because it's eating up their gen progress. But every time they get off it to try and do a totem. So unless they can juggle their gen progress, yeah, if she doesn't get the hit, I think she just leaves.
Yeah, she should definitely not commit to that chase and try to go for the totem.
And Tony guessed, to the surprise of nobody, guess what Tony's doing? Yeah, she knows. She knows that they know, and they know that she knows that they know. It's all very knowledgeful over here. She's going to try and get the hit on Swarm, but doesn't quite make it. I think she's got her 3 gens. She wants to protect it. Maybe her plan is to just try and force pallets down forever and ever and ever, while keeping the ruin up and something resembling a 3-gen. Again, do what she did last time. Make the match drag on for an absolute slog.
Yeah,
And so
I think
she can
that's
hold on.
the most reliable way in order to try to get like a win off. She knew it won her the match in the past, so I mean, like, you know what you said before: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if it works again, you know, let's do it.
Yeah, get some quick tags, force them to burn medkit charges to like stay in the game. Ruin is still up, but they're 2-manning the gen on the right. Maybe she'll go and disrupt it. She's probably going to go via the Ruin, most likely. Yep.
Yep. She wants to go from a different angle to try to catch them off guard.
That's actually very
They
smart.
might make a mistake and you might be able to get a
Oh,
free
Swarm
hit
has
here
it to a
on
wall.
Swarm.
Full trying to face check the wall. Looks like this gen is at the one at 37%. Keeps getting forced off it again. The pallet used up. Swirt goes on the totem. Does she commit to but unfortunately Tony's kind of leading Lynxie to it. And there's Swirt in the open.
And it's very important that Lynxie is able to get all the pallets out of the way in this area, because she needs to she has a couple objectives here. Burn all the medkit charges, burn all the pallets, try to constantly keep injuring people as much as possible so that they can't pressure all the generators at the same time. To keep constant pressure and to make sure that they can't pop the last generator in a 3-gen setup.
This is an absolute exercise in patience, especially for Lynxie, and she's doing a fantastic job at it. She's leaving nothing to chance, and I absolutely respect that, especially this stage when there's literally all to play for. Like, it could very easily just completely go to hell for her, but she's holding on very disciplined way. So Swear again. This pallet's been used. Maybe she can. Nope. Tony's on the ruin, and I think she knows it.
Yep.
Yep. Once again, having flashbacks of what happened before. She blocks the window though. That's brilliant. That's exactly what she needs to get a free tag on Tony. And he's got a toolbox too, so he'll need somebody else to heal him.
There we go. That's the free pressure that she needs. They keep going back to this totem, and she keeps
Swirt
checking
wants
it.
it. Swirt really wants it.
Very paranoid, just back and forth. Rightly so. And this is honestly the best play, because it's just constant. This is a slow and steady bleed out on the survivors, and this is exactly what she kind of needs. She needs them to burn their resources and to make it so that they have nothing left to use in order to convert everything into a kill and end game here.
It feels like she's just slowly driving a steamroller over them, very, very slowly, and they could stop it. Don't get me wrong, this is not like by no means a decided match, but if she keeps this like rate of play up and that ruin stays available, they're doing a full group reset there. She's worrying a little bit about the ruin, but it's potentially but that's 4 people off gens. Those gens are going to go spiraling back into the Stone Age as the team does a full reset. That buys time. I'm guessing medkits are, if not empty, almost empty by now. Sneaking up on quiet on the generator, maybe she can get a free tag on them. This is rather dangerous for Team Swing, and by the looks of it, it's only going to get worse until that ruin goes.
And after seeing Swirt, Tony, and Swarm all heal up, she probably has a read that they did a full reset play like she's seen in the past, which also probably could give her a nice sense of security that they're not on the totem. Well, actually, she
say that she goes to check the totem. Leave nothing to chance. I respect it, because all it takes is them to be healing closer to the hook than the totem realizes, then it gets done. But she is very, very dutiful in protecting it.
Also, all it takes is for them to do something that would catch her off guard, something different than what they particularly do.
Because for all we know, that could have been a 2-person reset with 1 person going for the totem. For all we know, like once they've been fully healed. For all we know, that could have been what's happening. And I respect Lynxie for not taking that gamble, like knowing full well that's something we're going to worry about. There's a quick tag on Quiet. Check totem with weapon information. That's a nice touch. Now,
the best case scenario for Lynxie here is to get a down really close to the building so she could defend the hook and the totem at the same time, as well as defend the generators. So if she can get a setup like that, she can instantly turn it into a 3v1, and then all of a sudden the whole snowball comes into effect.
Absolutely. A basement hook especially would be back-breaking. Notably, she hasn't got a single hook yet, but she's got so many tags that they are devoid of most of their medkit they're probably devoid of medkit charges now. They haven't got gens they can do outside of the 3-gen. The ruin is still available. There's only like maybe 2 pallets that are usable within decent range of the gens. There's 2 at that side. There isn't any near main building though, like on this side of the main building. There isn't anything they can use. So if Lynxie maintains her patience and these survivors don't pull off something unexpected and strange, I think there's a very real chance Lynxie are able to just grind it out through sheer brutal attrition.
Yeah, that's probably very likely the play that needs to come off. Balance landing here, 100% from Swarm, and she knows it.
Check the totem again for the 12th time. Don't blame her once again. Those gens are back down into like barely double digits, or not even double digits at all because they're at 0. Swarm going for the comp corner.
This is a very interesting play as he's like could be dead zoning himself if Lynxie.
Maybe so that Sweat can get on the totem. Something that Lynxie is not going to let him do easily. Oh yeah, Sweat doesn't commit. That was a pretty pointless comp corner then, because all that did was waste even more time for the Survivor team.
And now body blocking the woman here, and now I think that's the last pallet around the 3-gen setup. So she has.
I think there's another one, like out of the downstairs window in main building. That's the only one that's left available.
Okay.
Someone's like sniffing that totem, waiting for her to get off it, but she's not budging.
She did a lot of other plays in the past where she stood still and they just ran into her. I wonder if she's not doing them quite as much, but maybe she's trying to burn out the resources first before doing that.
Yeah, it's obviously that's the one pallet that's still available. Tony, scaring Tony off of his gen. And there's Quiet there. This is interesting. Oh, that's a skill check failure. Yes, gets off the gen. That's unfortunate for Quiet there. And that's a quick hit. No one on the ruin totem. I think he's going to find out probably in about a second. And now it's just Tony in the corner. It's only matter before the survivors on that gen start to be, rather than healthy, injured survivors trying to force the stick it. And I don't think if you can catch out doing a group reset, which I think they're doing now.
Yeah, 100%.
The ruin is, thank God for Lynxie, still up. Otherwise that'd be quite a bad situation for her. Now it's just a question of she sees nobody on gens, nobody on the ruin. I think she now knows they're resetting and is gonna go and disrupt them.
There we go. She gets a hint that they're doing a full reset. She gets down here. This could be very huge.
If she's going to tag on Quiet and force him to reset some healing progress.
And then she sees the other two survivors, so she knows nobody's on the totems again. So now this is also very huge as well, as like she knows she can commit to these chases for a little bit.
They got the
And
heal
she doesn't need to keep
Tony.
checking the totem at this point.
Oh, unlucky for that
Get
swing.
this connection off on Duff.
Gets the tag, but does she commit to the down? I don't think she does.
No way.
Now
She has to go to the totem
Swit knows what he's. Swit's a gamer with a mission. I don't think Lynxie's going to be letting Swit's mission go anytime soon. Oh, Swit's on the gen, not on the totem. She checks the totem, as you do, and it comes from this side, and Swit's got nowhere to run because the only resources have been used up. Sprint burst maybe? No, because that was
there.
That was Sprint burst very well 99. She was running up the map almost immediately earlier. Again, the pressure is actually on the survivors quite badly now. The gens are at single-digit progress. Medkit charges have to be exhausted by now. All the resources are exhausted by now, apart from maybe one filler pallet at the side. This is bad news, Bears.
Now it's very interesting about how secure and safe the survivors are playing. Typically, what they would do in the past is they'd only go to reset when all 4 survivors are injured. But now they're resetting when there's 2 people injured. It's like they wanted to play it extremely safe from both sides, and no one wants to lose this match.
Yeah, they know the stakes here are high.
Yeah.
Especially on Team Swing, because if they lose this, if they actually lose, they're out.
Yeah, you can tell the tension is both high on both teams, as Lynxie playing very safe. Survivors playing very safe. And Lori, if she gets down close to the building here, this could be very detrimental.
This is bad news for Team Swing, I think. But are they going to use this time to hop on the totem? Because now would be the time to do it. She commits to the down. I think actually someone is.
Yeah.
But I don't think she has to save it either, unless she's very quick with it. Is that someone body blocking the totem to make sure that Tony can do it?
Yeah, I think so.
That's brilliant. They actually got the totem out of the way, good for them. But does she get down off of this? She might do, because now she has no reason not to commit to chases, other than protecting the gens, which are all at 0. She commits to Swarm now. Oh, fantastic block from Lynxie.
Does she not see him?
I think she just maybe thought he might have vaulted or something. Anyway, that is her first down after like 16 hits.
That's
Legendary persistence of Lynxie, but at the cost of the ruin totem. That's quite not great for her. It means that gen progress can be very hard to get rid of. But between that she's got no head in the back pocket, and maybe can grab some hooks, here and there. Now she chases a bit more freely. She's by no means out of this match, just because the ruin's gone. Okay, she's looking to commit to Tony. Unfortunately, there are
She needs
equal
to get these
resources
hooks
here.
off.
No, she's not committing to that. She's going to go back to hook, as she probably should.
Does she see them healing on the side?
Yeah, absolutely she does. Here comes the front. She's going to try and tunnel
She's
Swarm
going to be
here,
able to
I
get the
think.
double play on Swarm.
She's going to try and tunnel. And does not slug though. Just going to try for that pickup. Does not want to risk any amount of anything left a chance here. There's Jen at halfway though. That's quite bad news for her.
Yeah, so it's all about, depends on like if Lynxie can find the generators on 50% and then defend that hardcore, because that's how she'll be able to get the most amount of time out of the resources that she has at the moment. She knows that they're not on that one, and she wants to tunnel Swarm. She decides she's not going to defend it.
I fear there's a prove thyself from that last generator. There is, however, you just have Noed available. Oh, there we go. Last gen done. Noed's now active. Let's see if she chooses to make any different decisions this time. Oh, it's a double pallet, Jim. The worst possible time. This is unfortunate for Lynxie. But she's steaming over to Sweat now.
Yeah, she knows if she commits to Swarm there, they're almost certainly going to get a 3-man out.
Laurie going for the comp corner.
And
now she's. I think she's gonna be very quick now. Maybe she goes for Swarm. Now maybe she gets 2. But otherwise, Tony's gonna have that gate basically ready. Oh, there's
my god,
Clyde,
will
though.
she get it off before the gate opens? No, she doesn't.
No, but she knows get it down.
You have to pick up Meg here for
now.
to leave.
Oh, she doesn't quite make
Oh
it, and
my
that means
God.
that I assume. Yeah, going for the Meg, there may be a mistake because Tony was closer. Maybe she should have gone for the Meg. I see why she wanted to go for the potential greed and go for. Oh, does Swarm dead hog? Oh, Lynxie get the hit. Oh, this is the hit. He crawls out though. That's so sad for Lynxie. Meaning
Ooh.
that is a 1k. That's an unfortunate result because that looked for so long like it was in Lynxie's favour, but I think they got the ruin, and I think prove thyself, possibly on the last gen, was what got them there. That and potentially Lynxie going for the Meg
Laurie,
instead of the Dwight who was closer.
Yeah. And the thing is, something that was a bit difficult was Laurie's injured. He's very close, and you're like, I could get this down here. I could make it to the totem in time. The only issue, they're body blocking, so you have to go through a double wave of survivors in order to get your totem off.
It was a really good play, from I think it was Tony and I think it was Swarm as well who were doing that.
Highly unexpected. As now, like, if a similar situation pops up, now they know what to do in a future situation. And you know that they didn't know about how powerful a tactic like that could be in the past, as they just didn't do it. But also, Lynxie, it's something she probably wouldn't have been able to expect, because she's almost got like the down on Laurie, and then like B, she's constantly checking the totem, and that's like the only thing that would be able to catch her off guard is if they do something absolutely crazy that she would never expect.
Yeah. Well, I think what set her success at 3-genning, apart from her failure to do it this time, is the fact that in the first one, she had a basement hook at the same time. She was so she was able to force someone dead in that basement while guarding her totem and her 3-gen. Because 3 people alive, 3-gen's really hard to do. 4 people alive with proof myself, significantly more difficult to do, because you're chasing one person. Even if that person's moving away or healing or whatever, that's 2 people on gens, and you're not going to be able to beat that kind of pressure. So, not being able to get an early hook was very detrimental for her. Like, she was right to pick that 3-gen somewhere to protect with the rune in it, but the problem is they never gave her the wiggle room to get a hook anywhere near that totem, anywhere near that 3-gen setup at all. And if she left it for too long, they pop a totem, pop a gen, and it's done.
And another thing is that I kind of she did play a little bit differently from how she did before. In the past, when she got the coal tower, I think she stood still and she waited for them to get on the totem so that they would have nowhere to run to to make full use of that distance from the first M1 hit, and that's how she was able to get a hook in front of the totem, able to hold down all 3 gens at the same time as camp a survivor with the totem.
Absolutely.
So it's a little bit of like the micromanage, the tiny bit of stuff.
Yeah, all it needed was one person to make a blunder that got them hooked in the nearest main building. That's a completely different match. But
100%.
unfortunately, she just kept, well, hitting and running a bit too hard perhaps, and never committing even when she probably needed to. Because that's a game of attrition that you're winning when the ruin's up, but as soon as you have to commit to a chase, you know that ruin goes. And if someone isn't dead at that time, or someone isn't hooked in your 3-gen, then that's just problem. That's just done. That's just finito.
I feel like it's just because like the tension was really high. Like both teams playing really super safe. Check the totem. Okay, drop the chase. Hit. Check the totem. Drop the chase. Hit. And then when it came to the survivors, it's like, okay, 2 people are injured. We're gonna go to the other side of the map. Full heal. Only 2 people are injured. Other side of the map. Heal. What I think would have been a possible better play, possibly for Lynxie, I don't know if it would have worked, was to stay still as Wraith and use the cloak ability as like an insidious play. We camp the totem, wait until they get on the totem, and then get a double hit to be able to hook in front of the totem. Because the best case scenario is to get it down in front of the building, between 2 gens, under the cold tower generator, and you're golden.
Yeah, but basement is in main building too.
Yeah, so it is very difficult.
Yeah, it just kind of rely on Team Swing making a big mistake there, by not having someone to take a hit. In that case, to make sure they get to the side of the map. But all the same, I think it was just a lack of purchase on the match that she didn't have in the first time she did this against the same team. They clearly learned, Swarm and Swing learned from their mistakes, and I think handled their recovery masterfully. Like, it looked quite cagey for a second, but as soon as that ruin went, as soon as Tony and Swirt were like being totem besties, or Tony and Swarm, I think, that was something that was the writing on the wall that Lynxie was in trouble from there, because no one was dead.
There was a lot of communication from Team Swing too, because like whenever Lynxie was committing mid-map, a chase in mid-map, they're like, get on the totem now, get on the totem now. She's not defending the totem, go. And every single time that Lynxie went away, they made sure to make full use out of their comms to try to find a weak point. The main issue is that when she was chasing the Lori, anytime you have to commit to a chase, you really just genuinely have to, in the back of your mind, know that they know exactly what you're doing, they know exactly where you are, and they're going to try doing the best they can to counter what you're doing.
Absolutely, you're not wrong at all. And speaking of not being wrong, wait, hang on, that's not a good segue at all. Wraith. That's an awful segue. Wraith time, anyway. So, looks like it's the Wraith mirror match, this time, once again, on Coal Tower. And that's oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, Paulie gets grabbed. That's so sad. That's so brutal. And that's a very, very, very early first hook for Flowers there. And King's already in the wind. As one of the 2 pallet gems used up, King's gonna start there looking at that build. Pretty standard, corrupt, ruin, no way out, and nowhere. Makes a lot of sense. Gonna break the door, I assume. Don't you say that Ray Chromatic looks gorgeous?
Yeah, I think this is the new skin as well.
It's
on the Wraith.
pretty.
He's gonna be hovering around Paulie's hook to make sure that nobody goes for the hook save here.
Also helps with the ruin is there.
Yeah.
The ruin's in the same tile, the tile right next to it. That's very, see, it's right there. It's very, very advantageous to camp here with. Is that? That's it. That looks like Shadow Dance for sure. Like maybe like a higher rank Shadow Dance, because that appearance time is really short. So no way out stack, and this early stage with a grab this early on top of ruin and corrupt, I think it's an excellent idea that the killer is camping at this point. It's a very hard situation for the survivors to overcome easily. Forces candy off the gens, so gets ruined.
The best possible situation. Just like the ruin totem's right there, the hook's right there. You know, I got on the second struggle. You know what? Let's go for Candy. It feels like he's having like a field day. This is like one of the most perfect situations you could ask for, especially since the survivors are doing a late save, and he's probably gonna be able to get a down off this unhook as well.
King trading with, unfortunately, poorly on second. So all it takes is a grab or a lack of borrowed time to to potentially seal Pauly's fate and ensure a kill at 4 gens.
And once again, I think it's been strange. A lot of the people going for the unhook plays have not been having borrowed time. We've very rarely been seeing borrowed time actually come into play from unhooks.
Yeah, it's very peculiar, and unfortunately for Team Kingdom, they've now matched Lynxie's 1 kill within the first 2.5 minutes of the match. So they have to play immaculately, and I mean immaculately, to stand a chance of even tying in round 2 with Team Swing. This is a proper nightmare scenario for Kingdom. And Candy's still injured.
Ooh.
That's not good. That's really not a good place to be. You'll still be injured when the Philippa's on the prowl.
Ooh, not be able to make that window either.
A mild serving of Pokos onto Candy there, and he's going back to secure the second stage against King.
Ruin Totem's still up. All the generators about to regress down to 0. 2 people on the ground. It's looking like a brutal scenario for Team Kingdom here.
This is the Roadrunner cartoon of getting anvil dropped on your head. This is what's happened. The anvil of Wraith has just been dropped upon Team Kingdom, and they don't really know how to recover. Running Man gets the unhook, which I guess is good, but King did still drop to second. And they still have 4 gens to do with Ruin up and somebody dead. This is not a good situation to be in, regardless.
Get a follow-up hit on Running Man, and I think he'll probably get both here. Yeah,
looks like it.
That's a free 2 down.
Yes, neither of them have been hooked yet, so if Running Man has Deliverance, and he could use it given he got the safe unhook, but there is no guarantee that's going to do much at all this game. I guess we'll see.
Seems like Flowers playing around that. Making sure that to play as safe as possible. There's a lot on the line, and you know what? He has Deliverance. I'm gonna make sure to slug him so he can't get full utilization out of it.
Oh. I think King's just given up. I think King sees the writing on the wall. I think King's not interested anymore. I think his story is told. That is an ignominious end, but it is the way it goes. Now he's going back for Running Man to see if the Deliverance is going to be used. I think like the pickup into waiting at the hook for Delhi, and then going to go get King to finish it all off. But what a brutally fast match against between Kingdom and Team Swing here, and this is I think flashback to the Biddy game where it's just over in the blink of an eye.
Dude, in the first 2-3 seconds, instant grab. It's like that's like a full double swing, and that's a Wraith too. It's almost like Flowers playing Billy when Billy's banned. He's like, you know what? I can do the same with Wraith. We got this. Right next to the totem, perfect setup. Everything you could ask for. Down after down after down, and getting a 4K just like that.
This has been a brutal experience for Team Kingdom twice now, just getting rushed down into the dirt by Flowers getting aggressive on the mobility killers. It's been absolutely backbreaking for them, and it's 1 win apiece for Teams Kingdom and Kingdom and Swing. This is getting a proper game of Dead by Daylight right now. This is getting we're going the 4-3 rounds, and that's where it starts to get interesting because this 3rd round really does decide everything.
Yeah, elimination.
Yes.
So you gotta be careful. You gotta choose the right killers. You gotta make sure you make the right bands, and you have to try to play clinically. You gotta make sure to not make mistakes. It can be a little bit terrifying though.
Absolutely.
Now looks like round 3. So this is going to be like 3 bans. Be interesting.
Wonder what's going to get hit. Obviously, I think Biddy's going to get banned. What are the odds on the others, do you think? Anything exciting?
I'm not entirely sure what it when I feel like there's a possibility that Lynxie could possibly do well, she might do Bubba. I feel like Bubba would be the
Bubba's
safe choice.
possible.
But if you want to get like crazy, you do like Myers Tombstone B.
I mean, if any time is time to do that, now is the time.
It's like
Now
a
is when you
message.
do that. You give it a go. Just like, okay, it's literally now or never.
Yeah.
I've got to go for it. It would require having offerings, add-ons and stuff on Myers, which I guess is a whole different ballpark.
Yeah.
But I would like to see that. That would be a hell of an end to the evening. Would be watching someone get tombstone.
It's like you can't stop us. We won't go down without a fight. It's like
Yeah.
Tombstone Mori.
It's literally just like, you've made us unseal our ultimate weapon. It's just like a bit of a tombstone. It's just like, here, it's a rock that I found on the floor. We will now murder you with it. But then there's the question of which team do you think would bring the tombstone is the question, because I doubt we're seeing 2 tombstones. But if you could bet on one team and say this team's going to bring a tombstone, who would it be?
Not just restricted to these 2 here.
Yeah. Well, of these two here. Let's say
here.
third round, we're betting on a tombstone. If it's ever going to come out, it's coming out now. So
Well,
who's going to pack in it?
I think Swing. I think Swing's going to fly.
It'll be Lynxie be like, oh, I'll play Wraith again. I'll play nice and chill, and then Swing's just like, dur, 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 dur. As soon as you see them, as soon as the survivors of whoever has to deal with it sees a Myers,
Yeah.
they will know. They will know in their soul they must feel fear.
Here's the thing, if I don't know if Swing's gonna go first with their survivors, but if they go first and they get like a 4-man out, and then it still it goes on to the next one, I could see just like, okay, it's Tombstone Myers time. Let's assert some dominance. I just need one, and I'm just gonna use Michael Myers to get that one. And that's all you really need.
I could very much see it, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, the Darth Vader comes out.
Yeah.
We're gonna end it with a bang.
Yeah. I see nothing but dead men. No. I would. Memes aside, I doubt we're getting Tombstone. I really do. But it would be fun. It would be fun, and we all deserve that after a long day. No, I suspect it's more likely we're going to see maybe running Wraith back from Lynxie, and then whatever from Flower. I've got no idea. It depends on what bands that through, because Flower's proven himself to be pretty flexible, and actually confident enough with Wraith. Although if they're worried about potential stealth plays from if they're worried about potential stealth plays, because again, Wraith got that grab like 10 seconds into the match.
Yeah.
Another stealth killer, maybe a Sadako, maybe even a Myers, would not necessarily be out of the question. I think Flower's bizarre pick that I think could work would be Sadako, because the team has proven themselves to struggle with stealth killers, Sadako especially. And I think maybe we could see Sadako. I think Lynxie's going to run Wraith back if she can. I don't think Wraith can get banned away. It's possible, but I think there's a good chance Wraith gets let through, and then Lynxie picks it again.
Yeah, I think Team Swing is very likely to not ban the Wraith, and they'd be like, you know what, you can go for it. We know what you do, and we have found a reliable way to counter it. So if I think going forth, there's a high chance that Lynxie may play Wraith if it doesn't get banned. And then when it comes to Swing, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like this
is a wild card.
Yeah, they're a wild card.
No, I'm excited to see what's going on, because again, I think it's not that Lynxie's bad at Wraith, because she's really not. It's just the fact that I think Swing is very confident against M1s, like standard M1s. And Wraith's a standard M1 as you can really get. So I think they are going to be like, okay, sure, we'll play hit and run. You want to like never commit. You want to play just M1 man with cleaver thing. Have at it. Go nuts, because they know the rotation. They know how to reset properly. They know the rotations. They know to look for ruin and like maybe interpret where it is based on when Lynxie's defending. And just play the long grindy game again and have it work out for them like it did last time. Whereas flowers, anything could happen. We could be seeing anything from a Sadako to a plague. We've seen all sorts from out of flowers lately.
Yeah, it seems like he plays like all like the entire spectrum of killers that we've been seeing, and it's kind of like Lonely, where it's just very versatile. It's like I was like, you know what, put me in, coach, I'm good. And the thing of it is, I feel like when it comes to banning killers, I feel like if there's like a one ban killer for swing, or two ban killer for swing, a three ban killer for swing, it feels almost as if they don't feel restricted. They have like the freedom to do whatever they want still,
Yeah.
regardless.
I think it's why I'm so excited to see what's going to get picked, because genuinely, flowers could have 3 killers they want to play banned and still have something they could work with.
Yeah.
And Lixie to some degree is the same. So going into this, anything could happen. We could see anything from just running back Wraith and Nurse or whatever they want to play, into like, hi, we're breaking out the 11th hour Tombstone, or the 11th hour like Trickster or something weird like that. Anything could happen. Depends on the bans, depends on what maps they think they're going to get, and I guess depends on what the killers are competent on. But we just don't know, because both of them have shown they're willing to flex to all sorts of different killers. Lynxie seems to prefer M1s, but beyond that,
Do you think Swing is going to be overconfident and do like a crazy wild card pick like Trickster or something?
I think whatever Swing picks, it's going to be something they're confident with. They're not going to go for something like hey, we're just going to goof off in the last round and play like, I don't know, Burger King Myers or whatever.
Yeah.
That's not going to be silly.
Mhm.
But I think there's room for something we haven't seen yet. Like room for something we haven't seen much of yet. Perhaps maybe not that I haven't seen yet at all, but definitely haven't seen much of yet. And Flowers has shown the ability to flex the different killers, so there is so much option for what, especially if they have a plan for a map. Like say if they plan on sending Lynxie to Blood Lodge to try and make it awkward to play Wraith, but they break out a Huntress or something, or they break out a Nurse, or a Spirit, using mobility. Then that could really throw them off, and I think would be a very powerful pick, and also would it might actually depend more than anything else on the map they end up charging on for the survivors. If they want to screw Lynxie over when he's playing Wraith, give a Blood Lodge. If they want to ban Wraith away, maybe it might be a good idea to ban Blood Lodge in case they're keeping Billy open. There are options, but it'll depend, I think, on what map the killer wants to play on, and what map the survivors are comfortable playing on, because again, Flowers seems to be super flexible with what they can play.
I'd imagine when it comes to map bans, Haddonfield's like almost always banned in every single route. Like if and I think we might see like possibly like the Yamaoka, or like the Chapel, like the standard picks that we've been seeing that have been like Macmillan, like Autohaven, like the Father Campbell's Chapel, the standard Yamaoka. I think we're going to be seeing like the good old-fashioned brick and mortar picks.
I like that a great deal. Although it would be really fine to send a Billy to Disturb Ward, because that is I think what maps haven't we seen yet? We haven't seen Rancid Abattoir yet. We haven't seen Disturb Ward.
Rotten Fields.
We have. Haven't we seen Rotten Fields once? It was a Legion, I think, of Rotten Fields. Is it Legion of Rotten Fields?
Maybe earlier if we did.
Yeah, like maybe on the first day I think there was a Legion of Rotten Fields. We definitely haven't seen Avatar, definitely haven't seen Disturb Ward. And haven't seen Sanctum of Wrath. As those we haven't seen yet. I think everything else that could be selected at some point has been. So I guess we'll see. Because I don't think anyone's letting Disturb Ward through. That might probably even worse than Haddonfield. A lot of players. Especially
with the amount of pallets to spawn. Like the thing is, when it comes to like pallet spawns and jungle gyms, with Cold Tower, I'm surprised with the amount that it's been put through, because it could just be RNG can be very detrimental to you. You just get 3 jungle gyms with a double pallet loop, and that's just all this pressure gone.
Yeah, that's just a card all close on your fingers. It's awful.
That like the main reason why probably Disturbed Ward is not getting through is just because of the sheer amount of pallets in it, and I'm just surprised that, well, as much as Cold Tower is as balanced and as solid on PC, those double pallet loops make it a completely different ball field on mobile here.
Yeah. Hey, but by the way, anyone want to take a hint? Pick Disturb Ward, pick Hag. Do it. No fear. Disturb Ward, Hag, let's go.
That's terrifying.
Like,
I don't.
pro tip: if you like having fun, don't do that. If you like, if you like games lasting ages and probably winning because you can get a main building basement hook, then go for it. Because I guarantee no one's prepared for it. It's one of the reasons I want to see Hag in the tournament, because Hag was so different to how every other killer in this tournament plays. Like, it's always been either hit and runny M1s like Sadako or Wraith, or it's been mobility lethality killers like Hillbilly and Nurse. I just want to see Hag. Like, no one's gonna play Hag because I guarantee none of these players like playing Hag. I guarantee you they don't, because I'm the only person on the planet who seems to like Hag for some reason. But I imagine the map picks you get away with, because Hag's like the maps that are good about for Hag are so different to everyone else's maps.
Yeah.
The amount of stuff you could get away with, be like, oh yeah, sure, I'll go to Haddonfield, thanks. And then you see this Billy on Haddonfield, like, what am I supposed to do with my life?
All those windows and everything, Hag's like, oh, I could just teleport over here and just make it work. The thing is with the Hag is that, like, dude, she's gonna have trouble downing people. She's a 110. And the thing is that, like, you gotta be almost like Trapper. You gotta predict where they're gonna go, and then teleport, hit. The hit and run is gonna be quite brutal, especially if you go against medkits. But she is fun. I think it'd be pretty neat if we could see some, like, crazy weird stuff. Especially if, I don't know if body blocking Hag would be allowed either. I don't know.
I don't think it would be. I think that's an interesting add-on, but Rusty Shackles is allowed.
Yeah.
Rusty Shackles is allowed. No, I just can't. I think the damage of Hag wouldn't be necessarily playing Hag. It would be putting the other killer on a map that would suck for them. Like, you could put them on a vile map, Disturb Ward, Haddonfield, the whole shebang, and you play Hag knowing they're good on that map, because Hag on Disturb Ward's actually all right, and Hag on Haddonfield is actively good. But then they play Billy or something, they're stuck on a map that was been designed by the forces of darkness and evil. I think that would actually be quite damaging, I think, to their performance.
You know, I think the closest that we gotten to Hag getting picked and Trapper getting picked is when Haddonfield was chosen.
Yes.
Yeah, because when it comes to Haddonfield, you place one trap down, you can shut out, like, a building window, or you can shut out the front entrance to a window. You can, like, hunker down the basement and do body blocking players with M1s and making a trap so that they can't escape. I think the major reason why we haven't been seeing those killers is because they have a lot of trouble getting that first down.
I guess.
If you don't get that first conversion off, just a slew of generators pop, and then before you know it, you have 0 hooks, 5 gens done.
I'm also unsure how item selection works in this game, whether the survivors know the killer they're picking into and they pick the right item loadouts. If they do, 4 flashlights, and Hag doesn't have a power. Or 2 flashlights, 2 medkits even. That would cripple her. But it's just a question of, I don't know if the survivors get to know the killer before they pick their items. If they do, yeah, I understand why Hag isn't seeing play. She would be awful if they can just pick 4 purple beamers. But if they don't know, they bring maybe a couple of toolboxes, and you're playing the funny Lisa killer. They get a map that the enemy killer just can't play on. I could maybe see it, but again, I think having as someone who knows, at least potentially a lot of these players, I know they don't love Hag. Like, there's a reason every streamer you know has a 2 million channel point redemption for 1 Hag match, and it's because people don't like playing her, don't like the process of learning her.
Yeah.
So I think she's almost an anti-meta. We're like, hey, you could play her, but you're probably gonna suffer. And maybe when you're a masochist like me, that works. We play twins for fun. But I don't think most players want to do that to themselves.
Yeah, it's like a challenge that you want to do. Well, it's a challenge for yourself. Where you're like, you know what, I feel like suffering today, and we go all in. But when you make it work, it's very rewarding.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you know what, you all hate this killer, no one plays her, but I somehow still managed to get a 4K and just really dominate. I think the most fun things to do with a lot of these killers, I think, is when it comes to like iridescent add-ons. I personally like doing like body blocking hag, put someone in the basement, and then just block the pallet, block the window, block the door, and
like
just
that.
maul everyone that comes in. And it's the most fun thing to do, like gimmicky stuff.
Oh, it's
but
an absolute blast. And I just can't see a world where players who like a lot of whom I know are like big Billy enjoyers, who will be like, I could play Hillbilly with his old add-ons and a turn rate that's been like blessed by God himself, or I could spend the entire game drawing triangles on the floor for 10 minutes. Like, I don't see a world where they do that. Family Residence. I'm not sure what they're gonna pick here.
yeah, it could be anything. This is a very versatile map when it comes to like different killer picks you could decide to go for.
Ah, so Wraith was let through. I think we're seeing another Wraith mirror.
This is a power play, and I almost guarantee Lynxy is probably going to choose Wraith as well.
Yeah, that's
Very
what I'm
likely.
saying. A Wraith mirror, I think, is more likely than not. On Family Residence, which actually seems like a pretty good map for him, because it's, while it is big, it's not open, and the map coloration in general makes them quite hard to see. So maybe the stealth will come in clutch. I guess we'll find out. I'm looking forward to it.
And we're getting right into the match over here. Everyone's spread out. Team King, Paulie, Running Man, they're all together. And it looks like Paulie is the first one found once again as Flower gets stunned by a pallet at the jungle gym.
Alas, poor Paulie. At least he's not grabbed this time. I think he's
And
actually committing to the chase rather than trying to hit and run.
Yeah. Around the rock here, he's going to be using Wraith's base Windstorm, getting the first down on Paulie once again. This is looking a lot like the previous match that we had before, where the Wraith was absolutely dominating Team Kingdom here.
I don't think it's quite that bad, but it's still pretty bad. It's still not great for Team Kingdom, but it's better than the last one. Doesn't help the gens they're doing or in the middle of the map. Oh dear. Oh, I thought when I was going to get blocked into the wall there, but no, he gets away with only a slight tap on the head with an axe.
He gets something for it. At least he gets like a nice little M1. Breaking the door here and continuing the chase on Running Man.
Forcing the
he was
Wraith to
going to
chase
get
in
this with
corrupted
tempo.
territory is actually not a bad idea from Running Man.
Seems like
King
Adam
coming in
wants
to
do-
take a hit.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Free Prussia.
The ruins there. I think did King unhook? Because that might be King telegraphing a deliverance. That might be what's going on here.
Right.
Oh,
Very
does he
likely.
slack? No, he's picking straight up. The
Deliverance-
ruin. For the third game in a row, the ruin has spawned right next to where the first down happened.
Yeah.
That is not great for Team Kingdom, especially because this is it's the second one actually. It's not even the first one. Yeah, they have not a lot of gen progress. King's injured. Ruin is up. I don't love their chances right now. It doesn't look too hot.
Yeah. And it looks like they. Oh, he's going to slug here. Because I think he knows. He has a feeling that Candy's going to go for the save here as she goes around the jungle gym. And yeah, Candy's accidentally running straight. Whoa! Oh, okay. I thought she got double hit.
No.
Candy's accidentally running into a rock there. It seems like someone going to get a conversion to be able to get two people on the floor as Candy gets closer to the jungle gym and goes straight down.
She's not interested in using the log tile pro, just maybe hold W, maybe to buy some time for her team. But I guess we'll see. Is someone on the ruin? I don't think anybody is.
And even though there are three people all standing up, generator progress is quite slow. Every single generator is on 0 so far, with the last one regressing as well. So Team Swing looking like they're in good shape when it comes to the amount of pressure that they have here.
Yep, King's been found again, and Ruin, importantly, still being up, means that all these hits, all these unhooks that are being kind of forced onto Team Kingdom are resulting in more gen regressions. Every gen map at 0% right now, at 4 hooks. This is very bad news.
That's insane here.
They don't have time to reset. I see what the Wraith is doing now. I see. Because now, I'm pretty sure King just dies. Unless the whole team coordinates a save.
And the thing is like when here's, I feel like what Flower's gonna do is gonna stand here, and they're not gonna know he's waiting at the door. So now someone's gonna get baited to go down to the basement, and then he's going to be able to get a double play. I think this is what he's going to be doing here.
Almost certainly. That is what we're witnessing here. Is not a wraith killing people. What we're witnessing is a wraith fishing. He's got his hook, put his bait on the hook, and it turns out he's border fishing. But I love what it looked like. At least it's just waiting and watching, waiting for someone to nibble on his bait. But looks like just walking into the river and bludgeoning the fish is also a pretty good way of doing it, I suppose. Yeah, this stage of the game, King's about to go second if he hasn't already. It's hard to tell because of the UI. Yeah, there's the second stage. The only gen with any progress at regressing from a third. This is very, very bad news, especially with Candy, who's injured on top of it. This is a complete bloodbath for Kingdom.
Yeah,
and
they're both right there as well. With Candy being injured as well, it might have been a little bit better for Jeff to go for the save, as Jeff would not have been able to go down with the Wraith going back there. Yeah, and now he's gonna be playing around the good old-fashioned, I think, what was it? Deliverance?
Yeah, Deli,
Deliverance.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, everyone's been hooked once, so Deli's not even like a risk. DS actually, that's what.
Yeah, DS. Yeah.
Obviously, everyone's been hooked once, so no risk of Deli.
And now he's going to try to find Running Man to try to close out for a nice solid 5 points on the board to make sure that he crushes the hopes and dreams of the team that he's facing right now. The very punishing Flower is out for revenge.
Poorly dies on that hook, and he's heading and Running Man's perhaps feeling a slight chill down his spine as the Wraith approaches. But I guess for now the last survivor remains hidden. But how long is that going to last?
I wonder if Jeff is probably going to be playing for a hatch play, as even just getting 1 point on the board could prove to be really helpful in this scenario.
I don't think Flower's going to let that happen easily, though. Far from it. Flower is being absolutely ruthless, making sure that this Jeff dies. The question is, what's going to happen first? Will Jeff be found, or will King and Candy bleed out while Flower slugs for the 4K?
And as long as Jeff can keep alternating between the different lockers and the bushes, he definitely won't be able to get found. And I feel like a lot of these teams have been very familiar with this strategy from Kingdom, as this is not the first time they've done something like this. This actually might be the third time they've gone for something like this.
I think it is the third, yeah, because one was actually on this map. It was against Alf. When he's playing Spirit, I think.
And it's
on this exact map.
And they've actually won at least one round from a tactic like this. So you know what? maybe we go again.
Yes, maybe it will work. The secret plan of just get the hatch forehead. Unless I think Flower's doing some detective work and realizes Jeff's in the area. Our King and Candy are almost bled out. This is some gameplay.
Here comes the checking of the 4 lockers. You don't check the basement here. Oh, okay.
Fearless. Absolutely does not fear lockers. Well, possibly because if they were in lockers, he probably would have gotten crows by now. So there's a good chance he's moving around the map. There we go. There we go. Now locker checking begins. This is for all the people who want an exciting, nail-biting, thrilling, high adrenaline tournament gameplay. This is what you're looking for. You come to the right place. Of opening locker doors for several minutes.
I'm just amazed that like the tactic going in for the team is like, okay, everyone's gonna die except for you. You're going to go get the hatch. And you're like, okay. And we're going to and you know what? This is our strategy to win the whole round. That's insane. That's crazy.
Well, on the bright side, King may have bled out, but at least he bled out kind of near the ruins, and now he knows where it is. What an absolute... Yeah, I think he's hooking Candy now, just to make sure as much time possible is bought so he can find Jeff will find the hatch.
You know,
Last
it'd
thing
be
he
wild
wants is
here. If Candy, oh no, she can't 4%. But it'd be funny if she 4%.
More detective work. Excellent. Well, because this here, because if Candy bleeds out like she'd do about 20 seconds, the hatch opens up immediately, meaning it could spawn under Jeff's feet for all Flowers knows. But by hooking, that buys another precious few seconds of time. Oh, hello.
If there was a time to find him, it would be now. Oh,
Yeah.
he doesn't check.
On the bright side, for the killer, Jeff is the definition of edge map, meaning odds on finding hatch before the Wraith does are slim to none. Given Wraith's ability, the fact that Jeff is as far from anything on the map as he could possibly be. That's a hatch close, so barring a key, no way out is active. I think Running Man's toast. I think Running Man is toast.
Very likely.
All Flower has to do now is just, if they really wanted to, just camp the hatch, make sure Jeff doesn't get out with the key, and then just wait for no way out to go off.
Yeah, that might be the best play. Unless, because, well, the Wraith is hovering this area, so maybe the best play is to proc No Way Out now, and then try to do the weird tap the door until it gets fully open. That's still a way to do it.
I guess, but that also depends on not dying to EGC because of No Way Out, because that's 4 stacks of No Way Out that the killer's got. So there's no guarantee that oh, hello. Running Man's been noticed at last. No, that's a risky thing to do in the best of cases, and even with No Way Out in play, it's even worse. But again, I think you're right. That's probably the only play Running Man could have made, and even that's a massive risk because the killer sees notification immediately goes over there. He has to hide, wait out behind No Way Out without being found, and then tap the doors to make it out after No Way Out has ended, but before the EGC kills him, which is really hard to do. And on that spectacular 4K, that puts Team Swing winning the final round playoffs for tonight,
as they have the most points when it comes to the matchup between Kingdom and Team Swing there. So very, very interesting. I think that those matches are very, very interesting and peculiar. They're very unique on how they played out. Wow, slippery meat. Is that slippery meat?
Give me a second. I think it is. Yeah, that's a small game, I think.
Oh, small game.
No, you're right. It's slippery meat, I think. Yeah. So,
that's
Running Man had left behind. That may actually have been the plan the whole time. Was he's left behind for the hatch?
Oh my goodness.
You know, Plunder's instinct and left behind. It genuinely would make a lot of sense as to that was his plan to try and get hatch. Was to go plunder a key if he could, or find hatch and left behind.
That's such a crazy tactic.
That's Giga Brain.
My goodness. I don't know what to say, but it's kind of wild because no other teams are doing like that type of strategy. We've been seeing teams be like, let's push the gens. We're gonna get the gens done as fast as possible. We're gonna break this 3-gen setup. And they're like, you know what? Paulie, you're gonna die. Candy, you're gonna die. All right, King, you're gonna die. And I'm gonna use left behind and find the hatch.
Yeah, it's certainly a bold ploy. Where you're just like, yes, we shall die, but so what? We know Lixie will carry us, and we shall just get the hatch. Easy.
That is such a crazy tactic.
Yeah, I wasn't ready for that going into today. But that does mean that unless we're very much mistaken, that is Team Kingdom out on their ears.
I think so.
I believe so, unless I'm being corrected right now, am I? No, I'm not. I'm being corrected right now. Excellent. So, and my word is law, as we all know. It's not actually. Don't never take my word for that. Just because I say things doesn't mean they're true. But yeah. Either way, that was a spectacular victory for Team Swing. The once again the wraith picking seemingly working out pretty damn well for them. Hadn't seen Flowers play wraith at all until tonight, but turns out 2 spectacular wins back to back with wraith seems to be getting the job done pretty effectively.
I'd imagine that what Flowers did is Flowers like, I got level 80 on the Rift. You know what? I got unlocked this new cosmetic. I want to try out the wraith, and then after unlocking the cosmetic, it's like, yeah, you know what? We're going to use this in the tournament. It looks pretty cool.
You can't just kill them. You got to kill them in style. That's how that works, and I have to respect it.
There's been
Yeah.
there's been a couple players that have like the ice Sadako. You have the red flower Sadako. We even had someone using like the crazy trapper cosmetic as well.
It was the Cryptiv Huntress we had.
Yeah,
Mordeo Huntress. Yeah, so
Here
it's
we
looking
go.
like.
Team Kingdom taking round 1 and Team Swing taking round 2 with an excess amount of points on the board for Team Swing. That looks like Team Swing takes it.
Indeed, it is. So yeah, looking at everything today, we've got Team Swing playing in three rounds today. They've already been through the ringer. But it's been a real show for sure. It's been all the games have got all the rounds have gone 3 matches, which is what we love to see, because having it end in 2 just feels anticlimactic, but having it end in 3 is pretty perfect.
And it's been surprising that we haven't seen one go to overtime yet. And yeah, look, if we look at the scoreboard here, I think Team Kingdom is eliminated officially, unfortunately,
Yes.
but they had a good run.
They
fought
absolutely
very
did.
valiantly, and Team Swing will be fighting off against whoever loses against Team Predrop and Froggy Frogs, all competing for a spot. I think the 3 teams we have competing for the spot in the finale: Predrop, Froggy Frogs, Team Swing, all trying to fight for the $12,000 first place.
Oh, absolutely! It's going to be an exciting time. I'm sure we've all got our favourites, but I guess we'll keep them to ourselves. And it's interesting because today we saw no Froggy Frogs. They cleared the day without risking elimination. So I guess we'll be seeing them in action tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time or 9 p.m. British Boy time. We'll be seeing Predrop scrapping against Froggy Frogs. In case you wanted to see Super Alf's Killer or any of his teammates playing Survivor, that is when you'll need to see them. Starting tomorrow, April 2nd.
Yeah, Predrop versus Froggy Frogs, Team Swing versus whoever loses to that, and then the finale, I think. So April 2nd,
the grand final
at 4 p.m. Eastern time to 10 p.m. Eastern time, and that will be the finale. That will be the last day of the tournament, and it'll be crazy. It'll be an all-out brawl, as that's when everyone's gonna be fighting for the prize pool and spots.
Absolutely. But before we clean up, don't forget you can participate in your own little way by redeeming the 20,000 blood point code on screen right now. That'll be on mobile, so just hop into the store, put that code in, the 20,000 blood points straight into your account. To maybe you want to try out some of those insane turning boots we saw on Billy earlier. Maybe you want to pick up a Azerov's key and hope you go to Blood Lodge and make Wraith players very sad. Whatever you need to do. Hope you hope they'll you get some value out of the blood points, because just a thing you get to have, and that's nice having free stuff.
And with that being said, tomorrow is going to be the finales. Team Froggy Frogs, Team Swing, and Team Predrop will be going at it at 4 p.m. Eastern time. I hope to see you guys there. And with that being said, hope you guys rest well, and hope to see you guys tomorrow for the matches.